This is part 2 of Jim Cornette's Omnibus, The Rise of the Bloodline. Here we go. Did you watch any WWE programming?
I did just a bit on the Smackdown. As I mentioned, they ought to call the show Letdown. There were actually 2 things on the show worth watching this week. And of course, the first one, it was right out of the gate, right at the top of the program on SmackDown. Here comes Roman Reigns and the Usos and Paul Heyman. Paul, we got you back where you belong. Again, I watched these segments, and Roman Reigns didn't speak in this. It was all Heyman till the finish, basically. Roman, got a couple of words in. But it was Heyman telling the story, explaining what's happened. And he's a master. He's a genius. His facials are out of this world. Every facial expression he has, every little movement and response. He was wrong all along to have felt that he needed to protect Roman Reigns from Brock Lesnar. In actuality, he went through all the verbal gymnastics to explain everything that's gone on, including the stuff they had to vamp and ad-lib about. And he said that, the wrong COVID infected the wrong person, and so I had to do what I had to do. But he went through a bunch of verbal gymnastics, and then finally the story was that once that he was with Brock, and he realized where he was, he thought everything would be okay because Reigns would be the champion over here and Brock would be the champion over there, and there would be no conflict, and he deserved what Reigns had. He's saying he deserved what Reigns gave him because Reigns is standing in the ring next to him. And then he says, but what he couldn't tolerate was Brock challenging Reigns. That's just stupid. And then he knocked Brock Lesnar. He's a schmuck. I couldn't stand to be around that happy idiot with the shirt and the ponytail. I didn't want to be stuck with a happy Saskatchewan farmer for the rest of my life. So he sold Brock down the river because Brock was a schmuck. And now Paul realizes he needed to protect Brock from Roman Reigns. And there's Roman smiling like the cat that ate the canary. So anyway, again, what a fucking promo. And it made all this preposterous shit make sense. And then Reigns, now that he's fallen for this again, it was Paul Heyman in the ring explaining himself to someone that he wanted to stay on the good side of. So, Brian, you can imagine what it was. And then Reigns offered him, he said, the hand of forgiveness, the hand of love. And I wonder what else kind of hand Roman Reigns offered him. But Paul closed, acknowledging Reigns as his tribal chief, and then telling the people, he was about to tell the people to acknowledge Reigns, and here Goldberg's music hit. And now it's like, this is getting sad. I'm not talking about Goldberg's sad. Goldberg's rich and famous and wealthy, and he looks great for being 50, whatever. But it's sad that they haven't made a star in the last 20 years. And especially to, pay somebody to go to Saudi Arabia, whatever that costs for people to drop not only their morals, but their sense of self-preservation, go to Saudi Arabia. They're dwindling to a small few. Anyway, Goldberg acknowledged Roman Reigns as his next victim because he's in the Elimination Chamber for the Universal title, and you're next. And then the heels calmly left. So now we've got Reigns and Goldberg. How old was Roman Reigns when Goldberg was the WCW champion?
Oh, probably a teenager. I'd have to go check. Maybe an early teens.
Was he in his teens?
Well, maybe not. I was a teenager now that I think about it. He couldn't have been.
Well, that was the first segment. Do you feel bad you missed anything so far?
So this is what they're bringing Goldberg back for. When did we see him last when he was saving his son? Was it the Saudi Arabia show? Who is he? Was it Lashley?
He's the only Jewish guy in the world that only wrestles in Saudi Arabia.
What the fuck? Yeah, really? Yeah, really? What is that?
It was one of those high impact matches that was What was the last one? The last Goldberg match was the high impact one that was short and done, or was that the one that started to drag a bit?
You know, I'm not even sure. I remember it was in the middle of the day.
That's another part of the problem. You can't remember the Goldberg matches because they all kind of look the same and they happen very sporadically. They got our boys back together again, as you know, Brian. Roman Reigns and Paul Heyman.
Yeah.
Back on SmackDown, back together. And I have to say that they come to the ring for the closing interview. It's going to be face-to-face. Roman Reigns and Bill Goldberg face-to-face. Reigns and Heyman come out first with the whole Usos, the whole crew. But Paul Heyman here outshone even himself in toadying and stooging. I mean, he was standing there as Reigns gets in the ring before he does his acknowledge me. Paul is looking at him like he's seeing God and Paulie's the Pope. Maybe that's a wrong simile to draw since Paul's Jewish, of the Jewish faith. Who do you people look up to more than anybody?
Sandy Koufax.
Okay, so Paul is standing there beaming with this look on his face. It's like he was a blowfish and his face was widening out with a grin with love and admiration and beneficence for Sandy Koufax there in the form of Roman Reigns. And as he then Reigns does his acknowledge me thing, the people, he's milking them and it's great. And then he now says, "Now, wise man, celebrate me," or whatever. And he hands Paul the microphone. Paul takes it like he's been handed the golden chalice that Jesus Christ drunk Mary's breast milk out of, or whatever the fuck. Is that one of the lost treasures at the bottom of the money pit on Oak Island, the chalice that Jesus drank Mary's breast milk out of?
I guess so.
It was a primitive form of a pump back then. So anyway, then Paul does, again, even for him, a magnificent, a stunningly beautiful verbal blowjob for Roman Reigns. And how great he had that you're having a chance to see, the Michael Jordan in his prime and this and that guy. And then he knocked the Saints. Drew Brees, right? Apparently sucked. Yeah, well. And he got a who dat chant going because they're in New Orleans. So he got a who dat chant going when he knocked the Saints. And I thought, this is fucking great. It's come full circle. And honestly, Heyman was probably the only one in the building that knew that it came from the Saints because they got it from the dog. So now dog came in 79, was it? So 43 years later, it's come all the way back around where it started at the wrestling shows at the downtown municipal auditorium. The Saints fans picked it up and now it's come back to the wrestling arena.
And we're finally in a day and age where Paul feels comfortable working ringside in New Orleans.
Yeah, can even challenge people for a fight and not get taken up on it. God, yeah, I'll tell you what. Was that where he was? That was the week before, I guess. He was someplace they had footage of him during a dark match challenging the fans to fight. And everyone was, it's great manager shit, right? But you didn't do it in New Orleans. You minded your P's and Q's and tried not to look at those fans. Just don't look at me, boy. Don't eyeball me. Anyway, so he did a masterful job, and then Goldberg's music interrupted. And Brian, I swear to you, if I'm lying, I'm flying, and my feet have not left the ground. On an in-ring promo interruption, where the guys are in the ring cutting a promo and suddenly the music plays for the interruption. They still cut to a fucking shot of Goldberg's locker room door and the hand knocked. Sir, it's time for your interruption. He came through the goddamn locker room door. He was waiting in his locker room until it was time for his promo interruption. And then out he comes.
He's the smartest guy. Everyone's always getting attacked in the locker room, not Goldberg.
Yeah, he's got his own, won't let anybody in. That's what the security's for. So he comes out and they go face to face, and the people are chanting Goldberg as they do. And, you know, he's still a name and he's still over. And we've mentioned it's not Goldberg's fault that he's 52 years old and they still have to keep calling on him and his contemporaries because they can't get anybody new over because of all the reasons that we talk about everybody on the show every week. But at this point, you know, they even made a package out of it on the show, as you saw, Saudi Arabia show, of, hey, the old age is just a number, and I still think I've got it, and I'm going to defy time and gravity, and et cetera. And that's a great story in all sports. The aging quarterback or the boxer past his prime that still wins but whatever the case. But goddamn, diminishing returns at this point, as we'll talk about when we get to the match. But all he had to do was say, I apologize. You're not next. When it comes to the Universal title, I'm next. And then they played the music, and then it was done. So not exactly leaving the people at a fever pitch, you know, waiting to see this cataclysmic confrontation. And, you know, you don't get the idea that they're waiting to tear each other limb from limb.
Yeah, Goldberg's a smart guy, too. He realizes if they're going to get the most out of him, stick with Heyman. Heyman knows exactly what to do with him every time.
Well, but here is the problem. That is the problem. Heyman knows exactly what to do with him, but it relies basically on the things that he's still able to do. And those are getting fewer and farther between. Well, the first match, as we were just referencing, was Roman Reigns and Goldberg for the Universal Championship, which is different than the World Championship because the universe is bigger, of course, but still they've got two world champions. So they couldn't put the smaller championship, the one that only encompasses this planet, on first because that's being contested in a 5 or 6 man, however many were, elimination chamber. So they put the biggest world title match on first to jerk the curtain right after they mentioned the late, and apparently this was a shoot. They had a late arriving crowd because they had a traffic jam outside this big ass stadium. Apparently it was camel lock everywhere and people couldn't get in.
Come on.
No, every corner. It was like, you know, even though the lights would change, the next camel couldn't move. So your camel couldn't get out and they blocked the interstate. You see it in New York.
Well, you see a lot of things in New York.
Well, that's true. And so the people probably, I guess maybe some of them miss this, but apparently there was a traffic situation outside so the Universal title is on. They did great packages, as they always do. We've talked about this, but the packages are always impeccable packages from the WWE. But by the time that they blew off all the fucking pyro and played the packages for these two guys in this issue and did the announcer obligatory intros and billboard, etc. And hello, Fubar Makafakaloob and Slapco Fudd. Good to see you again. It was 17 minutes into the show before the bell rang for the first match. And I was getting a little antsy at that point. But then I figured out why it took so long to get to the start of it, because it wasn't going to take long from there to get to the finish. The crowd was hot. They may be afraid not to be. I'm not sure how they've been recruited to be part of this extravaganza, but if they're allowed of their own free will to come in on their own, I guess, especially if they're men, they're seeing entertainment the likes of which I would assume they don't get a chance to see often over there, have until recently, so they're hot. And everybody still watching wrestling at this point knows who Goldberg is and knows what these people know what's going on with this show because they made a big deal out of it. But Do we have a read, Brian, on how smart are the fans in Saudi Arabia? I mean, I don't mean, you know, I'm sure that Slapco is probably the smartest, you know, fan in Saudi Arabia, but I'm talking about the average person. They know it's entertainment, but they don't know the machinations behind it, or where are they at over there?
I have no idea. And also, I'm not even sure what the crowd makeup is in terms of, you know, what percentage of that crowd actually paid for tickets, what percentage of the crowd were given tickets by the kingdom. I really don't know how it works.
Well, anyway, everybody on this side of the pond, over here in this country at least, and watching on, you know, the streaming everywhere, everybody still watching wrestling knows that Goldberg wasn't going to probably win this match, right? Because their booking has already been fucked up. And that would just kind of make it even screwier. So that's what I'm talking about, the law of diminishing returns, when you have to bring a guy back multiple times, but each time you sort of treat it like that it's the last time. See The Last Stampede. And then 2 years later, he's out of retirement again.
No, the next year. And then the year after that.
I'm sorry. I was going to say 2 years later and then the year after that, but it was, yeah. So, you know, I think it was a flat-footed punch and kick match with their big moves sprinkled in, because, like you said, Heyman. But Goldberg hits a spear, and then Roman Reigns just immediately turns a jackhammer into a rock bottom, and Reigns hits a Superman punch, but then Goldberg spears him again. And at one point, you see Roman Reigns got a face like Goldberg's head was bleeding again. Does he get busted open somehow hard way in every match he has?
He was bleeding also, I think, from his shoulder at one point. So, yeah, I think so. I had the same thought while watching the match.
God, it's like Steen one time. We wanted to put him as somebody in Ring of Honor in a First Blood match, right? And he called us, me and Delirious. He said, well, I have a skin condition. Some of my armpit bleeds randomly sometimes. What? Yeah, well, so maybe it wouldn't be good me to be in a First Blood match. I'm like, what the? Just wear a goddamn t-shirt. Anyway, so Reigns gets a front face lock, and I see that Goldberg's head's bleeding again, and Reigns is holding it, and that was it. So, I mean, I know he's 52, and yeah, but still, it's kind of like Dick the Bruiser. Flat-footed punch and kick. Let's go out on the floor for a second, rattle each other around the table and the rail, back in, couple big moves, and he just choked Goldberg out, and that is kind of a flat way to beat fucking Goldberg. But since this was the last match on his contract, once again, do you think are they going to close the chapter by the last time you see Goldberg in a WWE ring is getting choked out by Roman Reigns, and then in a year and a half, they got to bring him back, and they write another chapter on the end of the book they've already closed and add that on like a fucking screen door on a submarine or
In terms of wrestling, we never got the payoff to the thing. Was it last time in Saudi Arabia, Goldberg and Lashley, where they beat up Goldberg's son?
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, so we never got the payoff. We don't know if Goldberg will just be back the next time, you know, the Saudis want him. It's hard to say, like, what do you do with him? He is the kind of guy as a name that you would think, oh, we should position something special for him at WrestleMania, but the law of diminishing returns, as you said, and as we're going to say a lot, when it comes to some of this stuff, you've seen him so often. When was the last time he won a match? What are you going to do with him? And I actually thought, you could say the finish was flat-footed and you wouldn't be wrong, but I actually thought it was kind of depressing. You don't want to see Dick the Bruiser get choked out. Well, that's not the way you want to see him go. Yeah, I mean, beyond it just being a flat finish, considering who was in it, it's not the way you want to see it end. So I don't think it'll be the last time we see him.
Yeah, and it just, nobody was ready for it to happen because most of the time, the other problem kicks in and the matches go too long and wear out their welcome. This was, could it have been 6 minutes? The entrances were longer.
And it was exactly the match you thought it would be. Big move match. That's what you have to do with Goldberg.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It should have been a big move that flattened him for a 1-2-3 decisive victory for Roman Reigns. I can understand that, but just grabbing it and holding it and he don't get out of it, it was not only decisive, but it was flat. It was boring. It was kind of like,
Is that what it was like?
It was kind of like, It wasn't really, It was Raw on Monday, the opening segment. Out comes Klondike Brock again. I'm not getting tired of seeing him gimmick to the hilt in the lumberjack shirt or coat or whatever with the other thing underneath it and the jeans and the black cowboy hat and the pigtails or all the different things. And he's shaking children's hands and smiling. And he was laughing and said to the people, "Thank you very kindly for his ovation. I appreciate it." What is with this new happy Brock? Has he been sipping out of Happy Corbin's flask, you think?
This is what happens when you get to work one day a week and fly home to Saskatchewan and kill animals. You come back and you're very happy.
I don't know. Working one day a week for millions of dollars, he might be smiling, but then having to fly back home to Saskatchewan. But I guess he does it on purpose. Anyway, before I get too used to Brock Lesnar laughing and smiling and hugging children, Heyman interrupts just in time. And he comes out and starts to do his introduction. "Ladies and gentlemen, my name is," but Brock cuts him off and shuts him up. And the people start chanting, "You suck, you suck." And Paul, he said, "The special counsel for the tribal chief does not suck." Apparently, the gist of this promo was to be that they're putting a lot of emphasis on the Madison Square Garden house show event. It's March the 5th. Same day my rest of my variant action figures go on sale at JimCornette.com. They're celebrating that occasion by having a big event at Madison Square Garden. And Brock was booked against Lashley. But now Lashley is hurt from the last time he was booked against Brock. So they want to plug the Madison Square Garden show because last time they were shooting deer in the balcony. And, the
Vince panicked. And Vince panicked. Yeah.
The antipathy showed by the New York crowd has not been matched since they brought in Gorgeous George in 1949. So now they're wanting to plug this house show, and now their main events tore up. So Paul E is out there with the point to make, apparently, that Lashley hasn't passed the medical, and Paul Heyman is going to make sure that Brock has a great opponent at Madison Square Garden. And somehow Brock was supposed to respond to Paul that he's doing fine without Heyman, and he's going to be in Hershey for SmackDown on Friday night when Paul and Reigns are there. But did you feel like there were two different conversations going on here, and that Paul Heyman was not getting the lines back from Brock that he was looking for in order to impart his information, so he had to kind of switch things up on the fly? I mean, Brock almost lost it at one point, but he got it back when he called Paul a dick. But otherwise, it was two different conversations. Was that just me?
Maybe a little. I mean, usually speaking for Brock is Paul Heyman, so unless he was going to do a promo at himself, I don't know what else he was going to do. Brock does have some limitations.
It's sometimes he just tries to speak and it just alien words come out. But anyway, it was okay. So basically what we know is that they're all going to be at SmackDown Friday night. And again, where is the reasoning that they have two world champions? Because the networks want their own champion, but now they've got these guys bouncing back and forth between the shows all the time because if they're main event guys, the network wants them, I would think. Speaking of questions we wouldn't like the answers to, that was followed on the program by Naomi and Sasha against Mella and Zelina. Happy Corbin and Mosh Pit Jones played poker with a bunch of job guys. Drew McIntyre wrestled Jinder Mahal. and did a promo about Happy and Mosh Pit. Booger played guitar so Shaky Nakamura could have epileptic seizures, but the Usos jumped him and beat them both up in the aisleway. And then I guess somebody just came out with a spatula and carried him off, because then the Usos and Reigns and Heyman came out so we could actually start paying attention to the show again. So obviously this promo was about Madison Square Garden and particularly WrestleMania. But in this case, and I wasn't disappointed, Heyman just did the fills. He just did, "Oh yes, my tribal chief," and was in the background, and Reigns took center stage on this, and he did a great fucking job. Just excellent. His voice and his inflections and the way that he makes it sound natural, along with being a grown adult man, you know, is why he looks like a fucking star and is taken as a star. And so he took this and sounds, you know, more sincere than almost anybody else in what he's doing, not just in this company, especially with all the other canned scripted shit, but of everybody. And is what he's going to do to Brock Lesnar, and he will acknowledge me. And boom. And, you know, again, I wasn't disappointed. Normally I would be not getting to hear Heyman, but Reigns did such a good job with this. What'd you think?
I can't add too much more to that either. Roman Reigns is on top of his game as far as control and everything he does in a promo and a match, and this was more of what we've seen. And for once, I'm happy it was just a promo with no angle. Beyond the Big E injury and the match with the New Day and the Vince's British Dream, I don't know what this other team is. Did you see any of other? Did you ruin the English language? Did you see any of the other clips on SmackDown?
I was studying English and being a cunning linguist. Speaking of people who have a tenuous grasp of the English language, Brock Lesnar. No, they did a really nice, did you see at the top of the program, a nice package on the Reigns and Brock Madison Square Garden angle. Yeah, and it was better than Raw's. They edited it differently. They didn't do all those freeze frames that kind of aggravated you. They made the bumps seem more vicious. There were way too many chair shots, even for Brock. If there's one guy I'd believe you could hit with a chair 7 or 8 times and get back up, it's Brock Lesnar. But still. But I guess they had to make it different for the two different networks, but SmackDown won that competition, the package competition. SmackDown takes it. But the Brock in-ring interview that started the show, he's better by himself verbally on the microphone than I thought he would be, but they did the pretty smart thing here. He got it out. It was short and sweet, got it over with, calls Roman Reigns out and starts yelling for blood, because Brock Lesnar, speaking like a normal person, it doesn't do his aura that many favors. So when he gets to the violence and the screaming, "I want your blood," that's the way to portray Brock. And he got it. Blood for blood. And then here comes Heyman to take the temperature down. Yes, that's the Paul's presence can always calm people when emotions are getting heated. Heyman walks in the room instantly. It's like Mother Teresa walked in.
Even when he's the one who pissed you off in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. Because he's had 30 years of experience calming people down that were pissed at him. But he said, Roman Reigns isn't here tonight for your protection and blah, blah, blah. They're building WrestleMania. And really, after that package, they just needed this little bit of, this was just to juice it up a little bit. Nothing needed to happen. But Brock says, well, who's going to protect you? And then Paul gets the look on his face, and he turned around. I don't know that I've ever seen anything before that could be described as a high-speed waddle. Did you love that? And Paul's so good, but also Paul is so unathletic, and I've known both of those things to be true for 30 years that I'm not sure whether he was working that run or that's the way he runs. God damn, it was great. he goes straight out back to the car and jumps in the car, and Brock runs through, beats up some security guys, and chases him out the back door. It looked like one of those fucking the Blair Witch videos on the way out. They made it, which was good. It was not planned. They had one camera follow as far as it could, and it was out of focus and everything. I liked it.
It is an interesting dichotomy that when AEW put their world title on Adam Page, their cowboy character, all of a sudden Brock Lesnar is wearing the cowboy hat, and he's their champion over here on this show. It is an interesting comparison between the two.
Well, and also he lives out there in Saskatchewan with all the cattle, and Paige lives in Virginia with all the lovers. Yeah, Brock Lesnar looks like he would. Adam Page looks like one of Brock Lesnar's sperms. It's the only way to really describe that. It's like, what do they have those memes where they go, this is what you ordered on online and this is what you got. If you're talking fucking cowboy, and now we'll talk about this here in a second. Now that Steve Austin's back around, I'm sorry, God damn it, you stand Brock Lesnar next to Steve Austin, next to Adam Page and the Hardley Boys, and say, okay, here's the two fucking groups of stars in the two different wrestling promotions. It's fucking comical. The SmackDown segment that I wanted to see, and this was worth the price of admission alone, as they used to say. Apparently on SmackDown Friday night while we were getting tornadoes, Reigns and Heyman are in the ring, and I wish I could have seen this whole thing because it looks like Heyman was fantastic. But Reigns and Heyman are in the ring with the Usos. They're doing the promo, and Heyman gets the news on his cell phone that Brock has had weather issues in Saskatoon or wherever he's at, and he won't be able to be there. And then Reigns goes on about how I was going to smash him. I was going to beat him up. I'm going to make him bleed like I did, make him bleed all over New York City. Just all this shit. And then wait a minute. Paul gets an update. He's tapping him. What? He's just landed. He's on his way here. And Paul Heyman is freaking out. And Reigns hears this. And he goes, well, I tell you what. You're going to wrap it up and take it home, and hands Paul the microphone, and he and the rest of his guys take off. And they're getting in the SUV in the back, and here comes Brock driving a forklift. Now, they were at the big building in Charlotte, and it's a bit away from the fucking airport. And then you've got to find the keys to the forklift. So there was a little dramatic license here by the time they got in the back to leave. But nevertheless, Brock comes in with the forklift, trashes their SUV. They jump in another vehicle, and as they're driving off, Brock tears the door off that car, brings it back out to the ring, throws the fucking car door around, and swears that he wants Roman Reigns' blood. Now that's a fucking wrestling angle. I wish I'd seen the whole thing instead of the 2-minute recap.
I saw the whole thing. Now that you mention it, I was watching SmackDown.
Well,
until you remind me.
To your mind.
Well, I have different things on in the background on different monitors here, so I always forget. But I thought,
you're constantly watching for news from control headquarters on those monitors.
Well, there's news, there's stocks, there's crypto, there's all sorts of things happening over here. But I'm with you. From the moment he rips the door off on, I thought it was a bit over the top for him to fucking hit the car with whatever that is, a forklift, almost murdering everyone in it. That to me is a bit ridiculous. Where the fuck did he get it? Was he just sitting back there? I mean,
no, actually, there are forklifts sitting back in those arenas. Whether you know how to drive one or can find the keys to it or whatever is a different story, but you can find a forklift anytime you want one.
And he decided he didn't want to go home to Sable. He decided he wanted to go to prison. No, I mean, other than that, I was cool with it. I'm okay. It's really cool watching him rip the door off. And of course, everyone loves watching him kick the shit out of multiple people. But I thought that was a bit over the top and unnecessary over the top.
They're running out of vehicles because when Stone Cold and the beer truck got over so good, then they had to have Kurt Angle in the milk truck. Then who had did Austin have a Zamboni too?
Yes, he did.
Yes, because
for a while that was his gimmick, that he could just drive anything.
Well, yeah, but he couldn't drive the Zamboni. I think it was the Zamboni. Which one did he hit the ring with and actually moved the ring because he couldn't stop it in time?
The beer truck was the one that clipped the bottom of the Titantron. Well, it wasn't a Titantron yet, the screen there. The Zamboni may have been the one that moved the ring, though.
There was one he ran straight into the ring, but I mean, they're running out of shit for guys to drive. And now next week on Dynamite, on the other channel, the Hardley boys are going to come in their souped up tricycles with the fucking ribbons they won for the tricycle decorating contest at the county fair, but they're running out of vehicles for wrestlers to drive. Did you watch any SmackDown?
I did, and I want to commend my current cable company, Xfinity, because the fast forward function, once you DVR certain shows, it has, I think it's like Smart Stop, where you can press fast forward and it'll stop at the end of the commercial break. So you can see if you want to keep fast forwarding or watch what's there. So I got to skip past a lot of stuff, but I think I saw all the important stuff.
Well, see, I don't have what you call the smart fast forward. I've just got a fast forward button that I don't fucking press again until I see somebody that I might be interested in. So this thing's going by at a high rate of speed. This was SmackDown for March 25th, and the reason, obviously, we can include this today is because we're recording on Saturday for once. Well, once in a great while we do this, but because of all the various other scheduling issues, so we get the SmackDown in. They've got a week to go to 2 nights in a stadium that seats, well, however many it seats that they're going to claim they have 80,000 people in each night or more. And did the only interaction between anybody on this program that's going to draw any money, sell any tickets, or have any interest, this was like a 2-hour Zoom call, wasn't it? Where all the opponents just appeared on a screen. Sometimes they'd switch places. Guy in the ring, the guy backstage on the screen with the guy in the ring goes backstage. But wait a minute, the guy backstage now's in the ring. And the guy in the ring is on the screen backstage.
When it just suddenly, without warning, goes to a recap package. You're like, wait, I think I was watching a live show. What just happened?
Yes,
like, this is like 5 minutes.
That's good. That's when Ronda Rousey came to the ring and then went to a commercial break. And when they came back, 5 minutes of package and shit. Where was Ronda? And then they come back and there she's in the ring and their music's playing. Like that it just happened seconds before. It had been like 7 minutes since she walked out there. And you know they just had her walk down the aisle and then they either sent her back and sent her back out, or they had her sit there at ringside for 5 minutes like a goddamn lump on a log. But yeah, things just, it was a Zoom call. Lots of angry words were exchanged over modern technology. It started out with the package of last week's forklift incident with Brock and Roman Reigns, and they're supposed to both be here live tonight, right? That's the selling point of SmackDown. After everything that's happened between Brock Lesnar and Roman Reigns over the last couple of weeks, they're going to both be here live tonight. And the first thing that we see is old Cowboy Brock standing in a kind of a stilted position outside Roman Reigns' locker room so you can see the name on the door. And he acquiesces to be interviewed by, what's girl backstage interviewer's name?
Kayla Braxton.
Okay.
She's good. I got to say, she's good at what she does.
Well, but again, the last time we saw this fucking lunatic maniac, he's driving a forklift into a SUV, and now he's just standing there wearing a cowboy hat, smiling and being interviewed outside the locker room. But he's got fish to fry, Brock does, and she says that he shouldn't be there because he can't have contact, according to the management, with Roman Reigns unless he's provoked. So Brock goes into Roman Reigns' locker room to wait for a good provoking. and puts his feet up on the coffee table and breaks the table, and he's there in Roman Reigns' locker room. And that's the way we start the program. Okay, shit's going to go on. Roman Reigns ain't going to like this.
Although, if I have to be honest, my first thought was, he's breaking shit. It's the building stuff. It's not Roman Reigns' stuff. He doesn't give a shit. He's going to be there for an hour.
You're thinking too deep. It's the craft services catering, and it's the arena's coffee table and desk lamp and etc. And it's, again, we go back to the catering's champagne, but nevertheless, Roman Reigns doesn't want to be disrespected, right? And these buildings, by the way, they will charge you for that stuff. Every time we left the Knoxville Civic Coliseum back in the Smoky Mountain days, the next show they would charge us for a chair if we broke it. But anyway, so after Brock puts his feet up in Roman Reigns' locker room, they start the show, and we go back to bad, boring, fake, and emotionless, passionless wrestling for 45 minutes. They're on live television. Okay, I can buy that maybe they might be a couple minutes late, even though back in the old days, talent call for a WWE television was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. But they're on the air live for 45 minutes, and suddenly pops up on the screen Paul Heyman and Roman Reigns. They're in their limo. They're not at the building yet. They've been driving around New York City all day, went to Del Frisco's, taking care of some business. They must not have been worried about New York City traffic, because either they were drastically late getting to the arena because of the New York traffic, or they're just cutting it really close. And what, Brian, you know, a traffic jam up there, you could be sitting somewhere same block for 2 hours. They seemed relaxed for a situation like that.
Absolutely.
And also, they happened to have a camera hooked up for a live remote in a limousine.
Who does?
That was fortuitous. This was not like a fucking Skype call on their cell phone. This was a professional video signal from allegedly the back of a vehicle that's somewhere in New York, which requires a satellite uplink to feed to the truck at the origination point of the live telecast so that they can feed that self-same video signal back to the goddamn Titantron so people can see it. And they said, well, boy, when we get there, whenever that may be, Brock, you need to get out of my locker room. I'm going to put your head through the wall. And we come out of that again. I understand not actually coming out and having the fight that you want people to pay for. But is it in any way believable or legitimate that the stars of this live television program emanating from a major arena in the New York metropolitan area wouldn't be in the building an hour after the fucking show started? I'm just asking. And speaking of baby faces, by the way, after the that interview, Brock is still in the locker room and he's running out of stuff to break because I think he broke the lamp and a bottle and something else. But then they did another 40 minutes of bad, boring, fake wrestling. And you mentioned during that 40 minutes, Rhea Ripley was in a 6-girl tag. Stand Rhea Ripley next to Ronda Rousey. Get a good picture of both of them standing there together and tell me, except for the name recognition for her past accomplishments, who needs to be the movie star and who needs to go back to farming chickens? Finally, at the end of the program, Roman Reigns' limo pulls in the back and out gets Heyman, and he's shitting himself because he's worried, and out gets Roman. Paulie says, I'm feeling a little ill. And they go to the break. There are 15 minutes left in this live network television program, and the star of the show just pulled in the back. I mean, try Give us some, even if it was against their will that they were delayed by traffic in New York, people would believe that. But just give us something. You're doing an angle that everybody's seeing ahead of time coming a mile away because you've done it a million times, or versions of it or variations of it. Everybody shows up late. Everybody gets in a goddamn pickle, and about whatever the case. So with 15 minutes left into the show, finally, here comes Roman Reigns' entrance, and then there's the entrance, and there's 5 minutes of crowd milking. Like I said, we used to have to get there to 1 in the afternoon. One time, I ate 3 meals in an arena with the WWF. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. But he can just show up anytime. So Reigns gets in the ring and says if Brock is still in his locker room, and once again, Roman Reigns and Brock Lesnar are the 2 biggest stars in the wrestling business today. 2 biggest box office attractions. And Paul Heyman is a goddamn genius orator and the greatest, not just promo, the greatest actor of his generation. I love all these people, but this whole premise was stupid. If Brock is still in Roman Reigns' locker room, he's going to come back and smash him. You just passed your locker room on the way to come out to the fucking ring. You could have checked. Then they have a shot of the locker room, which has been trashed, but Brock's not in it. Oh, wait. A Zoom call, Brock is on the screen in the back smashing Roman Reigns' SUV with a pickaxe. We've seen this on every promotions television multiple times now. Why don't you get a rental from fucking Budget?
Hey, why isn't it a rental if he's in New York? He doesn't live in New York.
Well, obviously it is a rental, which again, in the territory days, when you would do an angle where you would trash some guy's car, the fans knew it was the guy's car because the guy drove the car to the matches every week, right? Or maybe he just won it in the tournament that they had right in front of them, and then they smashed the windshield or whatever. But now the obviously rented car service, it's fucking Joe's Discount Car Service's problem. But there's Brock bashing the shit out of the SUV. Roman Reigns, hey, no problem, I got 4 of them. Are they all 4 in Pensacola where you live? Wasn't that a long drive to bring one of them? Blah, blah, blah. Then Brock starts walking. And Brock comes in from the crowd. And while Reigns and Heyman are looking down the entranceway, Brock comes in from behind from the crowd, but Paul sees him. Oh my God. Brock stands up on the desk. So everybody in the building, this is a great visual. Brock's on the desk, Reigns and Heyman in the ring. Here comes security running out. Brock goes and gets a chair, and security tries to get in between him and the ring, and Brock beats the shit out of all those security guys with chair shots while Reigns and Paul take off and Brock clears out ringside. And then when Brock clears off ringside, Roman Reigns is on the screen again with a final word. Well, Brock, God damn it, they just kept changing places all fucking night. I don't know if this was the equivalent of Steve Austin in the beer truck, of getting people to talk about a subject or a big match or an issue or whatever. Do you?
I said it the other day, and I saw very little pushback. There, to me, is such little buzz about WrestleMania, and they've done such a poor job of building up everything, besides telling us it's the most stupendous and the biggest match of all time. It doesn't feel like that in any way. And the build-up is part of the reason. You're right. Charlotte shows up on that video screen from some studio to confront Ronda in the ring. And then Brock and Roman. There were so many different... There was a camera phone. There was a camera backstage. I mean, they were on so many different formats. And just back and forth. And this isn't how I would build up matches.
We got to the Reigns, Heyman, and Usos in-ring promo next. And This I really started getting hot because Roman Reigns is great. What an attitude, what a voice, what a delivery, the facials. But the fans ruined this because they whatted him too much. It was distracting. He worked around it, but it was distracting. This, without the whatting, would have been it still was a great promo, but this, without the whatting, this is how to sell a match in pro wrestling verbally. It was serious. It made it important. It was personal. Talking about the way that Brock made him look in front of his family, and his kid did that. His family doubted him when he busted his head open before, blah, blah, blah. Except for the what shit, which 20 fucking years. And now they're doing it again because Austin's back.
They never stopped doing it.
Well, I mean, they never
That's the worst thing Steve Austin ever did to wrestling, was introducing that chant.
It's more now because it's on their mind. But here's what I was going to talk about with the Brock promo. The Brock promo was fine. And they played with him with the what too, and he, played back with him a little bit. And it's harder for the heel because Reigns, because they want to disrupt the heel, whereas they didn't want to necessarily disrupt Brock Lesnar. But did anybody even talk about, or did we notice, or did maybe the announcers cover it in one of the, the bumps to the break or an on camera or whatever? But they have been advertising for the past 2 or 3 weeks. What's going to happen in Madison Square Garden? Well, we know what happened. Well, what's going to happen when they're face-to-face on Raw or SmackDown or whatever? The forklifts and the pickaxes to the SUVs and the fucking chaos and the attacks and the Zoom calls that they're breaking in on. And then all of a sudden, both Reigns and Brock Lesnar are in this building together. They come out to the ring and do uninterrupted promos within an hour of each other, and there's no violence. Neither one of them says boo to the other. And a lot of people are, well, Cornette, you've always said sometimes they ought to just talk about it. We shouldn't see an angle every week. And that is true. But Brian Last, I propose this to you. I posit this theory to you. Did they book it backwards, having these guys in such a frenzy, at such a fever pitch, that they couldn't be in the same building without taking pickaxes and forklifts to each other last week and the week before the match? Well, then they do great promos, but they're coexisting in the same place at the same time. They put the cart before the horse. They booked in strange order. And a lot of that is due to Vince changing his mind all the time. I know, and that was the same way 25 years ago. We were locked into more things when we taped 4 weeks of Raw in one night. And that's when Vince was that legendary plan ahead guy. As soon as Raw got to be live every week, then the legendary plan ahead guy got shorter ahead until finally now it is what it is now, that they're changing the shit when they go in the production meeting before the show. But when you did 4 weeks of TV in a row or in a night, and it was on tape and it couldn't be fucked with, week one you might do the angle, whatever it is, between whoever it is. Then week two you might replay that angle to freshen it up in people's mind and announce that the match is going to take place. Or if you already announced that it's going to take place or where it's going to take place, that it has this extra stipulation or whatever the case. And then you let the guys talk about it, whether live or on tape or whatever. And Matt, in week 3, 2 weeks before the show, maybe then you freshen it up a little bit. Maybe if it was a heat angle, the babyface gets a little fucking hope spot back. And then the week before the go-home show, that's when you try to go for heavy heat, unless the heavy heat was to start, or you need to reinforce something, or whatever. And there's 18 million ways to do it, but you don't start out or get to the point where these guys are having to be held back like rabid dogs, and then you've still got more TV before the show. Because it's like, I've always said, like a referee bump, your clock is ticking. I use that phrase in wrestling school because before modern wrestling, when it just became accepted now that when the referee gets bumped by a shoulder tackle or whatever, he's going down, he's going to be down for 3 minutes or however long it takes to do whatever they want to do. In legitimate professional wrestling of the territory days and years gone by, yes, if the referee did get a finger poke in the eye, or a guy bowled him over with a shoulder tackle, or he got squished in the corner, as soon as he dropped, the heel's clock was ticking. And they have to commit the crime, the robbery, while the policeman is distracted, not knowing how long he's going to be distracted, so they have to look as if they are hurrying as fast as they can, and the business, whatever it may be, has to get done before the people in the arena who can see all this. They can still see the referee, even if he's down on the floor. They can see him at ringside. They see what's going on. When the referee has been down long enough that the attention of the people in the arena is starting to go back to him, like, well, wait a minute, how long is he going to be knocked down? That's counterproductive, because then their attention is being distracted from the fuck finish, from the cheating or the illegal tactic of the heel, who's got to get it done again as quickly as possible before the mind wanders of those fans over to, well, that guy ought to be up by now. And then they're getting pissed at this bullshit, and they're really not paying attention to what's going on in the ring. And then the whole thing becomes horse shit. So your crime clock is ticking when the referee goes down. In the same way, you're building tension to see a match with angles and promos and etc. It's like pulling a pin on a hand grenade. When you pull the pin on the hand grenade, you know you got 10 seconds. And there's drama, and there's tension. And if there was a clock on the screen, people by 3 and 2 are going, oh, shit, and your asshole's puckering. But then if the fucking thing don't explode, what if you had 30 seconds on that hand grenade? Or 60 seconds? Well, now if that hand grenade, the pin has been pulled, or the referee has been bumped, or a gimmick has been brought out, brass knucks, whatever, the gimmick is in play, your clock is ticking. It's all the same. All the tension and the drama that you're going to get from a hand grenade or from a foreign object or from a referee bump so he can't see a fuck finish or whatever the case is going to happen at the start. The longer it goes on, then the people are going to be, well, is that goddamn thing going to blow up? Well, it's been 60 seconds. Well, and then they started, well, it must be a dud. And then if it does blow up, they've already convinced themselves it's not going to. So then it's like, oh, I guess it blew up. Not, holy shit, it blew up. Everybody takes too long. And subliminally, people are seeing that, even if every fan in the audience doesn't understand why, that they don't care as much as they ought to. That's why. A lot of modern wrestling fans, the million or so that watch AEW for a weekly habit, they're conditioned to just watch whatever happens and it doesn't have to make sense. And they don't care that the guy's down for so long because they know he's supposed to be. But the other 9 or 10 million people that used to watch wrestling until they got run off by a horse shit like that, they're the ones that kind of care about that stuff. But now it's just normal. Oh, the referee gets bumped. If he was down for 3 minutes unconscious, he's probably going to wake up a vegetable. And nobody comes, the guy's laying there for 3 minutes. Do we know if he's breathing? Has he got oxygen? brain damage, whatever the fuck. It doesn't happen like that. Legitimately, a referee can be knocked down. It's happened as a shoot. Or he can get poked in the eye and can't see for a minute. It's happened as a shoot. It's believable because it's can happen and has. I've never seen anybody get knocked out for 4 minutes by a shoulder tackle and then be okay enough on the other side of it to roll in and count the 3 count. That's why everybody hates the Dusty finish now, because Dusty never had his refs take bumps for fucking 5 minutes. And Dusty usually piqued his hatred amongst his people that he was trying to sell tickets to their match, not for 3 weeks ahead of the match, but going into the match. So to bring that whole thing around full circle, I would have loved these promos by Reigns and Lesnar better if they'd taken place before they were actively saying, if I'm in the same place at the same time as you, I'm going to run you down with my fucking forklift. See what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying. I agree with you. It is weird that the last few episodes have always been, Reigns has been on the run from Lesnar, and I kept expecting Lesnar to come out. It didn't happen. One other note, because you really said everything there. You brought up Reigns' facial expressions. The most underrated one is the one of fear. When he was confident that Lesnar wasn't going to be there, they showed that highlight again from Smackdown, and then all of a sudden, he found out Lesnar was there. His face. He's right now the best guy in the business. The best top guy in the business.
Yeah. And it, you know, it's frustrating that we had that, he had that underneath there all along, and they tried to force feed him as a babyface all those years. But we talked about that when it was happening. But anyway, that's my summation of the whole Lesnar Reigns thing. Is it looks like it started out at hatred and has peaked at, minor pissedness. Their emotions are going backwards.
Jim, I did say before that I thought the Vince McMahon, Steve Austin thing should have been the close of night 2. That should have been the ending of WrestleMania. Even though traditionally the world title match should be. Of course, it wasn't the ending. There was more of WrestleMania.
Well, and they were in kind of a sticky situation here because I agree, Vince McMahon and Steve Austin in the ring together for the first time in almost 20 years should have closed the show, but they couldn't put the match on that got us to that point after the Roman Reigns Brock Lesnar match. So I see what their dilemma was. But this is the one that drew the money. This is the one we've been waiting to see. And remember, Brian, just the last week or two, I said a lot of times in fans' minds, when they hear a matchup, they think they want to see it more than they actually do when they see it.
Yeah.
Well, I was victim of the same thing because I've been thinking, okay, I want to see Reigns and Brock. And now that I saw both nights, I wanted to see Cody and Seth. I didn't know I wanted to see Becky and Bianca, but I enjoyed it. I wanted to see what was going to go on with Vince and Austin and Theory and whatever. But this is the match they sold it on. I think I've kind of seen this match. Is that the way it came off to you? It wasn't. These guys don't need to go a long time. They don't need to have a 30-minute match and an intricate scientific extravaganza. That's neither one of these guys' style. And this was a Paul Heyman spectacular, the big guys with the big moves that are over, pulling them out in unexpected ways. But I feel like at this point that we've kind of seen this match. Did you feel the same way? Even though we haven't, I mean, they've wrestled, 2 or 3 years ago?
They wrestled at WrestleMania. Wasn't that the match where the report was, could be wrong, wasn't it Roman versus Brock, where Roman didn't win the belt and Sika and a few other people in the crowd? The report was they got really upset and were going to tear things up.
Yes, and what was that, New Orleans?
I thought that was the Bay Area.
Might have been San Francisco.
But
I always want everything to happen in New Orleans.
I know, I don't understand this, but we've seen this kind of match, and actually I thought, for me, and again, I was a little tired. Night 1 was good. Night 2, not as good, and we just saw an incredible moment. Wasn't really ready for this match, and this was all that was left. And it brought back bad memories of, for a while, Brock was doing... I thought Brock was relying too much on the Suplex City shit of just throwing the guy overhead and then doing it again over and over. And the guy I always think about in my head, him doing that to the most, is Roman. And here he was doing it again.
Well, at the start of the match, by the way, did you notice, is Paul now coloring what's left of his hair?
I believe he did, yeah.
Because it seemed like normally when I see him, his hair kind of fades gradually into his bald spot, which is the majority of his head. But here there was a clear line of demarcation between jet black hair and white bald skin. This is title versus title. And that's another reason why a unification match is always a big deal. They back in the 70s when they did some with the NWA and WWF titles with Dusty and Superstar Graham and Harley and Superstar. That was a big deal to the fans who were not even smart back then, that there was no way either one of those belts was going to change hands. But it was a unification. The two champions, we're going to settle this. That's always a big deal. I thought it hurt it that they're fighting for two identical championship belts. They're just different colors. Just the big jeweled W. The belts are all they all look the same, just different colors for their different brands. So that kind of hurt. But this was a fight. It was big guys, and it was the kind of match they need to have. Again, it's not like either one of these guys need to be doing flying head scissors. And and they had the big high impact moments. Paulie's begging off from Brock on the floor. It was all Roman Reigns' idea. I didn't have anything to do with it. I love you. And then Reigns comes and spears Brock through the barricade. And Brock barely beats the count, and he gets hit with a spear by Reigns, and 2 count. And Reigns comes with the Superman punches, but Brock gets up and starts the Germans, 3 Germans, 4 Germans. More Germans than they had on Hogan's Heroes. And they just went back and forth with big moves. Brock got the F5 in finally for a 2 count. Went for another F5. Roman goes for now everybody is going for the eyes. Have you noticed this? How many times have you seen this over this week? When somebody gets picked up for a finish, they reach down and gouge the eyes. Well, imagine that. Who could have ever thought of that? That'd be the first thing I'd think of. Motherfucker, I'll blind your ass. He speared Brock into the referee and then hit Brock with a nut shot and then hit Brock with the title belt and got a 2 count when the referee came back around. And then he hit the ropes. This is the one. Remember the other spear in the back on Lashley and Almost. Reigns hits the ropes. Lesnar is in the middle of the ring staggering. Reigns hits the ropes one side, goes to the other side, hits those, comes off like Brock is going to turn around and he's going to spear him. I think Brock thought that he was coming off one more side of the ropes. And I think that Roman was going for the spear and realized about the point of no return that he's going to spear Brock in the back, but he speared him in the back. And then on the second spear, as soon as he got speared, Brock grabbed a double wrist lock, the Kimura, the young folks call it. Luthez's favorite hold. And Reigns made the ropes. The thing about, as we've talked about, it is the big high impact, match that they lay out with guys like this, and they just hit things one after another. But in this, Brock is proving he not only can sell much better than anybody gives him credit for. I'm not just talking selling by going down, taking a bump. I'm talking facially and showing the pain, and you can hear the pain. But his work, so after all this time, has he wrestled more than 10 times in any calendar year since the late 2000s?
If he has, it would be just slightly over that amount.
So his work is still surprisingly good for a guy that doesn't do this very often.
whatever you want to say about Brock, it seems like he's always taken his stuff, especially since he made a comeback, takes his stuff seriously. He never goes in there and dogs it. His stuff is serious.
No, and even when, and he's said that he didn't like the business back in, remember when he quit the first time, he didn't want to be like one of those old guys, broke down and he's drinking vodka and blah, 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 and limping to his plane to go home at night, just like all of us did back in the old days, limp to our plane and then fly home. But he never got in the ring and did silly bullshit or did anything to make it look to the people like he didn't give a shit about the business or care about it or make it look phony or whatever. We've never said that about him, just that he was not enamored of the business as a lifestyle to begin with. But he's always, and it just makes sense. If he's the top guy in a hard sport, then that makes him look better than if he's the top guy in a bunch of bullshit. So that's another reason why the main event stars not only always try to take care of the ones who deserve to be main event stars, not the ones that are put there by amateur bookers, always try to make the business look serious and dangerous and etc., because it makes them look better. They're on top of it. If you reign supreme in a bunch of fucking phony bullshit, then you're just the top phony bullshitter. However, having said that, at that point, Paul is begging for Roman Reigns to get up, my tribal chief. Get up. What a fucking toady he is. I love him. And Lesnar goes for another F5 and Reigns drops behind and hits him with a spear. 1, 2, 3. This shit comes out of nowhere more often than not anymore.
Well, I will say, apparently Roman Reigns was legitimately hurt, so they went to the finish early, is what I'm hearing.
Oh, okay. When did this come in? I have not been made aware of this.
Remember when he said my shoulder's out? Apparently his shoulder was out.
Oh, shit. Well, then he was telling the truth, wasn't he? So, what took his shoulder out? Which move, then, do we suspect? Because it was right before that. Was it the double wrist lock?
It may have been the Kimura, yeah.
Did he fucking double wrist lock Roman Reigns and pop his shoulder out of the socket? Brock must have had a flashback to the NCAA tournament. It don't take much, and that's why the double wrist lock is the go-to move for every shooter and hooker since the dawn of wrestling, because it doesn't take much at all. I could probably, if he would allow me to apply it to him, I'm not saying I'd get it on my own, but if he say, hey, put this hold on me, I could probably, if I strained hard, pop Roman Reigns' shoulder out with a double wrist lock, because it don't take much. So, well, maybe that's why it was a little sudden. But I thought that after all the stuff that had gone on, Brock goes for the F5, Reigns drops behind, hits the rope, spears him 1, 2, 3, but it was the only winner possible. Brock is part-time. Reigns, they've had so much invested in. He's the face of the company. So the result was the right thing to do. Maybe we shouldn't be too hard on the match if they had more to go. Now I got to go back and watch.
Yeah,
and see.
me too.
I thought that he was just talking to Paul and working, but if he's yeah, now my shoulder's out. I'll be done for the evening over here. Thank you. Nice of you to come. Please tip the waitress on the way out.
I thought the same thing, and then when he was trying to lift the belt with both hands and he was struggling, I said, oh, wow, he's doing a great job of selling here.
You know what? I didn't even pay any attention to that part.
He tried to lift, one belt in each arm, and he couldn't get the one arm up, and he struggled with it, and eventually he got it, which made me think, oh, okay, he's doing a good job of selling it. And then this morning I've seen reports, and we got to look further into it to make sure that he may have legitimately been hurt.
Well, if he was struggling to lift that belt up when he just won the main event at WrestleMania over Brock Lesnar, I think even if he's a pro, he probably wasn't selling on purpose at that point. And he may have done more damage doing that. Because if the last thing you want to do with a separated shoulder or a bad AC joint or whatever is lift your arm straight up in the air. That's the last thing you want to be trying to do. Well, there you go. Hey, we don't need no stinking operations. We'll just pop it back in ourselves.
Well, that was WrestleMania.
It certainly was. And, I think if they'd have eliminated, and obviously if they'd gone to one night, they would have lost millions of dollars in the gross and et cetera, but just judging purely on the quality of the show, there was a good 4 hours, a really good 4 hour show in the middle of that 8 hours. And if they'd just gone with more of the good stuff and less of the bad stuff, that could have been one of the better shows that they've done in years and years and years. But spread out over 2 days with the time, and then throwing in Johnny Knoxville and Almost and a couple other things, it got brutal there for a while. And then Sasha Banks wrestled Liv Morgan.
Even I only had so much time.
Yeah, and then here came, I don't know what. Like I said, thank God Walter was on this program, but at least it was less wrestling than we had to watch the last few weeks. But here comes Reigns and Heyman and the Usos, and this is always good. And this was good to a point. A great Roman Reigns promo. Did Paul say a word this week? I guess he's resting.
He's been talking less and less since he's been back with Roman Reigns.
Well, that's good. Reigns is A, good at it, and B, I'm sure that Paul probably, his cardio is not what it once was, so he's got to rest for a few weeks every time he does a promo. Great Roman Reigns promo. He's got 2 titles. Now he wants the Usos to have 2. He wants them to unify the tag team title and wants them to bring him the Raw tag team titles as well. And then suddenly, here comes Shaky Nakamura. The music, and he does his whole entrance and gets up in the ring, and Reigns is looking there bemused, and they go face to face, and old Shaky starts to say something, and Reigns just clamps his hand on the microphone and stops him and says, "Hey, I know you need help. I'm gonna be a benevolent tribal chief," or however he phrased it. I mean, he's so condescending. It's great, but he offered him to help Shaky with what he wanted, and he gives him a big hug, and then the Usos double super kick Shaky, and down he goes, and they play the music, and we're off the air. What was that about?
Well, I assume they're setting up Nakamura versus Roman Reigns for maybe Backlash.
Seriously?
Why else would you do this and leave it hanging like that?
That's why I would think that Vince McMahon, if somebody pitched the idea of Roman Reigns versus Shaky Nakamura on pay-per-view, I would think that he would call somewhere the local state authorities and have that person committed rather than do an angle for it.
Well, there's also another problem. There aren't that many guys to program with Roman Reigns right now. It's not the time for Cody. He just did something with Seth Rollins. I don't know when Brock's coming back. It may be for a rematch soon, or it may not be. We really don't know. Drew McIntyre is completely cooled off. Big E's out of action, maybe for good. We don't know. Who is there to really program Roman Reigns with right now?
You know what then I would advise to Vince McMahon? Fire the writers. That's why you're in this situation. There's all kinds of wrestlers out there. They haven't written for them and allowed them to go away. Or who's in charge of your talent relations? They've fired a bunch of wrestlers that are over on the other channel. Every once in a while, you see them. They do well when they're visible. Whose fault is that? And whose fault is your fucking, well, I know whose fault he thinks his developmental is. But the real fault of the developmental is whoever's been running it for the last 6 months that didn't, instead of changing it, I will agree, there were too many smaller guys that were never going to make the main roster. But NXT was a good wrestling program, or a better wrestling program than the other ones. And at least was, in some cases, a place where if a person had natural ability and the ability to listen and learn and understand things, and not just be a mark or a spot monkey, you could advance your game there. but now it's turned into a fucking psychedelic protoplasm of greenness and bad 90s gimmicks. Come to think of it, I think you ought to fire everybody. The writers, the producers, the creators, the talent relations people. Well, not the producers. It's probably not their fault. Just the writers, the talent relations people.
Well, if you're going to clean house, you got to clean house.
Well, in that case, why don't you know what they ought to do? They ought to just trade. Vince ought to just call Tony Khan and say, Tony, let's just trade companies. I'll give you mine, you give me yours.
You know, this should be talent trades when you have a contract, when you have a guy and you have a couple of years to go into contract and you just either don't want to use him, you're not going to use him, or you just don't think there's anything there. It's too bad there isn't a relationship where you can go, hey, Tony, do you have anyone with the same length of contract left? Let's trade contracts.
Yeah. Oh my God. In OVW and developmental, I couldn't get them. I couldn't twist their arm and talk them into calling up people that I thought were ready. But God damn it, there were people a number of times that I couldn't get rid of to save my life when I would like, please, if you can't take them, then fire them. But I don't have anything else for them. They've been here forever. Anyway, that was SmackDown. And you also missed Jey Uso versus Riddle, Brian. That's terrible. Because actually, I did too. After you put over RK Bros tag team match last week, I thought, well, I'll watch, because I thought it was going to be a tag match coming up. I'll watch Riddle and Orton, right? And it turned out to be Riddle against Jey Uso, and I said, And also it lasted forever, and Riddle still annoys me. So he won. He converted a splash off the top rope into a small package. Have you ever seen that before?
A splash off the top rope to a downed opponent?
Yes.
Into a small I'm not sure.
Because if Riddle's down, Uso comes off the top, Riddle lifts his knees, Uso lands on the knees and rolls right over into a small package. It didn't look real, but it was nifty. But that wouldn't happen that way if you actually were trying to do any of those things, but it looked nifty. Let's see. Roman Reigns was in his locker room with the Wise Man and the Usos, and he's not happy about Uso losing. And then Heyman comes and says, well, you have a guest, a visitor. Sami Zayn wants to see you. And honestly, this was worth watching for 2 minutes. It's not going to mean anything in the booking or the wrestling story, and nobody's going to care. But Sami Zayn is a great little suck-up toady, and he was well-spoken and got this whole sales pitch out about, he's stooging Drew McIntyre and RK Bro for talking behind Roman Reigns' back, and he's sucking up to Roman for help in beating Drew, and he'll in turn be a help to Roman somehow in return. Sami Zayn, again, good suck-up toady. But there you go. Did you watch the contract signing between RK Bro and the Usos? And the question is that I derive from this, are there only 2 teams? Are there only 2 tag teams in this fucking company? I had more variety in Smoky Mountain Wrestling. I had 16 guys in the territory.
I was riding the fast forward button by this point, and I stopped it because I told you the next time you see RK Bro in a straight tag team match, watch the match. Let me know what you think. Like, evaluate it fairly. So I said, let me see what this is. And then I saw it was the contract signing. I was like, and I didn't even remember who they're feuding with. And then I saw it was the Usos. And I'm like, like, it's okay when they're out there with Roman Reigns standing behind them, but I don't want to see them wrestle anymore. They need to take a break for a while.
Well, this is the
same tag team. It's the same 4 tag teams always in rotation. These guys, the Street Profits, and whoever the 4th in the mix is, the Vikings.
The Vikings, or there's usually some other jerk-off team. But it's just the same teams over and over and over again. Here's the problem with the Usos, is if they had not been portrayed as Roman's flunkies, if since the dawn of, this whole thing, the Bloodline, if they were just Roman's flunkies, they'd be great. Or if they weren't Roman's flunkies and they were tag team champions, I'd at least give them a shot. But it was illustrated here in this why you can't be both, because, well, first of all, it was standard jawing back and forth until Orton called one of the Usos a bitch, and then the Usos just jumped RK Bro and beat the shit out of them until RK Bro made a comeback and beat them up. But then Roman's music plays, and out comes he and Paul at 8:59 p.m. Eastern, by the way. Roman Reigns was on his way to the ring while violence was going on. And RK Bro are distracted by this, so the Usos take over and kick the shit back out of RK Bro, and then Reigns gets in the ring and stuffs the contract in Riddle's mouth. And then here comes Drew McIntyre to save the day. And as he's on his way to the ring, Drew McIntyre effortlessly, with one blow apiece, knocks out both the Usos and renders them useless to get in the ring and go face-to-face with Roman Reigns. There's the problem. The Usos beat up the top babyface teams and or hold the titles and or are in the championship matches or whatever in the tag team division. But when they cross over and interact in any way with Roman's opponents, they're the flunkies that are there to take one punch and sell like they're going to the electric chair. And so if in any other era or place in tag team wrestling, you didn't have any kind of separation anywhere near that, to where when Tully and Arn were the tag team champions in the NWA, and they jumped in the ring to do something with Flair, Dusty, or the Road Warriors, or whoever Flair's opponent was, treated them on the same level. Or the Midnight or the Rock and Roll or whoever it was, they were still top heels or top baby faces. And they were not used in flunky roles for one guy to just decimate a set of tag team champions that's supposed to be either the best or competitive for the best tag team in the company. But anyway, so Roman and Drew go face to face. Orton and Riddle now have completely disappeared because the Usos beat them up, but they didn't fucking paralyze them, but they have to roll out of the ring. So it's also stagey now. Guys just disappear and like roll into the wings and wait for their next cue to come on stage. So Orton and Riddle are gone and the Usos are gone, so that Roman and McIntyre can have a big fight. And then Drew suplexes Roman. He rolls out on the floor. Now suddenly Orton and Riddle come back in. Great friends, where were you when I needed you? Paulie never even came to ringside. It's like they're just being told now this is part of the choreography of how you do angles. You guys will disappear while these guys do this, and then you'll come back on stage. And no wonder there's no heat. It was just there. What'd you think?
It was just there.
Would you like to go to what was next?
Yeah, I mean, this show is just so uninspiring. And I think the synthetic feeling of it is such a problem, from the fake crowd noise to people talking in a phony manner to people, the Raquel Gonzalez wave or smiling thing we're talking about earlier. Sometimes you have to remind yourself she's an adult. And she's out there behaving like this. It's just,
and she's not in a parade.
It's like a whole separate universe where they got a bunch of bad shit, and even if no one reacts or they react the wrong way, they'll just pipe them down with their own fake crowd noise. I don't know why anyone would care about this, and I'm not sure if the fans did or didn't because they have fake crowd noise. I didn't care.
But that's the thing. If you want to have a future as a float rider in the County Optimus Club parade or the 4-H or whatever, go to the WWE. They'll give you good training in how to wave and smile. So Heyman went in the back, and he informed Adam Pearce that Roman Reigns wasn't happy. or sleepy, or grumpy, or dopey, or doc, or bashful, or sneezy. Did I get all of them again now? I don't even know.
Was that 7?
But I wasn't counting. We'll let one of the statistics hounds in the audience bring that up later. But he wanted, Paul Lee did, Adam Pearce to upgrade the tag team match that was already set. And this was a unification match for the titles, was it not?
I believe it was, yes. That was the only redeeming value in the entire program.
Well, but now it's a 6-man tag. And Drew and Roman are involved. So it's Roman and the Usos against RK Bro and Drew. And apparently this is on the pay-per-view that's the Sunday after the greatest 2 minutes in sports will be the most boring 4 hours in sports. Are we going to watch this thing?
I don't know.
We'll see Seth and Cody.
From what I understand, what happened was that Vince McMahon woke up and he said, have the Strongbos go over the Samoans. And it confused everyone. They didn't know what to do, so they just changed the match to make it easier.
Well, we'll determine whether we watch this or not later on in the program.
Wait,
continue.
When is this event?
It's this Sunday.
It's this Sunday? Oh, shit.
The day after the Derby. Everybody knows the first Saturday in May is the Kentucky Derby.
Not everybody.
That's the way that you gauge the other events of the year round. Like, you want to know when Christmas is? Well, you just figure out that it's the 25th of December, the year before the following Kentucky Derby, the first Saturday in May. That's your reference point.
Or as we call it here in the Northeast, the Belmont Stakes.
Oh, for heaven's sake, you know Omaha steaks are much better than Belmont steaks. Last time I ordered meat from the Belmont Steaks, people, I could still see the marks where the jockey was beating it. Come on. All righty. What else we got here? Did we watch Raw this week? Did you watch Raw?
You know, I did one of my fast forward watches where I tried to catch the main things, and
there were no main things.
There's like a commercial break every time there's a commercial break, and then they come back and they send someone to the ring, and by the time they get to the ring, there's another commercial break, a review package. For no good reason, another review package, and then another commercial.
Not even involving people that are in the ring or currently making their way to the ring. Yeah. They'll come back from a commercial. You'll go, well, where's George? George was almost to the ring. They're talking about Bill, John, and Ted. And then George is in the ring.
Such a weird show. It really is.
The sad thing is they painstakingly go to a lot of trouble to format it like that. So they do that on purpose. It's like you can understand somebody driving too fast, slick conditions, slides off the road, ends up wrapped around a tree. That happens in the twinkling of an eye, and you didn't really try to. It just ended up that way. But no, they work at this. So this was May 2nd. And I have some notes in my observations here that will bear out what you said. But the first segment was a package on the interaction between the Bloodline and RK Bro and Drew McIntyre from last week, because that's apparently the 6-man tag main event that we are being exposed to this weekend on the pay-per-view.
Instead of that unification match we were going to get.
Yeah, well, and I guess they had to kick it up a notch, spice it up a little. But then here comes Roman Reigns, Paul Heyman, and the Usos. Never going to argue about that. But it was 7 minutes into the show before Paul Heyman spoke his first word. We got a package, we got an entrance in 7 minutes. And then he gives Roman Reigns the big introduction. And Paul hands the microphone to Reigns, and he asks the people to acknowledge him. And as soon as he does that, RK Bro appear in the ring out of nowhere and hit stereo RKOs on each one of the Usos. And each one of the Usos just takes a bump and rolls out and completely fucking disappears. It's like they went under the ring. I try to find these people. Every time somebody disappears in the middle of something like this now, I'm trying to find them. And you can't see them in a camera shot. They must have a bunker that they roll into under the ring. And then once they disappear, then the music hits. And here comes Drew McIntyre. And Roman Reigns goes nowhere. And Randy Orton and Riddle are in the ring standing there with him doing nothing. And Drew McIntyre steps in the ring, and then both Orton and Riddle step out to the floor, and the Usos are still gone. So now Drew and Roman can have it's their scene now. They are literally laying this shit out like a play where the actor playing the butler brings the fucking brandy in and then goes off stage until his next scene.
I wish they would bring brandy in.
Oh, God. And then Roman and McIntyre have the big fight, and then suddenly the Usos come back when Drew's getting the upper hand, but then suddenly RK Bro comes back in, and now they all have a big pull apart with that shitty camera work where you can't even tell what the fuck's going on, and they go to the break. It took 15 minutes for that to fucking happen. And it's so distracting when I can't be the only person that is sitting there wondering where all these people that were there a second ago just fucking went to instead of watching what they want me to watch that's happening on the screen. Because there's all these odd questions that would come up to a normal person with a functioning brain. Am I the only one?
No, you're right. Everyone waits at stage left for their moment to run on and do their cartwheel and return to the stage. It's ridiculous. This segment, you said it took forever. You know, the main event, I'm not even going to get into the merits of the main event or anything else, but the main event, a 6-woman tag match, they were like going to it almost with a half hour left in the show. I was like, oh my God, I can't believe they're going to give it this much time.
I've got specific notes.
It didn't get that much time. By the time they actually had the match, it had nowhere near that much time.
Anything that happens on this program takes for fucking ever. Again, there's not any ridiculously not suitable for television talent on the program, maybe almost. And they don't do any ridiculous, risky, stupid shit that you go, what is the matter with these people? So there's more professionalism, but it's just boring. And some of it's the talent's fault, and some of it's not the talent's fault. And some of it is both, to be honest.
Surprisingly, the main event of this show, we were supposed to get a tag team unification match. Instead, we got a 6-man tag match featuring Roman Reigns and the Usos versus Drew McIntyre and RK Bro.
What do you think would have been the main event on this program before they decided to put Drew and Roman in the 6-man tag?
I don't know.
I would have put Cody and Seth on top.
Did they think they were going to have Brock for a second month when they originally booked this?
I don't know. But they had teased the tag team unification match with Orton and Riddle and the Usos. the Usos. And then they just added Drew and Roman, and here we go. Let's face it, Roman's over, and Orton's, at this point, he's bulletproof. He's, one of the icons. And the other guys, this would have been a great house show match, house show main event, but a pay-per-view, it's not that it was a bad match or subpar talent. I don't think any of the fans wanted to see it particularly that bad. I think the fans in Providence liked it because they're sitting there, they bought a ticket and paid to see it, and there's nothing wrong with it. But is this, when you think of big show main events, having some type of, the fans being invested, want to see what's going to happen, want to see the match, see who's going to win, whatever the case. This was, Seth and Cody was a better match. Charlotte and Ronda had more heat. Plus, they got to use the chairs and the no DQ and all that stuff. And this was a regular 6-man tag match with no special rules and star power, top talent, but nobody was demanding to see the top talent in this combination. And especially early at the start, Roman, not wanting to get in the ring with Drew McIntyre, got more response than the other guys did with the wrestling. But this was kind of 2 matches. First, it was the 6-man tag. Everybody's putting their time in. There was 12 minutes, by the way, from the start of the entrances to the bell. But everybody's putting their time, doing their stuff. And Reigns and Orton were kind of slumming because they're head and shoulders above everybody else in this. And Riddle, I just can't get it. His work, his style, his appearance, his bare feet, they all just come off as weird to me. I can see Snuka wrestling barefoot, Yokozuna wrestling barefoot. I don't see this guy as a barefoot motherfucker. So I can't get it. But anyway, finally Reigns and Drew got in after some time had passed, and then they started having it was 2 matches. The first half was like a house show 6-man tag, and then they kicked it up a notch, but they started doing the modern sports entertainment match where the other 4 guys were just out on the floor waiting for their next scene and not even visible on camera when Reigns and Drew did their stuff. And then maybe at one point, one Uso popped in the ring, took one bump, rolled back out. And I swear to God, it's so distracting to me now when in tags or 6-man tags or whatever, everybody else besides the 2 guys in the ring just disappears. You can't see anybody. It's not that they're laying out on the floor selling. It's that they're hiding somewhere where the camera's not going to see them at all because they know that they've got nothing to fucking sell for 3 minutes. People been hit with fucking cars on the street and get up to their feet quicker. They're just hiding because they're not in the scene. And it distracts me more than anything I can think of. Minutes went by before these guys got back in the ring, and then they got some heat on Drew, but he got a tag to Orton, and Orton made a comeback and got him back into it. And then finally he RKO'd Roman Reigns and the place blew up. And then it started more modern wrestling. Everybody then did everything to each other. And they will run in, do a move, and then they'd roll out and disappear until their next scene. And bless Paul, verbally, he's the goddamn star of pro wrestling. There's nobody that can talk like Paul Heyman, but I don't even know why he shows up for these things. He's never interfered. He's never called on to interfere. He's never figured in any of the finishes. He stands at ringside, stock still, holding those belts and doesn't move. There could be a cardboard cutout. And just introduce him, and there's the cardboard, and you wouldn't know the difference. Are they telling him to do this? I mean, if you don't figure the manager in the finish, that's one thing, but my God, it's like he's planted in concrete. And meanwhile, everybody else is doing everything. Drew and Roman tore up the desk, and Roman rock bottomed Drew through the announce desk. Everybody did dives. Who's legal? I don't fucking know. It was just boom, boom, boom. One guy to run in and do a move and roll out. And finally, Riddle gave one of the Usos, something off the top rope, one of his flipping, rolling things. And Roman came in and speared Riddle 1, 2, 3. Were they legal? I don't know. Did the referee know? I don't know. I'd lost track so long beforehand. It was 2 matches. It was a regular arena match. It wasn't necessarily setting the world on fire on pay-per-view. And then suddenly they just decided, well, we'll just do everything we've ever known, and lost everybody. And the heels won. What'd you think?
It was all right. It was a Raw main event. I wasn't excited at all about a 6-man main event where there's nothing on the line. Nothing matters in any way. I didn't really care. I can't add too much else.
It was just there. It was kind of just there.
I mean, if they're trying to get people excited about Roman versus McIntyre, this almost did that. I mean, he pinned someone else at the end. I don't know. I mean, we'll talk a little bit more about Roman Reigns a little later on, but the other thing is, where do you go with Roman? I guess it's McIntyre now, and then what? When are we getting Cody and Roman?
Boy, it's tough because they should hold that back as long as they can, but there's nobody else in the middle.
Cody and Roman with Heyman? doing whatever he does behind the scenes, it'll be great.
Oh, and that's why I'm saying is that's besides the carrot at the end of the stick, Roman Reigns and The Rock in Los Angeles. I don't see anybody on the roster that they haven't already, done with Roman that would matter again besides Cody.
And Roman and The Rock doesn't need the belt.
Well, that is a point. That's still going to be the biggest thing they could do, whether the belt is on the line or not. And honestly, well, if the belt ain't on the line, I was going to say, because Roman obviously needs to win the thing, but will they do that? Or will they, if they get The Rock, even if The Rock says Roman needs to win, will they send the fans home without seeing The Rock win on his last match ever? Probably.
It would be pretty amazing if the long-term booking was the whole Bloodline thing for years led up to The Rock defeating Roman Reigns in the name of the family.
And somebody, one of these sharp writers and or manipulators could probably sell anybody, even Roman Reigns, on that as making some kind of sense, but Rock would know it was bullshit from the start. And I can't see The Rock agreeing to do the match unless Roman goes over, because Rock doesn't need it, but Roman Day would hurt. Nothing's going to hurt The Rock, but it would hurt Roman. So I can't see Rock doing it unless Roman wins. And I honestly can't see Vince doing the match unless Rock wins. So that'll be it. But besides that, where we were going with that was Cody's the only other opponent Roman's got. If they do it at SummerSlam, Cody could win and he could drop it back. Royal Rumble, if they had to have the belt at WrestleMania, if they do get that match. Otherwise, it would be a rematch of Cody and Roman at WrestleMania, which wouldn't be bad either, probably, the way things are going. Because who else will it be? Steve Lombardi? Even with Harvey Whippleman in his corner, I don't know if that one will draw.
I understand Monday Night Raw aired last night.
Oh, boy.
And I understand I watched some of it, and I have no memory of any of it. I have no memory of any of it.
And I explain it like you explained it to me. So, Jim, I watched Raw last night. I went to sleep about 10:30. So I saw the first 2.5 hours, but when I woke up, I can't remember anything that happened. That's the way you said it to me.
But it will probably come back to me when you start talking about it as well.
Yeah, well, I ain't going to go into too much detail. Again, boy, howdy. This is a 3-hour program that could be, the meat of the matter could be condensed into 15 minutes and you wouldn't miss anything. And a couple of things I watched under false pretenses. If you may recall, the first segment was Miz TV. And normally I skip Miz TV, but they opened up, there's Paul Heyman already sitting in the ring for Miz TV. So I said, I'm going to watch Miz TV for Paul Heyman, right? Any of this coming back to you? Do you remember Paul's jowls being out there?
I do remember now this segment, and I can also see you saying, I want to watch Paulie chew up the scenery, yes.
Well, he didn't get a chance to take a bite because Paulie, he introduced himself, and they got with that. Paul's becoming a baby face because they just love to say his name and shit on the introduction. But then Miz did a long monologue about Money in the Bank and the cash-in process like he's done twice and put himself over endlessly. And I just jotted down, will Paulie ever get to speak? And that's when Miz pitches to him with, the winner of the Money in the Bank will cash in on Roman Reigns. And Paul says, and they will fail. And then Paulie took over. And he did, for him, this was nothing. For anybody else, it'd been a great piece of business, but for him is lackluster because he didn't get very long, but he has the great facials and the reactions and the delivery. But as soon as he said a few things and talking about Roman Reigns, here comes riddle music, and oh Christ, Goof comes out and does goof shit. and calls Paul a horse's ass. Miz was pissed at the interruption of the show there. I was pissed that we didn't get to hear more of Paul. And instead, why couldn't Riddle have come out and interrupted Miz? Have you noticed? Heyman reminds me of John Taffer.
What?
Have you noticed that?
Why? Because of the hair dye?
Well, no. Actually, yeah, Paul's hair was not that fucking midnight black when he was 23 years old. Our lightning bugs are following him around in the daytime with hair that dark. It's insane. I mean, you could fall into his hair and disappear. It's got its own gravitational pull. It's so black. But he reminds me of John Taffer because he gets that smile on his face when he's browbeating somebody and dressing them down. You don't want to look bad in front of your whole family, do you now? But anyway, so this Friday night, it's going to be Riddle against Roman Reigns on SmackDown. Either they're setting up for something good to happen with somebody else with Roman Reigns, or this is a program we're going to have to watch between Riddle and Roman.
I think so. I think Riddle's one of the guys that they seem to really like. A lot of guys are out. They don't have a lot of inventory right now. So you kind of have to go with what you have. And he is over with the fans there. I mean, we don't really like his goofiness, but the fans like him. And out of all the people there, what are your other options? Do something with one of the New Day members again?
Ooh, you may be right. One of the guys that... There's a guy named Adam Revolver, worked for OVW for a long time. When I went back briefly about 10 years ago, Danny Davis asked me, please come and try to just help this show, right? He was in a bad spot at that particular point. And I came in and I watched the first show, and Adam Revolver said to me, I was explaining that I was like, what the fuck can we do with this? And he said, well, you don't go to war with the army you want, you go to war with the army you have. I said, in that case, point me toward the white flag. Anyway, Riddle fired up a little bit. What it wasn't that.
Well, how did he react to that? I mean, just no one gets that line thrown back in their face when they say that.
He got kind of used to me after a while. Anyway, Riddle fired up on the promo. If everything about him, from the way he speaks to the way he dresses to the mannerisms that he has to the giraffes and unicorns flying out of his ass, everything is so goofy. He's got some oomph. This is the first time I actually heard him speak like he was pissed off about something. He might be, and I know he was a shoot fighter, so he might be believable if he didn't have this persona. I assume that they didn't give him this persona on purpose, because who would have ever thought of this, and why would you do it on purpose if you did? So this must be him. But if he wasn't such a goddamn goof, I can see where you might have something. But basically, the stipulation is on Friday night on SmackDown, at least they're crossing over now. Can you imagine if they weren't putting some of these people on both shows, how much we would see of some of them? The stipulation is if he wins, he's the champion. But if he loses, he'll never get another title shot. So I'm hoping for a quick defeat of Riddle on Friday. And then Paul says, and let me introduce you to the Usos. And here come the Usos. But here come the Street Profits. What a shock. The only other team on the whole show that we see every week. But instead of interacting with Riddle, so out of this, Riddle didn't take advantage of being in the ring with the manager who was unprotected and do anything to Paul, because Paul can't take a fucking bump anyway. My God, can you imagine if he busted open the fucking saturated fat content alone would kill.
All right, will you stop it? If he busted open, that's what's going to happen if he takes a bump.
If he took a bump and busted open and all the fucking saturated fat and monosodium glutamate came out and sprayed all over everybody.
I guess WWE's next step would be like a Trauma Films kind of run there.
And then the Usos can't beat up Riddle because the Street Profits come down and so they had a single match with one of the Usos against Montez Ford, and just nothing happened with Riddle after the stipulation was announced. And we got after that match, that was the first 30 minutes of the show.
And that's kind of where I started checking out. I hate to say it, but the Street Profits, as soon as they come out, I feel like I've seen whatever this is going to be. I've seen it every week.
We've seen one versus the other, and the other one versus the other one, and both of them versus both of them, and back and forth. The best thing of the first hour of the show was probably the Cody package of the gutsy performance, everybody putting him over, and then the recap of Seth Franklin Rollins jumping him and beating the piss out of him with sledgehammer last week. That was great. And again, if they can keep doing this, they're going to keep Cody over and keep him in people's minds. But then Seth Franklin did a sit down backstage. Who is the stagey British announcer?
That's Nigel.
That's not Nigel McGuinness.
No, not Nigel McGuinness, but Nigel or Simon or Oliver. I forget what his name is.
Well, whatever it is, he has the emotion of a fucking chair leg. I mean, he says these stilted, the accent sounds nice. You always sound like you're a little smarter if you got the British accent, but it's just without any emotion. So Seth has no remorse because Cody is a virus plaguing the WWE since WrestleMania. Boy, I wish every pandemic only lasted 2 months. You got to make unpopular decisions, Seth says. Take matters in your own hands. Some writer worked really hard on whatever it was that Seth was saying. Do you remember when wrestling was fun to watch and you understood what people were saying and doing? It was straight. They weren't talking in circles. They weren't trying to be dramatic with flowery prose. And you
mean
actually,
before scripts? Yes, I remember.
Yes. And you actually understood what the fuck that they was talking about, what they were bumping their gums about. Did you understand what? Well, no, you were asleep by this point.
Well, no, I was still watching by this point, but you got to remember, my attitude is Seth Rollins is on PCP. That's the gimmick. He could say anything, he could do anything. It all fits in with the gimmick.
Well, it's Seth versus AJ Styles tonight, and the winner goes into the Money in the Bank match. It's a qualifier, but at that point, Seth looked at his sledgehammer and laughed uproariously, and AJ Styles came in and just kicked him over backwards in his chair and knocked him on his ass. So that passes for an angle these days.
One last thing before we wrap things up for today. That was the beginning of Smackdown, and then that was, whether it was Vince's goodbye forever, it was certainly his goodbye for the night. He was gone. And then there was a few hours of Smackdown, and then the main event, I know you didn't watch it, was Riddle versus Roman Reigns. Actually a really good match. Reigns.
But more importantly was the business afterwards.
That's right. Roman Reigns wins, and him and the Usos and Heyman get in the ring, and they do a promo, and he's beating everyone, and there's nothing else going on. And then the Lesnar music hits. Brock Lesnar is back.
And the babies go in the air. And as well as Sable's fun bags, right up in the air.
They move?
No, here's and again, also, we didn't even mention this earlier in this marathon podcast that people have just suffered through, is another injured lip. Randy Orton is gone, apparently, now they're saying, for the rest of the year. For a back issue, I think. I'm not sure, but the point is he's not. That's where Riddle's bro has been, is also injured. So there's Orton and Cody, which could have been probably the next step for Cody after Seth Franklin Rollins, because the two best workers probably on the roster at that point. But now Orton's out too, so what are they going to do for SummerSlam? They've already moved Money in the Bank from a stadium to an arena. I'm sure they don't want to do the same thing for SummerSlam, so naturally they sent up the Brock signal. And there's nothing wrong with that. Here you've got a rematch of the biggest money WrestleMania match that they could put together. and that they did. But now the problem becomes, well, if Brock and Roman, the rematch is at SummerSlam, which that is the biggest money match they can put together, then what's the Survivor Series, Royal Rumble, and next year's WrestleMania for that matter by this point? They keep having to rehab and revamp and rematch the same handful of guys. And it's great that, Brock sooner or later is going to enter the Dick the Bruiser era where, bless him, he'd been one of the biggest draws in the history of the business, but my God, he couldn't lift a foot off the ground. I'm not saying that's going to be in the next 6 months or so, but where are the new mega box office attractions coming from if they have to go back to this so quickly? And who else is a thing to go back to? Let's say that Orton's back by the end of the year and Cody's back by the end of the year. Add them to Reigns and Lesnar, but who else?
That's part of the problem. And of course, the freak injury to Cody was something no one expected. But Cody is the guy who's gotten the biggest push in 2022, and it's worked. And it's worked, and he's been the right guy. And now he's out. He got that push. No one else got anything close to a push. Who got a push? Madcap Moss? Turning babyface on Baron Corbin? And the rosters already seem really thin. And then you go look at NXT, and there's a Braun Breaker. And there's a Cameron Grimes, who would never probably be used right by a Vince McMahon. But there's very few guys there that look like they're ready to be elevated. We see who's out there in the free agent pool. This is a bad situation right now in terms of talent, and certainly main event talent in WWE. They've got no one that they've tried to elevate. I mean, Drew McIntyre they tried, and now he's in a mid-card feud with Sheamus and his friends.
Well, a lot of that got derailed by the empty arena era, and then they just backed up and gave up on it. But at the same time, while he's a wonderful athlete and looks great, got the size, he can talk, blah blah blah. Does anybody see Drew McIntyre as the next Brock Lesnar, Steve Austin, Hulk Hogan? Braun Breaker may be that, but he's not going to be that for a couple of years because you just have to get more experience to be able to take care of yourself like that. So they're in as you said, it's a sad, sad situation, and it's getting more and more absurd.
I mean, even the AEW guys that they would potentially want, I think a lot of those guys are now locked up to contracts for another couple of years. There is not a Jericho you can throw money at right now, or a Moxley, someone you can come in there and try to plop into a main event position. They don't have too many guys, and they've done such a horrible job with talent development on TV, on the main roster, that no one cares about most of the people there. Other than the most hardcore fans who don't care if those wrestlers win or lose, they're still going to buy the t-shirt.
Well, and also, remember when we went down the roster and this was before the mass firings of the last year, but there was 200 and something talents at one point between NXT and Raw and SmackDown, if you want to split the rosters. And we picked out about maybe 50 that I'd really like to have if I was operating a wrestling company. And then they proceeded to fire about 10 of those right off. And I think another 5 or 10 have probably meandered off since then. But still, by the numbers, there ought to be more in their system than what we're seeing both on their main roster and on their developmental program. Apparently, none of them are any better than what we're looking at, though, or elsewise they'd be showing us them. So I don't know.
Every week, it's that Memphis episode where the weather was bad and there was no one there.
Yeah.
Like every week, it's the same 8 people spread over 3 hours doing the same things over and over.
And I don't recall it being in the early Attitude Era, 96-ish, 97-ish, whatever the case. We had a roster of 20-something, not even 20 guys on each side, not even 20 babyface and 20 heels, and still had more variety on a 2-hour television program. I don't understand.
Well, now Brock Lesnar is back in the mix. Once again, last man standing match at SummerSlam against Roman Reigns. Reminder, Roman Reigns won the last match. And now they're going to have a last man standing match before both guys, I guess, go away for a while, right? Roman Reigns is about to...
Well, yeah, at least we won't be able to call the finish because it's highly likely both of them might take off after this thing. Maybe Vince can be the referee. That'll be some type of legal settlement. Vince gets to referee and pick the last man standing in his company.
Anything else you watched? Anything else? Now, we didn't do any reviews, and we're going to talk about Dynamite on the Experience, which will be out Sunday night. I'm going to tell everyone that right now.
Yes.
But have you watched
and next week at the castle, they actually start putting everything back together. So this should be a temporary situation with our schedule. Obviously, I didn't watch all of Raw because I didn't have 16 days to devote to one television program with all this that's going on. But I did watch the first segment because that flew by with Brock Lesnar and Paul Heyman. And our boy Austin Theory is getting involved in this. And I'm hesitating. I will hold my thoughts and see how it all turns out. But 3 hours of national television. I read the recap. I tried to zip through some of it. And the only thing that I could stomach watching was the only two real stars they had on the program is the first segment, Brock Lesnar and Paul Heyman. And they're headed to SummerSlam. And it's going to be Lesnar and Reigns again because those are the only two money-drawn stars they've got now that Cody's hurt. And I got to be honest with you, Brock seems to be getting more comfortable doing promos. And part of it is because he knows he's over, and you can tell when he comes out, he doesn't give a shit. He's going to play around. He's going to do his thing. It's still going to be better than everybody else's, and he knows he's over. But he's not trying to memorize lines. He's not trying to be dramatic. He's just talking to Penn. He's talking like his smart-ass self. And you can tell the difference in AEW on TBS and WWE on USA, a lot of initials there. On AEW, just everybody gets to say shit for no reason, right? Jane Cargill just tells Tony, cut the shit, no reason. All the heels they've all got Tourette's and potty mouth. Brock Lesnar, the biggest box office attraction in modern professional wrestling, says he's going to give somebody a shit kicking, and they bleep shit. The difference between the USA Network and did I ever tell you about the parameters we had on language from Sinclair Broadcasting's corporate aficionados? Did I ever tell you that, Brian?
I'm not sure.
Because when we first got started with having Ring of Honor television on Sinclair and their local stations, okay, this is not cable. These are broadcast television stations, so they are fully under the rules and regulations of the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, that governs broadcast free over-the-air television. And so we know that these guys, they're used to working indie shows and cussing on the mic, and they used to Ring of Honor, you could cuss at live events. They were putting it on VHS, whatever. But we need to keep an eye on this because the last thing that we need to do as the new kid in the Sinclair family is to get heat with the TV stations. So obviously we knew we couldn't say shit. You can't say shit on broadcast TV. You can say it on cable now, depending on the cable network. But we knew shit was no good. Can't say goddamn. That ain't going to happen. You can get by every once in a while under the Sinclair auspices with an outraged son of a bitch, as long as it was in a kind of a good context instead of just being flippantly thrown out as part of fucky, fuckity, McFuck. Fuck was never a goddamn option. But ass. They had several different kinds of rules related to ass and ass-related comments. Brian, did you know that you can say on, at least in 2011, on the Sinclair Broadcasting television group, you could say, I'm going to kick your ass, and you could call somebody an ass, but you could not shove anything into anybody's ass. See
I did not know that.
I'm making?
I did not know that.
That, and actually, I went over this in minute detail with Mark Davis, who was the head of production. I said, now, wait a minute. That's the thing. Nothing can go in the ass. You can kick somebody's ass and you can call somebody an ass, but you can't stick anything in anybody's ass. And that was the context in which we could use ass. So it was a whole thing. Nevertheless, Brock does his promo. They bleep shit and shit kicking, but he's out there. He looks like Klondike Brock, the cowboy hat and whole 9 yards. And then here comes Paul Heyman. He interrupts. And Brock started prodding Paul because Paul came out kind of slow, was going to get the people into his thing, and Brock started prodding him. I think because Brock had said something about, oh God, he learned in, I think they were in Texas. He learned in Texas, pigs get fat and hogs get slaughtered. And Roman Reigns is a hog. When Paul comes out, Brock says, speaking of hogs, I mean, now it's like Brock Lesnar now is the guy who knows all about wrestling psychology and is the witty promo master. Who would have ever thunk this? So Paul, as he does, backhandedly puts Brock over as having the advantage in the last man standing match over Roman Reigns, because Roman is the tack he's taken is that Roman is a great athlete and a great competitor, but Brock is an animal. And this is last man standing, hurting someone till they can't get up anymore. And Brock may have an advantage in that respect, but Paul's going to have Roman Reigns ready at SummerSlam to put Brock Lesnar down. And that's where I thought about this, because they just bleeped shit, and I went through the Sinclair rules on ass. Paul's finishing line was, he's going to have Roman Reigns stick his hand up your ass and pull your heart out through that hole. But they bleeped shit, so I don't know what the fuck to think anymore. But if you're in the Sinclair family, nothing in the ass. Have you noticed, Brad, they cannot what Paul Heyman if he doesn't want to be whatted, because he is so good, he doesn't have to pause. He doesn't take a break. He doesn't use a period. He keeps going with no natural break for them to jump in and do that until finally they've decided to just take the ride with him and listen to what he says.
Yeah, I mean,
so he's impervious there.
He's as skilled a talker as we've ever seen.
He has the most talented mouth that has ever been in wrestling. But anyway, so then, as Paul says that, here comes Theory, our boy formerly known as Austin, with his Money in the Bank briefcase. And he says now they're putting the thought in people's minds, okay, this little prick, one way or another, is going to come out. We don't know who's going to win, because whether it's Roman Reigns or whether it's Brock Lesnar, is this little prick going to cash in and steal the title from somebody? So there's a little intrigue there, but he's going to win the U.S. title back, according to him, at SummerSlam, and then put his foot on one chest or another and win the title. And then they showed the clip of Brock giving Theory the F5 off the top of the Elimination Chamber cage, and they went black on the bump. Do you remember that? It's where he was 25 feet in the air, but he gives him the spin for the F5, and then he just drops straight down to his feet on the ground. And they shot it, you could tell. So they had to black out the landing, like he landed and splattered into so many grease spots that, you can't show it on television. But that is the way they've set this up, where it's Reigns and Lesnar again. Yes, we've seen it. They're still the only money drawers, but this time Theory is going to be involved in some fashion. But then, okay, I'm buying this. You got Paul Heyman. He's the best fucking promo in wrestling. You got Brock Lesnar. He's the biggest box office attraction in wrestling. You got Theory. He's the future of the WWE. And then what happens? All of a sudden, Otis and little Gable, old Shorty, are at ringside, dressed to wrestle. They just appear. They walk up. And as Brock turns around to look at them, You never see Paul again. You never see Theory again. They just disappear. And they're feeding these two schlubs to Brock Lesnar because they don't want Brock to beat up Theory. Brock can't beat up Paul. That's against his fucking religion. Roman Reigns is not there to be beat up. So they want the people to see Brock beat somebody up. So they just wander Otis and Gable out there so Brock can beat them up. And at least Brock did it right. Gable tries to chop block him, and Otis tackles him, and Brock doesn't go down. He doesn't sell it. He laughs at him, beats up both of them, hits them both several times with the steel stairs, wears them out with a chair, belly to bellies Gable into the floor camera, and F5s Otis through a table. And as we mentioned, Paul and Theory are long gone, and now you've forgotten they were there. It made no sense, except it was so people could see Brock Lesnar engage in physicality with somebody. That's what they came for. But when you do that just for the sake of doing it, besides the fact that it's obvious and no surprise and doesn't make a lot of sense, you run the risk of people not leaving the segment with the thought subliminally that you wanted them to have, which is, okay, even if Roman or Brock settle this, Theory's going to screw something up some kind of way. What's going to happen? That would have been the thought if they'd left it on the promo, and that directly ties into selling tickets and or pay-per-views for SummerSlam. But now you spent the last 3 minutes making them happy as clams, and they've glossed over oh shit, we were ready to buy them. Oh, but look at Brock. He just beat those guys up. What's next? Take your mind off of it. That's why I don't like those type of things. But that was basically of 3 hours of Raw. If you wanted to see anything, that was what you ought to see. And the rest of it was all the people with names they picked out of fucking phone books somewhere. Anyway, did you love our boy Austin Theory and Paul Heyman trying to sell him the used car? And what they're trying to do is, because I think they have recognized that by necessity for a main event for SummerSlam, they have to go back to Roman Reigns and Brock Lesnar. And for a lot of their most devoted fans, they're going to be the ones saying, well, what the fuck? Same thing, right? So they've interjected Theory into it with the theory that he's going to cash in his briefcase, and either Roman Reigns is going to kick shit out of Brock Lesnar so bad, or Brock Lesnar is going to kick shit out of Roman Reigns so bad that they'll be vulnerable, and then Theory can come and cash in, which, you know, it's a way to put some kind of intrigue or question into the finish of the match, as far as it doesn't have to be either guy coming out as the champion after the show. So I see what they're doing there, and it's good to have Theory in the main event mix with guys like this. And it's also good that he didn't fall for Paul's sales pitch, because they're not booking him to be an idiot. The question is whether it does him good for even people to have the idea that he just wants to capitalize on a wounded opponent because he can't do it on his own. Is that the way to get a guy over to that level? But since he's a heel, there's some wiggle room there. But the point is, especially in the first altercation here with Paul comes out and does a brilliant job of trying to sell Theory on the reasons why he shouldn't cash in with Roman Reigns, because we can't just give away something like this on the spur of the moment with no notice. Leave everything to me. I can get you a major championship match and a main event pay-per-view with all the money and the attention and the publicity. And Paul builds that whole thing up, and then Theory listens to him and then says, well, maybe I'll need us. And then, you know, Paul says, let me handle everything. And then Theory says, maybe I'll need a special counsel after I beat Roman Reigns and hire you. And so they're not making him look stupid, at least. And the Theory intervention or involvement is kind of like a red herring or a MacGuffin to add an extra twist to the title rematch. But I'm just glad at least he's not saying, oh, okay, Paul, anything you say, and look like a dipshit like they make everybody else look like. But this was the first segment where Paul tried to get Theory to do what he wanted, and he wouldn't. So then later on, let's go ahead and bring the two parts together. Heyman interrupts Mosh Pit Jones, who now I guess we're going to have to call him Moss, because I've refused to call anybody Madcap. But he stopped dressing like an idiot, and he's a great-looking athlete, and he might actually have a future away from Happy Corbin, so we're not going to call him Mosh Pit. But Heyman goes to Moss and does the exact same promo, word for word almost, but altered slightly to fit the picture here to instigate Moss to take Theory out in their match tonight so that he can get a title match with Roman Reigns on a big pay-per-view with the money and the publicity and the exposure and etc. And Moss blows him off too. So Paul was great in this thing, but that's the gist of what they're doing with Theory's involvement. What did you think of these interactions?
It was all right. But again, I go back to what I said before. The show-long booking of Theory, and this ties into that, was, to me, kind of puzzling.
In what way?
He came out of it looking really weak, I thought. I thought the whole show kind of built to him looking like a weakling and leaving.
I don't know. Hold on here. Wait a minute. Did I forget something? Because, well, here's the thing. Theory disappears at the end, but everybody disappears at the end.
Kind of got his ass.
Everybody disappeared.
Well, he got his ass kicked and he got thrown over the rail. That's how he disappeared.
Oh, that's right. Moss came back and beat him. Okay. Yeah, you're right. I was looking ahead to my notes. I've slept since then. Yeah, he ended up looking like an idiot. Well, I was reading my contemporaneous notes. All right, skipping ahead. Nevertheless, the next match, the main event, the one we were all waiting for, and you're waiting, Brian, because I have not even given you any indication of what I thought of this thing. And I know you and I know all the Cult of Cornette members out there are going, what is Cornette going to say about Roman Reigns and Brock Lesnar at SummerSlam, the main event, the match, the myth, the legend, whatever? Do you think I liked it or not?
I don't know, because I think there are elements of it you really like. I think the fact that it looks like they may have actually finished this off for a while, you may have liked. The use of some of the gimmicks, I could see you having a problem with. However, my thought was it was such a spectacle. I was about to say a spectacular spectacle. It was such a spectacle, the likes of which I've never seen a visual like that before around wrestling. Sometimes that could be a bad thing. In this case, I really loved it, and I thought maybe you would see it the same way.
And you're wrong. I did not see it the same way. I saw it a different way. And I both loved and hated it at the same time. This was absolutely the worst pro wrestling match for a world championship ever. And it was the greatest piece of business I've ever seen to re-energize the excommunicated Attitude Era fan to actually want to watch this company and see what the fuck they're doing. At the same time, the match was rotten, but this wasn't about a match. This was about proving we can still do shit that people go holy shit about. And that they did. So, because we even talked about this on what they experienced. They said they're going to make a big creative splash. Well, there's no free agents to sign, and you can't turn somebody babyface or heel anymore because that happens. I mean, to make a big splash, you do it. It happens all the time. That's why it's not a real big splash, except every great once in a while. You can't, set anybody else on fire. We've done that. You can't fucking run people over with goddamn vehicles. We've done that. So how do they recreate the chaos and the spontaneity and the excitement and the unpredictability of the last time that people were really interested in this shit. And this was their version of Stone Cold Steve Austin and the beer truck. And yes, it was also a creative way to beat Brock Lesnar again and still make him look like the goddamn Frankenstein monster. But more importantly, I think it was something that they said, okay, and they've got the money and they got special effects team and they've got, it's all in the budget. Imagine if, 30 or 40 years ago, if any wrestling promotion had to try to do shit like this to get people talking, they'd all been out of business because nobody had the budget or the know-how. But for what they wanted, which was to tell not only their current fans, but the excommunicated fans, the lapsed fans, the pissed off fans, hey, this is not going to be a bunch of boring bullshit anymore. They couldn't have done anything else better than this, I don't think. So, yeah, it wasn't about having a classic wrestling match here, because they didn't. It was about fucking, please watch us again, because you're going to see shit you don't expect, and some of it may very well be exciting.
Hey, before you do your review, can I ask you one question about what you saw?
You can.
Did you pop big when he picked up Heyman to give him the spot through the table?
Yes! Because I thought, here's the ultimate test. Is Brock as strong as he used to be?
Come on.
I'm like, my God, I hope he doesn't hurt himself. And, hernias are dangerous for athletes of Brock's age. But we'll get to it. And kudos, by the way, hold on here 1 second. Wait a minute. Let me get it. Kudos to Paulie. I guarantee you he was scared shitless. Even though he knew, I've grabbed a hold of him to punch him before and he was fucking petrified. If he's scared of me, I know he's scared of Brock, even though I'm sure he trusted Brock, and Brock did handle his goods professionally. Let's put it that way. But bravo, Paul. Anyway, some people have not seen this thing yet, and now they're going, what the fuck did they do? Brock Lesnar comes out, starts making his entrance, walking down the aisleway, and then goes back and goes over to the side of the entranceway and gets on this giant red tractor with a big scooper bucket on the front of it and starts driving it to the ring at 2 miles an hour. Gets a huge pop. And then does his own introduction while standing in the scooper bucket. And then starts the match by doing a Thez press on Roman Reigns out of the scooper bucket into the ring. And here we go. And as soon as they start fighting, they go to the floor. And over the rail, out in the crowd, calling Stephen P. New. And boy, if anybody ever wanted to sue anybody, you would want to sue Roman Reigns or Brock Lesnar if they pickled you in a fight out in the arena crowd, because that's where the money is, folks. And on behalf of the WWE. But anyway, they fought on the floor, on the ramp, on the lighting truss. And I'm writing at this point, I'd really like to see the match start. And then they go back to ringside, and Brock Germans Roman Reigns on the floor and pulls out a table and sets it up on the floor. But Paulie distracts Brock, and Roman Reigns Samoan drops Brock through the table. And I'm please get in the ring is the next thing that I wrote. And then Roman Reigns hits Brock Lesnar in the head with the stairs. Of course, it's last man standing. So they are obviously trying to knock each other out for a 10 count. And then Roman Reigns sets up another table and rock bottoms Brock Lesnar through that. And I was just thinking, this is getting laborious to watch because they won't get in the fucking ring. And finally they got in the ring. And Roman Reigns hits 2 Superman punches. 1, and Brock gets up, and 2, and Brock gets up, and a spear. And Brock gets up, and Reigns goes for another spear. And Brock sidesteps, and they go back to the floor. And now they're throwing each other through the halves of the already broken tables. And at that point, then, I think maybe they had something in mind. Brock, did you see Brock went back to the tractor, started it up, and then said, fuck it, and got back down and came back over? He may have been jumping a gun. I'm not sure. But he backed the tractor up away from the ring and dropped the bucket and then got off and went back and hit Roman Reigns with the stairs and more pieces of table. And then he goes back and he dumps Roman Reigns into the bucket and picks the bucket up high in the air and drives it back to the ring and dumps him into the ring. And Roman Reigns beats the count up again. So now Brock gets back in the ring, and they're actually starting to use the ring now, the German suplexes. As you can tell, I like the action to be in the ring for somewhere between a third and a half of the match. Because it's more exciting and it's different because nobody uses the ring anymore. But anyway, and then Brock hits an F5. And as preposterous as this sounds, they were selling the moves and the effect of the moves in between them, and they'd keep beating the count, even though some of this was preposterous with the, hitting a guy over the head with a 100-pound set of steel ring stairs for an 8 count or whatever the case. They were reacting, and they're stiff and they're cutting each other up when they're falling through all this furniture and they're laying the shit in. So this is a hoss fight. And even though it was a bad wrestling match, you can tell the difference in the way the fans react to these guys and in their, these are the two money ball players. From the way they look, from the way they act, from the way they're presented and carry themselves, from what they do, and the way the fans react to them. And I guess since they've had this match a few times now, they just decided, well, let's not have a match. Let's just get to the meat of the matter. But without the finish that's coming up, I would have been highly disappointed.
Remember, I said to you and I didn't talk about the match before we recorded. The only thing I said to you earlier before you watched SummerSlam was, please don't give up on the main event, even if you think you should.
And you were correct. You are correct, sir. So they kept beating the count. And finally, Brock gets back on the tractor and runs it into the ring. And I think didn't Angle, I think, when they redid the Steve Austin beer truck with Kurt Angle in a milk truck. And I think, was that the time where, was it Kurt that ran into the ring with the milk truck, or was it Steve with the fucking Zamboni?
I think it was Steve.
Steve with the Zamboni. He didn't hit it with the milk truck. He hit it with the Zamboni, I think. Nevertheless, he runs into the goddamn ring and moves the ring like 3 or 4 feet. And I'm thinking, and I think even one of the announcers said, I'm in Kid Rock's lap. Please get tested. But then he got the bucket down lower and got it underneath the ring, which I think was the idea, obviously, to begin with. And he lifted the fucking corner of the ring up, and Roman Reigns takes a bump backwards and starts rolling and rolls all the way. It was, a 45-degree angle up in the air, or whatever the degrees are. It was enough where you could believably roll all the way out of the ring. That was goddamn insane. And I hadn't even paid attention. I went back and I read the PWInsider.com recap, and I guess it was Mike Johnson, whoever did the recap, said, they don't have the LED lights on the ring posts tonight. Maybe the ring is gimmicked. Well, son of a gun, we found out. And then you look and you see it's one of the training rings, because you see regular round ring posts, not the big bad boys they've got in the whole 9 yards. But nevertheless, the ring now, one corner is tipped up, fucking 15 feet in the air. And Brock goes out and clears off the desk. He's going to put Roman Reigns through the desk. The Usos attack Brock, and Brock beats up both of them, the tag team champions. And then Heyman gets up in Brock's face and he's like, stop it. Stop it. He's like a scolding father. Enough. My children depend on him. You want the belts? Take them. And he hands Brock the belts and just leave him alone. Enough. He's thinking about himself. And
how
his
great
children.
was that? It was
Yes.
incredible.
My children depend on him. Don't kill him. And then Brock bends over and picks up. It looked like the picture where Bruno Sammartino single-legged Haystack Calhoun in the garden and picked him up in 61. Brock picks it. Paul, do you remember that picture?
I know exactly what you're talking about.
That famous picture. And he F5s Paul through the announce desk. And as I said, he cared for Paul's goods, but it was a nice fucking bump. And now everybody's selling, and here comes Theory. And Theory hits Roman Reigns with the case and turns around, and Brock just boosts him up and F5s him. Boom. And I think we were pretty much done with Theory at that point, right? He ate the F5. The Usos laid Brock out, but he beat the count up. Reigns speared him. He beat the count. Reigns took the briefcase that once belonged to poor Theory and wore Brock out with it, and Brock beat the count up. And Roman hit him with one of the title belts. Brock beat the count. Roman hit him with the second belt. And then Reigns and the Usos just covered Brock with debris, the tables, the stairs, the chairs, the monitor, the captain's chairs that the announcers use. And with all of that on top of him, he couldn't get up, and he was counted down, and Roman Reigns won the last man standing match. And we never saw Theory again. So, as a match, this was rotten. But as a spectacle, as a conversation starter for the disenfranchised, as a statement that we're going to get wilder than the old man would let us, we're going to come up with something. We're not going to be the I'm watching cheese mold television program anymore. It was a spectacle. It was great. So it was sublime and ridiculous at the same time. But they didn't need to have a stinker pay-per-view here with all that's gone on, and they did not. I think all of their fans will be uproariously raving happy, and I think that the average person who has probably blown off a lot of WWE over the last however long will say, well, you know what? That wasn't too fucking bad.
Yeah, you know, it sucks for the first time they have an event like this that a lot of people have good feelings about coming out of, and it's a Saturday, not a Sunday, so you don't have that bounce the next day. Oh, I can't wait to see what's going to happen tonight. You got 2 days now to wait until Raw.
Well, I guess we'll make it, though. We'll live.
Oh, we're watching Raw?
Well, I'm saying we'll live to fight another day because Raw is 2 days away. If they're going to get a bounce, they're going to get a bounce. It's not like, oh my God, I have to watch Raw now because of what happened, but 24 hours later, it's like, fuck, never mind, I'm over it. If they're going to watch, they're going to watch.
When are we going to see Brock again?
Well, as soon as they can figure out a way to get that tractor underneath all that debris and get it off the top of him so he can stand up. You know what they should, if this had been AEW, they would have had a camcorder there to film. About 3 o'clock in the morning, they're doing the teardown of all of the equipment, and the union crew finally gets all that shit up, and Brock stands up, dusts himself off, and walks off. If it had been AEW, they'd have done that.
If it had been AEW, all that would have happened, and then Jericho would have walked in front of the camera and bladed himself.
Well, no, I think Kevin Dunn is still smart enough to cover that up on this program. Besides, with the camera work that they use to begin with, the herky-jerkiness, you wouldn't be able to see it. But I wonder how long that is for this world. If referees have names and the announcers are not being browbeaten in their headsets, I wonder how long it is before somebody starts telling Kevin, hey, just fucking shoot the goddamn thing without epilepsy. That would be interesting.
And the words, everyone's listening for the words. Belt, fan, just all the words that have been banned.
Well, and Michael Cole said, who was it? Oh, goddamn. Who was sitting next to Michael Cole?
Corey Graves?
Corey Graves said, I liked you better when you didn't have an opinion. Michael Cole said, well, that's changed. A lot has changed around here. So now the announcers are allowed to editorialize.
The rebel Michael Cole. Give me a break.
Well, still.
A lot has changed. Vince is on his phone instead of in Gorilla.
All right. Anyway, so SummerSlam, it was pretty good. Let's give it I'll give it 3. 3 cha-chings. Cha-ching, ka-ching.
That's pretty good on the scale.
Ink-a-dink-a-doo.
Listen, they started off hot. They ended really hot. They had some really, really impressive matches in between from guys that like Logan Paul and Pat McAfee, who were outshining a lot of the longtime wrestlers. It was a good show. For WWE, it was a really good show.
Because you're grading on the curve now.
I'm grading.
Yeah, they normally suck, so I guess it was all right. No, it was a pretty good show. Let's see where it goes from here. Let's see what old Trips can do for this thing. Sami Zayn was pretty much almost the only life on this program. And imagine what it takes for me to say that. No, I remind you and the rest of the listeners that this guy is the guy that I could not talk out of to save my life or his career, being a masked, mute luchador that never spoke and never showed his face. And he's now the most entertaining, cunning linguist on SmackDown whenever Heyman's not around. And Zayn goes into Roman Reigns' locker room because Roman has summoned for him. And I didn't get to see SmackDown week 4 last whenever because it was preempted due to that big preemption across the country due to ball games. I was one of the victims of that. But apparently Sami and Jey Uso are having issues with each other. And as I'm sitting here watching this, I'm like, you know what? Now I understand, because I know I'm overly critical of everything in wrestling because I'm overly critical of everything in wrestling, and I got the right to be, since I can do most of this stuff better than they can. But Roman Reigns is so good and looks so good and is himself, plays himself. And Sami Zayn was so good verbally and is so weasel and has the inflection and the delivery that the material that they're doing is as phony as fuck. It's as phony as a football bat. But I was still enjoying it. It wasn't the bad delivery with the bad material that we usually get. And Sami is sucking up in the backhand or the passive aggressive way or whatever. And he's kind of putting Roman Reigns off to be mad at Jey Uso instead of him. And he kind of gets him to do it. And then he's celebrating behind Roman's back and the whole 9 yards. And then so then suddenly, as Jey Uso calls on Roman Reigns' phone, and Roman says, "Who answer that?" Because he's taking a piss, whatever he's doing. Sami answers it. There's trouble at the border. They won't be there. And I swear to God, that's the most believable thing they said all night, because they're in Canada. And it used to, whenever we do a Ring of Honor show in Toronto, you never knew who they were going to stop and detain and turn back, and your whole card would be fucked. And the first time we did a big sold-out show at that Ted Reeve Arena, we got in there. Who was it now? God damn, it may have been Roderick Strong came in and said, "Oh, the Briscoes got to stop. They turned them away." I'm like, "Oh, God," he was ribbing me. But I was about to have a nervous breakdown. But anyway, trouble at the border, they won't be there. The Usos can't be there, but Sami is. So Roman sends Sami out to win the Intercontinental title and do his bidding tonight. And he asked Sami if he was still cool with that Owens. And he's, "Oh, yeah, we're a great buzz." Well, let him know I don't owe anybody anything ever. "Oh, well, I haven't talked to him in a while, but, if I see him, I'll make sure he knows, I couldn't talk this guy to taking the fucking mask off, that expressive face. I couldn't talk him into doing promos when the wrestling promotion that he worked for had been bought by a television company. And they already had a TV show on HDNet, but that wasn't big enough for him. But I've always said he could work, but he's goddamn entertaining as fuck. This was horseshit, phony material, but they were fun with it.
Yeah, and Sami Zayn was fortunate to be in Montreal. And in Montreal, Sami Zayn is more over than Schwartz's smoked meat on poutine. So, you know, he's playing to the best crowd possible.
But you know, and I know, and the crowd did give him a great ovation when he came out here in a minute for the shit they put him in. But just the performance also, you know, I got to give him credit on that one. And everybody says that I never liked those guys. They were pains in the fucking ass to deal with, but I give credit where credit is due. The time had come. This was a main event segment because all of their main event talent pretty much doesn't wrestle regularly. Roman Reigns, Brock Lesnar, blah, blah, blah. So here comes Roman. And he's got no Usos. They got stopped at the border. And he's got no Paul Heyman. Roman Reigns is there by himself. And I know he's a star. And he's the best thing on this program. But it was between 4 and 5 minutes from the start of his music to the time he got in the ring and said his first word. And that's another problem with this program, is everything takes forever. If everybody on the program, including the people that are coming back, is still going to do long, slow, boring, phony sounding shit, that's not really solving their problem. They need some spontaneity and some improv and some violence. Anyway, Roman's delivery, his voice, his look, his timing, everything is major league. And he's out there to make the point that he's the face of the company, not Drew McIntyre. And he did an excellent promo. He's got great facials and intensity. And then, of course, here comes Drew McIntyre. Anyway, Drew McIntyre's position, obviously, is that Roman Reigns doesn't deserve to be champion. And it's the Usos and Heyman that have propped him up. And Drew was fired up here as well. He did a good job, and he sees fear and concern in Roman Reigns' eyes and on his face, and he wants to fight. And they do. And Roman Reigns hits the Superman punch and turns around and does his roar and goes for the spear, and fucking Drew Claymore kicks him right in the face, and down he goes, and boom, and out we go. And that was it. So we're going to find out what happens between these two at Clash at the Castle next weekend.
Oh, get ready, Cardiff. To me, it was perfunctory. It was rote.
Another good word. Two more good words.
Yes. You know, de rigueur. Somebody stop me. Hit me with my thesaurus. Yeah, it just seems like... yeah.
I guess it's that there's no life to the WWE shows, whereas the AEW shows are so much of a clusterfuck all the time, and everybody's so reckless that it's like watching, you know, the car wreck happen. You can't turn away, and well, I can turn away often on that. The other side, the cliques are forming, you know, or somebody's going to come off the roof and land through a piece of furniture. You know, their innards are going to pop out. There's going to be something unprofessional, dangerous, concerning, silly, whatever to watch on the AEW shows and the WWE shows, besides, as I said, the Garganos and the banished NXT misfit toys. But their show's boring because you know they're not going to do anything unprofessional and stupid, and nobody's going to go into business for themselves, and nobody's going to get seriously injured right in front of our eyes. And the rest of the shit they're doing is phony. There was one preposterous thing or a part of this program that I actually did like because the people involved, Sami Zayn and Roman Reigns, are the highlight of this program. And it was a preposterous conversation that they had with stupid material, but they do it so well. And it's almost like, shit, this could actually be good if they had talented actors doing this shit, or if they just decided to wrestle or write for wrestlers, one or the other. But the Jey Uso doesn't like Sami, and they're pissed at each other. And Roman appreciates Sami for last week interjecting himself and taking a Claymore kick, and tonight he needs a favor. He needs Drew McIntyre distracted. Yes, sir. Boom. So now it's time for the main event. After they did the second half of the Drew package that we talked about earlier, it made him look like more of a star. But then Drew McIntyre versus Sami Zayn. And I enjoyed this until the sports entertainment angle at the end. Because Zayn knows what he's doing, and he can work, and Drew McIntyre bumped him around like a ping pong ball. This was a top guy versus Weasley middle heel match that worked just fine. And they worked it that way. And Zayn would take over. Like one time he took over, he kicked the middle rope into McIntyre's nuts. And the other time McIntyre was going to take him with a superplex or whatever, and he got a sunset powerbomb off the top. But he got heat without it being illogical that this rail-thin, Weasley middle card heel is going to be dominating physically the guy that's in the main event at the pay-per-view this weekend. Finally, McIntyre makes a big comeback, and he's ready for the Claymore kick, and the Usos distract him, and Zayn gets a 2 count, and then that doesn't work, and they just kind of stood around for a second, and then McIntyre levels Sami Zayn, levels both the Usos, hits the kick on Sami, 1, 2, 3. So it's like, I guess, who's going to take one first is where they were standing around. As soon as he gets the win, here comes Roman. And he hits the ring and he starts beating the shit out of McIntyre. But then McIntyre posts Roman and turns around and beats up the Usos some more. Turns back around and Roman Reigns spears Drew McIntyre. And at that point, the Usos go out and get chairs, and they come back in, and they start wearing McIntyre out with the chairs. And now here's the problem. Now they've gone from a decent match, and they've got the big stars in the ring, and they're doing an angle for the pay-per-view this Sunday, and it goes straight into fucking sports fucking entertainment. They wear Drew McIntyre out with chairs. And they're kicking the shit out of him 3-on-1, 4-on-1. Nobody's trying to stop it. No bell is ringing. No referees getting involved. No security being physical. No baby faces. Does Drew McIntyre not have a goddamn friend in the world? Is he the biggest uncircumcised prick that could ever live? That nobody from that locker room would come out and try to help him. It went on forever. They took their time. I've mentioned criminals committing a crime in broad daylight. Taking their time is not a visual that resonates with most people. There should be a sense of urgency. Get it done while we can. Somebody's going to try to stop us. But no, they knew nobody was going to try to stop them because it was fucking phony. It's being allowed by the promotion. And that's why it's disgusting heat. One of the first things I learned when I got into wrestling business, there's cheap heat, there's real heat, there's disgusting heat. And this was disgusting heat because now the heels, they beat him over and over with chairs. They run him into the desk. They picked up the stairs, hit him with the stairs. They roll him in the ring. Roman Reigns chokes him out with a rear naked choke. Then gets a chair and sets it up and sits on top of him. This wasn't heat. This was too much. This was not real. It was disgusting heat, termed that because the people don't get mad and want to buy a ticket to see somebody get even. They get disgusted. Because why is nobody trying to stop this? The first thing that anybody would logically think is, why is nobody trying to help him? Why is nobody trying to stop this? Where are his friends? Where are the other baby faces? Why is nobody ringing a bell? Why are the referees not coming out? Why is security? What the fuck? The answer is because the promotion is allowing this, because it's all set up, and therefore it's disgusting heat because it doesn't get the proper reaction from people. I want to pay to see somebody get even. It just disgusts them. And that's sports entertainment. So they continue, try to make small changes, but they can't do a goddamn show closing Mid-South Wrestling. Heels playing King of the Hill. Everybody's trying to stop something. People are standing and screaming to the point where somebody's going to jump over the rail and try to do something themselves. They can't do that. They can just do this goddamn caca. So, they got a ways to go.
Well, that goddamn caca was Smackdown for the 26th.
And the main event on this program, SmackDown, was supposed to be Roman Reigns' 2-year anniversary celebration as world champion. Undefeated in 2 years. And all night they've been teasing it with videos, and they promoted it for a week or two out on all the other programs. Sami Zayn is the one to prepare the ceremony. He's the MC. As a matter of fact, earlier in the program, he was delivered black, smelly flowers from Karrion Kross. Apparently, they've been listening to the official Jim Cornette YouTube channel, and they heard what I sent to Jim Herd once upon a time. But they finally build up to this thing, and there's 10 minutes left in the show when they start the segment. And here come the Usos and Sami. And by the way, they've done not only a commercial for something involving Heyman, but also he made comments in one of the packages for Roman, even though he's injured. He's hurt. So he did a fresh voiceover. And I think one of the announcers, it maybe had been on the Clash of the Castle, even said, well, that must have been pre-taped before he was injured. But anyway, they got Usos and they got Sami. There's no Heyman. And I'm thinking, my God, at 10 minutes till the hour, the end of the show, they're coming up on this thing. I've sat through 2 hours to see this, what's going to happen. And Sami tries to host it, but Jay interrupts and cuts a promo, and Sami does his entertaining bit. He's hilarious. And finally, Uso calls everybody to stand up and introduces Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns! And all of a sudden on the screen, on the big screen, pops up an SUV pulling in the back. And an SUV stops and the door opens and Roman Reigns gets out of it and stands there, and you hear the people in the building react. And from off screen comes a fucking foot and kicks him. It's Drew McIntyre, gives him the big boot, and Roman Reigns goes down and lays there. And then you go back to the ring and they say, oh shit. Here comes Drew McIntyre into the arena and headbutts Sami and throws the Usos out of the ring and trashes all the display for the celebration and does a flip dive on all three heels, which looked great for a guy that size, by the way, and tosses chairs in the ring and hits Sami Zayn and suplexes Uso on a table and spears the other one through the barricade and cuts the promo on Roman Reigns. I'll never stop. I'll never stop. Apparently, Roman Reigns will stop because he caught one kick, one big boot from the guy in the parking lot and was never seen again. He never got up. He never made it into the building that was 100 yards away. He never... Why was he even there live in the building, I'm wondering?
That was my question. Where was that filmed?
And that's a question but they have the gall and the audacity to advertise the 2-year celebration of Roman Reigns as champion. He gets taken out by one big boot and lays there for apparently another 7 minutes at least, because if he'd got up, it was a short walk to the arena. Drew proved that. He didn't come to save his henchman. And is that the way to... I know you want to portray the challenger as strong going into the title match, but then the next day when Drew hits him with one of those Claymore kicks, why doesn't he stay down for 7 minutes? So that was the way SmackDown closed. They never saw Roman Reigns in the arena, and we were led to believe that he was still laying next to the SUV in the parking lot. Now, aren't you sorry you missed SmackDown?
No, not really. That's how I usually want to end things. Have the babyface look really, really strong right before you cut his nuts off the next night.
What match was coming up next? Because this was an actual wrestling pay-per-view instead of an endurance test, and they went 3 hours and 20-something minutes with, 6 or 7 matches. Nice and easy for everybody to digest. It's time for the main event, Roman Reigns and Drew McIntyre. And can they recreate the magic of that immortal night in Wembley Stadium when the hometown hero comes out on top? Probably not. We know that in the overall scheme of things, Roman Reigns is the guy, but they've built this thing up. They're going to give us a fight. They got plenty of time. There's no Heyman and no Usos, but Roman still looks like a badass coming out, and the people were ready for this. And they knew it at the start. They took their time. They started with a long lockup. They were working into it because they knew they already had the people. And this is the match they paid to see. There's no reason to start at 100 miles an hour, and they're going to put some time in. But Roman Reigns is so good with the little things because, like, just early on, showing that he was rattled, just a little facial and backing off and ducking under the rope, that's a different dimension, and it means something when this guy seldom backs up. So when he does, people go, oh, I mean, this is wrestling 101. And Drew obviously had to kick Roman's ass for, the early part of this and shine a little bit, and then had a way out. He was distracted by Cross and Scarlett were sitting at ringside, and they threw the water bottle at him and distracted him so Reigns could take over. And I got to be honest with you, McIntyre sells great for a big guy with the facials and the body language and everything. He's got the gist of this. He's a good worker. But they a nice little spot there where Roman Reigns calls for the microphone and asks Cardiff to acknowledge him and turns around and McIntyre flattens him with a fucking headbutt. And, then they start, McIntyre does a comeback, goes for a superplex, Roman foils it. They have the fight, they go back and forth, couple of big pops on 2 counts. And then there was a point where everything kind of slowed down, and I was like, where are we going? And then, again, Roman goes for the Superman punch, and Drew turns it into a DDT and sets up for the kick and runs into a Superman punch 2 count, and then everybody sells forever. So I think at that point, they're going to do a big exchange, and then everybody's going to sell forever because it's a big show match and they got to go 40 minutes or whatever. Did you see that? Could they have tightened this up in the middle? Or was it because it was a stadium crowd, they wanted to make sure everything sunk in on everybody? What do you think?
I think maybe that, just because of the way WWE does things, and I think it would have been acceptable, not to get ahead of ourselves, if the finish hadn't been so flat, it wouldn't have stuck out so much after the fact.
Well, anyway, again, they go for Roman getting the face lock. He's choked a lot of guys out with the front face lock. McIntyre would power out, Roman to get it again. They had great facials. The struggle of this thing, the story they told, that was good. Another spear through the barricade. Don't you think at this point the WWE should start trying to get a refund on some of from their barricade supplier? These are fucking defective. Everybody sold forever. And then they do the spot where they bump poor referee Charles Robinson, and music plays. And here comes Theory. Did they always play music for the guy cashing in the Money in the Bank briefcase? Or isn't it good enough he just runs down out of nowhere?
As far as I can remember back, they have, but I don't know about the early days when they first created the wonderful briefcase.
Yeah, but anyway, the whole deal is, here comes Theory. Well, both guys are down. He's going to cash in the briefcase. He runs right to the railing and hands the briefcase to a referee and says, I want to cash in. And Tyson Fury, the boxer, stands up from the front row and knocks the shit out of him. And that got that may have been the pop of the night. So then they continue the match and they trade a million blows and kicks and etc. And finally Drew hits his finish. gets a 2 count, and there's Solo Sikoa from NXT pulls the referee out to the floor. And because he's a member of the Bloodline now, too, legitimately, he's the Usos' brother, right? So then...
I believe so, yeah.
Sikoa jerks McIntyre's neck on the top rope, and McIntyre flies into the ring, into the spear, boom, 1, 2, 3. So, it wasn't the flattest finish I've ever seen. They wanted to make, or Sikoa to make an impact, but yeah, I don't know, after all of that, it seemed like, well, maybe it was a little flat. I don't know. Are you right? You don't have to be right all the time, Brian.
The finish, yeah, it was really flat because I think people were expecting the title change. They just built up the 2 years of Roman Reigns with that big celebration on Smackdown.
But were they smoking the hopium to think there was going to be a title change?
I guess so. I mean, in Cardiff, Wales, the guy comes out with a fucking sword. Place is going nuts for him.
He should have used the sword.
I think people also, I shouldn't say that. I don't think a large enough number of the crowd were in on this, but I think some people were expecting Heyman to show up as well.
That actually probably would have... I know they wanted to get Sikoa started off right, but if Heyman had showed up and screwed McIntyre, I think it would have probably been more exciting and accepted a little better. But that wasn't the face-off or the end of the show. They still had the big face-off with Roman Reigns and Tyson Fury, and they shook hands. I don't know what that was about, because then Roman Reigns leaves and Tyson Fury stays in the ring with Drew McIntyre. And this is going to sound like I'm now reviewing AEW, but I'm not. If you didn't see this, Fury gets in the ring, shakes hands with Roman Reigns, Roman leaves, and then Fury gives McIntyre a pep talk and decides to cheer him up by singing American Pie by Don McLean to Drew McIntyre, and then Drew joins in a duet.
And I think it's brilliant. I never even thought about this way to make people forget about the babyface losing a big title match. Just have them sing with a boxer right after the match.
This made me want to forget that I was ever born, much less what and why the song. First of all, he cheers Drew McIntyre up by singing American Pie after Drew McIntyre just got his ass beat and lost his chance at the championship in the most important UK event in 30 years. But why American Pie? Why not? They're in Cardiff. Why not Welsh Pie?
Maybe he's trying to signal him. Don't get on that private plane.
A long, long time ago.
I'm looking here. I
can still remember.
No, be careful. He's he's a highly litigious man, Don McLean. But what I see here is apparently Tyson Fury sang American Pie after beating Deontay Wilder, another great boxer of our modern times. So I guess maybe it's part of his thing. He goes in there and this is his song. He sings American Pie.
Yeah. Well,
that's all right. It'd be like an American boxer singing the Kinks after they won a match.
You really got me. Well, I can't remember if I cried when I read about his widowed bride, but I sure did cry when I heard them singing that song. One thing that made me want to watch this program was the return of Paul Heyman. The Pauls, Logan Paul and Paul Heyman. And they're together. I'm popping my peas now, aren't I, pal? But Logan Paul and Paul Heyman are going to be interacting with each other, and Roman Reigns is in the mix. And that was the first segment on Smackdown this past weekend, the day before my birthday, September 16th, where Logan Paul made his big entrance, and they're calling him the Maverick. The Maverick, Logan Paul. Do you think that's going to stick? Is that going to work?
That's not a good one, no. He doesn't need not everyone needs a nickname, by the way, especially when they're already more famous than all your wrestlers.
Yes, and does anybody know what a Maverick is anymore? Is that word old-fashioned? See, if I think something's old-fashioned, it's got to be out of date.
Would they have pulled crap like this if John McCain was still alive?
No, and nor James Garner. Either one. But apparently from the announcers, Logan Paul is, and I quote, perpetually on the minds of everyone around the globe. So, at any rate, we won't penalize Logan by the announcers' stilted attempts to get him over. He does a good conversational promo because he's glib and he's with it, right? As far as promoting things. Obviously, he's got this far. And he had fun with the what chants, and he knocked old Floyd Mayweather, and he talked about the press conference that they did on Saturday, and challenged Roman Reigns to meet him there because they've had a interplay and some kind of beef on a podcast they did together. And then suddenly, boom, music, and here comes the Bloodline, and Paulie's in the lead, and he's wearing, I don't know if this was, rejected wardrobe for the Penguin in the new Batman movie or a tablecloth at a picnic, but God, it was a loud suit. And he introduced himself, and he gets in the ring, the Bloodline surrounding the ring, so they're menacing old Logan Paul. And did you see this, Brian?
I did, yes.
Does anybody do better smarmy, backhanded compliments with the passive-aggressive, as the kids say, stuff? He verbally filleted Logan Paul and then gradually starts injecting a little smart ass, and then finally threatens Logan Paul about running his mouth about Roman Reigns and telling him to be smart and pick a fight with somebody else. And again, Logan Paul is good with this. He's more natural. You know what this may be? This may be because Logan Paul knows that the producers, if he just goes out there and says shit he wants to say, the producers are not going to chastise him for not following the exact verbiage of the script. And neither are the writers, because he's Logan Paul. I think all the wrestlers that should be allowed to do what he's doing, or well, some of them shouldn't. Some of them shouldn't be allowed on TV. But you know what I'm saying. They're too scared to change anything or to go into business for themselves on a promo in a positive way, putting themselves in it, getting it over as more natural, because they're scared they're going to get yelled at for not saying what they're supposed to fucking say. But this guy can, because he knows he's a star and they need him. So anyway, he says, what, are you afraid I might challenge Roman Reigns? What if I land that one lucky shot? And the way that they were, because remember we talked about this on the last show, and that you said, well, should they be giving Logan Paul a title shot? Well, no, legitimately, no, because he's only had 2 matches, but they need a main event for a big paid show. It's like a $50 million fair show where you don't have to sell tickets, and they don't care who watches Peacock because it's going to be on, a weekday afternoon or whatever, United States time. So they need an attraction that they can pretty much justify to the Saudis that it's worth the money they're paying. And in the process, they will attempt to get this over as good as possible, but they're not wasting Roman Reigns versus Drew McIntyre, Roman Reigns versus Brock Lesnar, Roman Reigns versus Drew McIntyre again, Roman Reigns versus maybe Bobby Lashley. The list is limited. So I understand what they're doing, and, for a situation like this, there's nothing wrong with it. They're not expecting anybody to buy a ticket to see this. It's a celebrity match. But anyway, so that's when, Paul says, well, I hate to hear that because now I've got to handle you. And he yells for Solo. And as Logan Paul goes to draw back on Paul, here comes Sami, jumps in. And I've got this. I got this. And did you see Paul's face? When he's trying to sick Solo Sikoa, the Street Fighter, on Logan Paul, and Sami jumps in. And the incredulousness on Paul's face. And you've got it. And he just pitches the microphone. Handle it then. And Sami tries to turn and reason with Logan Paul, and Logan Paul just drops him with one punch. And here comes the Bloodline, and Logan rolls out. And then Ricochet, for whatever reason, runs down. Well, I know the reason, I'll say in a minute, but in the context of this, Ricochet runs down and backs him up. So now here comes 5'4", 140-pound Ricochet to back Logan Paul up against 3 Samoans, Sami Zayn, and the son of Alfred Hitchcock. But the reason why Ricochet came down was because he's got a match with Sami Zayn next, so they could go to the break, and you're hooked. You can't turn away. But anyway, this interview segment led to the press conference, which we will talk about here in a little while, on Saturday, which led to the Saudi Arabia match that we're going to see at whatever point. But this was a good promo segment. It makes you as interested as you're going to be in Roman Reigns against Logan Paul. I thought. What'd you think?
I thought it was pretty good. Nice to see Heyman back out there wearing an outfit from the Vince McMahon going at a business sale, or I don't know where he got that fucking suit. Logan Paul, he's got size. He's got arms. His arms were the biggest ones of anyone in there. They were defined. They look good. He could do his kind of promo. Again, it's not the wrestling promo. It's something that feels a little more natural, especially if you've been watching this guy for years. I think he's really good. I thought the segment was really good. What do you think of Sami Zayn's role with the Bloodline?
Honestly, I think I said this a couple of weeks ago. It's so silly, but Sami Zayn is the kind of guy that can make it work.
Yeah, he pulls it off. I agree.
If it was anybody else, this would be so corny and it wouldn't be funny because you could tell the guy was reciting lines or whatever. But with Sami Zayn, again, with the formerly mute imitation luchador that never wanted to speak, it's a goddamn highlight. I can't, him and Heyman in the same segment, you got gold. So I think, that's the flunky in the group that can take some of the ass whipping that they've been giving those poor Usos for months and months and months and years. And again, the problem I have with them, they're supposed to be the tag team champions, but every opponent that Roman Reigns has can beat them both up by himself. They go from being his flunkies and the cannon fodder for the next heavyweight challenger, but then they go out and they're competitive with every tag team. You can't do both, and I think they're better as the flunkies right now because they're in a main event position, which tag teams ain't going to be. But with Sami, and also with Sami not liking, I can never remember, Jimmy or Jay, one or the other, and the other one trying to be the peacemaker.
Yeah, one was laughing while he was getting his ass kicked, and the other one was getting madder and madder.
Yeah. So that's fun. So, I mean, again, everything around Roman Reigns is usually held to a higher standard and outperforms. But did you watch the match with Sami and Ricochet?
Yeah, it was through a couple commercial breaks. I watched it.
Okay, I'm going to talk about that because I've had nothing good to say about Ricochet before because every time I've seen him, he's gone instantly into the high school cheerleading routines and just flipping and flopping and, gesticulating about. Sami Zayn, I've said this also, his in-ring work is excellent. He's got no fucking physique whatsoever. He's stronger than he looks, and his work is great. So Ricochet actually wrestled here. There were tackles and drop downs, holds, my God. And after they did some wrestling, then Ricochet did one flippy spot, and it worked, and Sami took a powder. And then Ricochet went for a springboard, but Sami wiped his feet out, from under him, and he took a bump, and he got on him for some heat. And then Ricochet fired up at one point, but Sami pushed him off the top rope onto the barricade, which looked good, and he sold it, and that was their break spot. At some point in here, Michael Cole mentioned Pro Wrestling Chimpanzee, and Twitter lost their mind. Oh, they said that They first met in Pro Wrestling Guerrilla in a barn in Reseda. Anyway, coming back from the break, Sami's the one coming off the top rope, but Ricochet jumps up and hits him with a drop kick, and it was actually beautiful. That almost never happens. That whoever the kicker is times the guy coming off the top rope for whatever, super kick, drop kick, big boot, whatever, times it right. They did. Ricochet made a big comeback, hit a beautiful crossbody off the top rope, got a nice 2 count. They went back and forth. Heyman spilled a fucking drink all over Michael Cole's notes, which was a high point there. And then, they hit another couple of hot false finishes back and forth for 2 counts. And I was right. This is great. They've got them going. There's action. They're nailing all their shit. People are interested. And then Sami and one of the Usos get in the arguments, and Ricochet flips onto everybody. And then, bowls them over, and then pitches Sami back in and hits a shooting star off the top, which he didn't have to stand up there like Malachi Black. Is it Malachi Black that's doing the... No, it's Pac. I'm sorry. Pac and Black. I got confused. Pac stands up on top for 38 seconds before he jumps, but Ricochet came right off. Boom, 1, 2, 3, and got a big pop. This was the first wrestling match I've seen Ricochet have. I stopped watching him after the first few I saw that were just blah, blah. He's not a top guy because of his size, but he could be a middle card babyface that you care about if he's got a guy that can work to lead him and let him do the best stuff he can do, but not everything he can do, and not the phony stuff, but make it look like it makes sense. So, again, this was good. And then the Bloodline was going to close in on poor old Ricky Ricochet, and here came Mosh Pit Jones out with a chair to ward off the Bloodline. Your thoughts on the match?
Good match. Can't add too much more to what you said. I've never had a problem with Ricochet like you have. I have enjoyed some of his matches in the past. And Sami Zayn is a really talented guy, and he's, like you said before, he's one of the few guys that you can make a little silly and it works because it doesn't feel unnatural. I thought it was good. I thought it was a good open to the show so far, actually.
Even though he's a pain in the ass, I've never said Sami couldn't go.
That's the thing. Sometimes when people try to attack your Ring of Honor run, they'll say, he buried Steen and Generico, missing the entire point of what was happening with Steen and Generico. It was the opposite. He didn't bury them. He tried to work with them.
Well, yeah, gave Steen 6 months off so he could lose some fucking weight and arranged to get him paid for a payoff on the 12 Ring of Honor shows he would have missed in 6 months. They were running twice a month. And then brought him back at a top spot on a television production where he was then made the world champion. Even though he never lost that fucking weight, I mistreated him so badly, and he still never wanted to do anything. And what we would have liked out of good old El Generico was take the fucking mask off, learn how to speak English, and oh, by the way, let's pin you down on signing a long-term contract so we can make plans for you. But none of those things happened, so he wandered away.
So he signed to NXT, took off his mask, and did everything
and
you were going to do with
talk.
him. Yeah.
Anyway, speaking of learning how to talk, Karrion Kross and Scarlett, they're in black and white. They got spooky music. They got spooky verbiage in the pre-tape. These two do it well, but was this stuff even better when 100 different people in every company weren't doing it?
Yeah, there's the problem right there. We see way too much of this kind of promo package, whatever you want to call it. It's too frequent now, so it doesn't seem special.
But again, they do it well, and they're coming after McIntyre, so tick-tock on that thing.
You brought up SmackDown. You also brought up a press conference with Roman Reigns and Logan Paul.
Yes, I did.
Would you like to discuss it?
Thank you for reminding me. Well, I didn't know where you did. I just, I was agreeing with you because you made a declarative statement there, but you didn't ask me if I wanted to discuss it. Do you want to discuss it?
Let's discuss it. I think the listeners want to hear what you have to say. But in general, what are your thoughts? Because we're seeing more and more press scrums, press events. Triple H is talking to the press. Tony Khan, MJF just did a flood of wrestling media. What are your thoughts on doing these press conferences?
Well, obviously, there's different ways to do them. And press conferences in wrestling can be all over the page. When they try to, and this goes back to the territory days, when they try to stick to a more athletic, serious, sports-based presentation, if I can borrow a term or a phrase, then they come off well. Because that's what you should only be having a press conference about the main event guys in your company. One of either the world tag team title or the world heavyweight title or some top prize. I mean, remember when Crockett had the Crockett Cup press conferences? Especially the best one was when he flew everybody up to Baltimore and we had it at Sabatino's. Got to eat there for free that day. Those are fine. The press scrum afterward that Tony has been doing, and honestly, when was the last wrestling promotion besides AEW that did these press scrums afterwards? Can you remember? Has there been another one? Was it ever a thing anywhere else?
It was a thing in the UFC.
No, I'm talking about wrestling.
No, I know. I think that's where it started. It started with AEW because of the UFC.
Okay, well then they didn't pay attention because UFC, when they do something like that, either a press conference or a media scrum after the show, they actually have, first of all, legitimate media. They have ESPN, they have Fox Sports, they have fucking legitimate Sports Illustrated, whatever the case, right? And secondly, the whole idea that Tony has, for whatever reason, that he thinks is a press scrum, is to let everybody that has a website dedicated to wrestling that likes his company get in for free to talk to some of their favorite wrestlers and ask them questions that it's not, again, Sports Illustrated, ESPN, major news outlets, whatever the case. So it's a bunch of guys applauding the wrestlers when they come in the room and then asking them friendly questions. And then it's Tony leading the rest of all of his guys to completely break the fourth wall, destroy kayfabe, and just talk about how much fun they had putting their art together and how that everybody just loves everybody for the match that they had that night and blah, blah, blah. So it's a mark fest on every side and on every level. And those websites are already there and they're already going to cover that fucking show. And my God, the chances of any of them saying anything negative about the show are astronomical. So for Tony, it's not even extra press or public relations. It's the opportunity to sit out there and talk to a bunch more marks that like his show and have his wrestlers, his live action figures, come out and sit there. And we've talked about it. My God, what time did they get to the building? For a pay-per-view at 8 o'clock Eastern, call time in the WWF used to be, for the talent, 1 o'clock. And that's the crew and the creative team and et cetera have been there before that. Then he wants the guys, after they've sat through one of those 5-hour shows and had a match, to sit out there for 2 hours and talk to more fucking fans. And he wonders why shit goes awry. My God, I can't imagine that guys in the WWF that were on top making a fucking shit ton of money 25 years ago, would any of them would have stayed after the goddamn pay-per-view was over with at midnight to talk to fucking NBC News. But it's two different approaches. The WWE, this press conference with Logan Paul and Roman Reigns, they treated it like the UFC does. They treated it like a legitimate press conference with a professional sports franchise and two athletes that are going to have a fucking fight. And there's Triple H being Dana White, stepping in the middle all the way down to, at the end of the thing, the two fighters squaring off for the press pictures, and Triple H keeping his hand in the middle to make sure there's no touching and physical violence going on. And the camera's snapping. That looked, it could have been UFC, it could have been boxing. It was talked about in the same tone. Logan Paul was put over for his entrepreneurial spirit and his, showmanship and his promotion ability, but also that he hung with Floyd Mayweather and never got knocked down. They legitimized him as best they could with factual statements. But here, Roman Reigns is on God mode. And it was legitimate, at least to some extent, legitimate press there, because they had called a press conference and because they're the WWE, they're the industry leader, the standard flag bearer, whatever. So they're going to get in mainstream news publications. Not to say that AEW never does, but mainstream news publications do not have any of their reporters or representatives in the room at midnight after a fucking AEW pay-per-view. So it's just it's like the grown-ups are doing this, and then the kids want to pretend to do like the grown-ups do, so they do it the other way over here. And it's just another way and it's not necessary. It doesn't need to be this way. This is another place where AEW looks more amateurish, second-rate, low rent, minor league, whatever phrase you want to use, than the WWE, and they're inflicting it upon themselves. They don't have to do these things at all. Or if they did, they could easily either do them before a show where people are dressed up in legitimate clothes and look like professional athletes, or if they've got to do it afterwards, at least let the guys take a shower and fucking spruce up a little bit instead of coming in looking like shit and just droning on something that doesn't benefit the company or the next big show. Your thoughts, Brian?
It's interesting. We get so much material for this show and, for the wrestling news that comes out of the scrum. Is it productive, though? I mean, the CM Punk thing notwithstanding, just in general, taking this last incident out of the equation, how productive is it? I mean, he's getting headlines on all the different wrestling websites, and we know that Tony cares a lot about wrestling websites and wrestling Twitter and the reaction he gets on social media. So it means a lot to him. He gets to sit there and...
Would he not be getting the same thing without the media scrum for 2 hours after the 5-hour fucking show?
Well, the other thing that you got to take into this is that he wants to do it. He wants to be there talking to everyone. He wants to give his opinions on things. He wants to have his views out there in the world. He enjoys doing it more than I think it's a necessary function that needs to be there.
Well, maybe he should take up collecting stamps. Just an idea, just something else in his spare time. I know he has so much spare time, something else that he enjoys that may be more productive than dragging the guys out there to talk to a bunch of fan sites at 2:00 in the morning. Because I'm sure that sooner or later there will be emotions running high again, and somebody might say something they might not have said if it'd been 8:00 at night and they hadn't been sitting in that building for 14 hours.
What do you do with Logan Paul? Because he's going into this match. I'm assuming Roman Reigns is not going to drop the belt. So you have to have him either win or walk out somehow with the belt. I don't know if Saudi Arabia wants fuck finishes for their main events. What do you do here with this guy?
Well, no, you can't switch the belt, or then it becomes, instead of a clever way to capitalize on a celebrity that can wrestle that you have under contract, then you've pissed off your most devoted fans because he doesn't deserve it because he's had 2 fucking matches. And then you got a backlash against the guy. Yeah, hey, maybe put another match on in Saudi Arabia afterwards just to send the Saudi Arabians home happy, or at least as happy as they can be because they live in Saudi fucking Arabia. And fuck him, yes. And then maybe, somebody else runs down some of the stars of the WWE that the Saudis will love to see to assist Logan Paul in running off the bloodline and giving Roman Reigns a bump or something. But no, you can't switch the belt. Not even in Saudi Arabia, especially because it's going to be on TV over here. It's not like they could keep it secret. If it was one of those unauthorized Ric Flair Harley race deals in Auckland, New Zealand, that might be one thing, but no. We also, it was Friday Night Smackdown last night, and I had time to watch the first segment, and I want to make mention of this because this was a talking segment that flew by, that was so good that you wanted to hear, that you were involved in, and you wanted to see what happened at the end. And when you did see it, you're like, they got me. And I know you can't have that in every segment because you don't have enough Paul Heymans and Roman Reigns' and Sami Zayn's, but in this case, we'll talk more about the rest of SmackDown on the Drive-Thru in a few days, but the first segment, out comes Roman Reigns with the Bloodline, Solo, and both the Usos, and Heyman, and Sami. And everybody involved in this was perfect in what they did. All Roman Reigns has to do is stand there, and he can talk, but when he's a man of few words because he's got Heyman to do the other stuff, it just makes him look like a bigger star. Heyman is tremendous. The inflection, the verbal capacity, the expressions, my God. And Sami Zayn was perfect in this. They did a long tease about how now that they had Solo, it looked like they were going to kick Sami out of the group. Even to the point of Reigns saying, take that Bloodline shirt off. I don't want to see you wearing that again. And Sami's facial expressions and the humana in his voice and his attitude. And then finally, the reveal is that Roman Reigns has him a new T-shirt, Honorary Us. And, then the relief on Sami's face. And now Jay's the one that doesn't like him, right?
I don't know which one. Yeah.
Well, whatever. Jay Uso's, God damn it, because he knew that Sami was about to get kicked out. They have built this thing perfect with this dynamic in the group. And everybody's doing a great job with it. And it was entertaining to watch. And even though, yes, you can examine, if Sami Zayn was a grown-up adult, he probably wouldn't be doing many of the things he's doing or thinking many of the things he's thinking. But the way they've done it and talk about it and carry it off, you don't sit there and it doesn't slap you in the face. You can take the ride with them. You can work with them on it. And that's what wrestling used to be. And at least this is somewhat entertaining. So I like that part of SmackDown. I don't know what the fuck else is going to go on. We'll see that when we get to it.
I thought it was great. Sami Zayn is perfect in this role, and the facial expressions from him and Roman Reigns, the way everything was built up here, as cheesy as it could be, it worked. And I thought it was great. It was the highlight of the show, the 15 minutes of them standing there and talking. I don't know what else to say about it. Really.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. Cheesy doesn't always equate with phony or silly if it's talented people doing the deal that can make you believe, because Sami Zayn can make you believe that he's that weaselly fucking chicken shit, the whole 9 yards. But now the people are starting to get behind it because they want to see him welcomed into the fucking group or whatever. And they were chanting for him, Sami, Sami. They thought he was going to get fucked up, and he didn't. So they were pleased about it. But that's the thing, is we just need about 5 more Heymans, 6 more Roman Reigns, and I never thought I'd say this, a couple more Sami Zayns. I'm feeling conflicted, Brian, because old Madcap Moss, he's not with Corbin now. He's not wearing the goofy outfit. He looks like a great athlete. He's got an upside. He doesn't suck in the ring. But they're still calling him Madcap Moss, and I just refuse to say Madcap again. That'll be the last time you hear it. So he's Moss from now on. But Zayn and Solo started out with a tag match against Ricochet and Moss. And Zayn is playing up the asshole with the badass, bodyguard perfectly. And the cocky, and I mean, everything he's doing lately has been gold. Solo, he's the Usos' younger brother, apparently legitimately. He's not that big. Of course, he's a Samoan. And he's serious. He's acting serious about this. He's got the facials. He looks great. I wanted to like him more in this match even than I did. Not to say there's anything wrong with him, but it was a lot of punch and kick. And I'm just thinking, Jacob Fatu in this spot would be $1 million player that they could probably actually work for about a year and a half and end up splitting and having Roman Reigns against Jacob Fatu and gross millions of dollars on pay-per-view. Because Solo is serious and he's a good athlete and his work so far is okay. I'd like to see a little more variety. But he's got intensity, but he doesn't look like a lunatic.
He looks like a junior Uso.
He doesn't look like somebody that would lose control of himself and eat your face, even if he is a Samoan. And he might very well do that, but he doesn't look like it, whereas Jacob Fatu does. I'm just thinking if for an enforcer in the Samoan family there, they've just continued to overlook the obvious that's right in front of them. Anyway, they have this match. They do a big dive by, Ricochet, and they go to the break in under 4 minutes. They come back. There's heat on Ricochet. Like I said, Solo, okay, a lot of punch and kick. Then they just did simultaneous tags. No real hot tag. They just, let's both just tag out and start over. And old Moss made his comeback, and they did a good finish. They had the people going. The crowd was behind Sami, even though he's obviously the heel. He's the most fun to watch, so they gravitate to him. And they did a couple of falses. Moss caught Sami with a jackhammer, and Solo saved it. And then Ricochet was going to do a dive, but Sami tripped him. And then Moss got on him, so the referee went Sami and Moss. Ricochet went for the dive anyway, and Solo threw a chair and caught Ricochet in midair and threw him over the railing out in the people, or out in the timekeepers area that everybody gets thrown in. And then hit a spin kick and a rock bottom on Moss, 1, 2, 3. So I'm like, Jesus Christ. Moss is a giant. He's jacked. He looks great. He's hopefully getting a fresh look and maybe a fresh name soon. And Mighty Mouse is his partner, and they beat Moss instead of Ricochet. So, and then Solo gets back on and gets extra heat on Moss after the fact. So they beat him up afterwards too. Again, who's picking the fucking talent that gets pushed and who's picking the talent that gets punked out? Because I'm thinking they need a trip to the ophthalmologist. Your thoughts?
Well, again, Ricochet got signed because he had a lot of buzz off the indies, and they pushed him from the moment he got there in NXT, and then on the main roster, he's run into the problems that other people have. Madcap Moss was brought up with a comedy gimmick.
Maybe that should be Mad Cop, and he could dress up like a police officer.
Well, maybe better than what he's done. Be the goofy sidekick to a goofy character. And now here he is again, same name, but he's now dressing like a wrestler. He's in great shape. We still don't know what else he could do, if he could do a good promo or anything else, really. But obviously, Ricochet's been a bigger priority for WWE.
I mean, Ricochet's wonderful middle card babyface, good for the kids, does the flying stuff. Let's not seriously pretend like he needs to be a main event star.
Does Madcap need to be a main event star? Do you think just based on look and a change of name he could be, or what do you?
Based on look and size and athletic ability, and with a name change, yes, based on those things, he could be a main event star. Now, is he coachable? Does he have a good attitude? Is he going to continue to progress? That's a question, but you've got the template to work with. You have material here. Ricochet, wonderfully talented acrobat, and we saw a couple weeks ago he can sell and have a wrestling match when somebody leads him to do one. But are you going to ever buy Ricochet versus Roman Reigns, Ricochet versus Brock Lesnar, Ricochet versus Bobby Lashley, Ricochet versus Gunther? Let's be honest. And no, and a lot of people will say, well, look at Rey Mysterio. Again, Rey Mysterio was revolutionary with what he did and grew up in a wrestling family and had the psychology and the once in a generation or once in a lifetime combination of ability and charisma. Ricochet's a good acrobat. The fact that he doesn't have a mask hurts him because there's that blank average face. And yes, you love the flips, but it's like the Flying Greek Mike Pappas when he did the headstand on the top turnbuckle and then kicked off and landed in the middle of the ring and hit a guy with 2 or 3 quick drop kicks. That was great, but it was in the third match, because if you put Mike Pappas against fucking the main event guy in any territory, it would have looked ridiculous because Pappas was 5'6" and only about 190 pounds, which meant he had about 30 on Ricochet. Anyway, good finish and all that stuff, except they beat the wrong guy. But then in the back, Solo and Sami Zayn are walking down the hall, and they're going to the Bloodline locker room, and they meet Jey Uso coming out. And then Jey calls Sami off and says, hey, I see right through you. I know what you're all about. If you put my family in jeopardy, well, then I'm going to, Sami just say, hey, take it up with Roman. So I love the conflict that they've got, except I wish they would come up with more creative ways to impart this information to the viewer than to just have the guys saying it right in front of a television camera. And that means that Roman Reigns can see this anytime he wants to, so we're almost expected to believe that Roman Reigns is stupid or ignorant or not paying attention to what's going on. You know, they don't have to all just come out and speak right in front of a camera. Can't you eavesdrop on a guy in a corner on a cell phone or whatever? All right, so the first segment, they bring out the stars. Here comes Roman and the Bloodline, and they are over. And again, we don't need to say what we say every week, but Heyman's expressions are priceless. Sami Zayn is a scene stealer. And Roman does the acknowledge me, and then here comes the Logan Paul music. And then I'm thinking, this early? And the one thing is, Logan Paul comes in 6-on-1. And obviously, the Bloodline played it off like they're not going to attack him and everything, but it seemed awfully brave on his part. But nevertheless, Heyman cuts promo, and he promos everybody. And I've heard the name, who is Ben Shapiro? And why is Paul Heyman saying that Ben Shapiro couldn't kick Roman Reigns' ass?
Is that what he said? Didn't hear that
he's
promo.
talking about all the people that Logan Paul steps up to challenge Roman Reigns. Not a lot of other people didn't. Andrew Tate, whoever the fuck Andrew Tate is. He's talking about Ben Shapiro and Andrew Tate and everybody.
He's naming podcasts. I mean, Ben Shapiro is a major conservative podcaster. So, I mean, I'm guessing, and Logan Paul's a major podcaster, so I'm guessing he's just naming podcasters.
Okay, well, none of those people have the balls to fight Roman Reigns, but Logan Paul does. And finally, when Logan Paul starts answering back, he gets whatted bad. And they don't what Heyman. They're smart enough not to, because you never know what might come back at you from Heyman.
He's smart enough to stop it, too.
Well, yeah, the Sean Waltman rule about me works on Paul Heyman, too. Do not engage verbally. And so he's getting whatted, and then he starts arguing with Jey Uso, and Sami interrupted to bring it back in and got massive cheers. They have made Sami Zayn an incredible babyface with this thing. So everybody spoke well in this promo where they're talking about the match between them and Saudi Arabia, but absolutely nothing happened. They talked to each other, and then they all left, and we were 20 minutes into the show. So, you know, I'm not saying it was better than a lot of bad matches they have just to get to hear Heyman and Sami talk and, you know, see the bloodline, but...
They're wasting that match on Saudi Arabia.
Well, now... Here, when they first announced it, I said, well, they don't have to sell tickets on it. The Saudi Arabia show is sold. It's like a giant $50 million county fair show. So they don't need to waste a marquee match like Roman Reigns versus Brock Lesnar or whatever. But now are you saying that maybe at this point they are so bereft of money matches, there is such a dearth of money drawing talent that Logan Paul and Roman Reigns may be a money-drawing match?
I think if built up right, it could be, certainly. Logan Paul's as big a star there as any of the people they have.
Then they are shitting the bed, aren't they, giving it to the Saudi Arabians? Those, and Alibaba and the 40 Thieves. Anyway, so then they obviously have to follow up with the Bloodline being involved in a match coming out of that interview, and the match they picked was Ricochet versus Solo Sikoa, which Solo won, obviously, because they're pushing him. And we're 35 minutes into the show. And we've seen one match and most of the same people. And then we go back to Roman Reigns' locker room, where Jey and Sami are arguing. And Roman Reigns takes Sami Zayn's side on Jey being a hothead, but now he tells Sami, so that means he's your problem. He's been our problem all our life, now he's your problem. And then they come back from the break, and Sami and the Usos are in the hallway arguing with each other when they come upon the New Day, and they start arguing with them. But none of these people are, well, the Bloodline amongst themselves are arguing like they're mad and they don't like each other, but the New Day, it's all just ha-ha. It's all like the same thing. They run into people in the hallway and they exchange scripted, allegedly smart-ass remarks that nobody would really say. So the Bloodline is out first. And they start their entrance about 5 minutes into the show after we've had the DX business and introduce the new announcer. And then Roman Reigns first speaks at 9 minutes in. It takes them 4 minutes. I know they're big stars, and I know it's a big entrance, but they're not the only ones. I think that's why this show takes forever, is because they feel like instead of filling 3 hours with action, we'll make everything last longer. But however, this is the top group in the business right now. This is the modern day Four Horsemen. Roman Reigns is great. Paul Heyman's great. Sami Zayn is incredible. He's getting these Sami chants every time he opens his mouth, or even he'll hold his finger up like, may I speak? And the people, oh! And he's become one of their biggest baby faces as a giant sycophantic suck-up. But at least he's on this show, he's fun to watch, and that's few and far between.
He's fun to watch, and you enjoy the interaction between him and each member of the Bloodline, because everyone has a different reaction to him.
And now this week, basically Roman Reigns has given Jey Uso to Sami because he's your problem. And now Sami and Jey hates him. And, like you said, the individual interaction between all, and every time that Sami opens his mouth to interrupt Roman Reigns and Heyman goes ballistic, like, are you out of your mind? And then Roman will say, let him talk. Oh, I'm sorry. But so Jey still doesn't buy Sami or want to be around Sami. But now Roman has dictated that Sami needs to be able to handle Jay's anger issues and blah, blah, blah. But then here comes Riddle. And more bro. Maybe that's why I don't like him so much. Bro, I'm shell-shocked by the bro thing. But he acts so goofy when he challenges Roman. And I was afraid Roman was going to accept. Thankfully, he blew him off like a fucking goof and said, nah. But then he asked, well, give me one of the Bloodline, bro. And so Jay offers Sami. And, of course, it does get bogged down a bit. But finally, Jay goads Sami Zayn into accepting a match with Riddle for later on in the program. So, again, at least they're doing something that ties in later on with somebody that the people are halfway interested in. And I know people are interested in Riddle. I'm just not one of them. He just acts, it's not endearing, goofy, like Rick Steiner in Mid-South. It's just a person acting goofy for no apparent reason.
You know what would help him, and I think it hurts him, and I understand why they have everyone in their wrestling outfits the entire show, just in case a brawl breaks out in the back or something. But I think if Riddle actually was out there in street clothes, talking and acting the way he does, it would make it more palatable. But he comes out there in his shiny, faux leather outfit. I think that's the thing. If he talked the same way he did but was wearing actual clothes that real people wear, it would make it seem more real. Instead, it just seems like he's doing his little performance and he's going to run in the back. I agree with you. I hate that whole thing about him. I like him in the ring when I've actually seen him have a good physical match, but it did work here, him playing off the Bloodline.
Yeah, just the scooter and Anyway,
what do you think of the stuff? I was going to say, what do you think of the stuff with Jey Uso?
Oh, that's tremendous. Again, everybody has a different way of processing Sami Zayn, and Sami is being brilliant at doing this, which is why that he's getting over like this in the group. And the fact that Jimmy's just kind of, laid back and, whatever, but Jay is the one that's adamantly against Sami, but he's doing it for legitimate reasons because he can see and he knows that Sami is a suck up, and Roman realizes that also, but he's going to use Sami. But Jay just doesn't want to tolerate him. They put a lot of thought into this and the way everybody interacts. So, again, strong point of the show, but by the time we got the first in-ring interview and the challenge for the main event out of the way, we're 20 minutes into the program. It's just a lot of this stuff is stuff that could move quicker but then the problem is, do they have enough talent? If they actually had, room for more matches and more guys to be exposed instead of people being out there for 30 minutes, do they have enough talent to fill it up? It's a shame that the biggest promotion in the world might not.
It's weird how much more live it feels on Raw with the Bloodline than it does on SmackDown. Even though it's supposed to be live, it feels taped every week. Am I the only one who feels that? Like, it felt more lively on Raw.
Well, they have more time. And here's the thing. If they're trying to do the same show on Friday on SmackDown in 2 hours as they do on Raw in 3 hours, SmackDown's going to have to move a little quicker. Whereas Raw, especially these guys who are doing these live interviews and the people that can talk, they know that the pressure's not on them, especially if they're out first. So the Bloodline goes over a little bit. They're probably not concerned about that on a 3-hour program. But it just, same format, and it takes a long time for anything on Raw to happen. Well, it didn't last too long right there. They did their interview, and the first match going to be Kofi against Sami. And Sami's in the back with Jey, Uso, and Solo, and they're talking about the recent events, and Roman calls on the phone. And Roman tells Jey that he better not screw up like he did last Monday. Sami needs to win this thing tonight. And again, Sami's great. So they go to the ring, Sami and Kofi. And the bell rings for the first match. It's 9 minutes into the show. And they go 30 seconds of action and they go to the break. And so again, they make sure to let everybody know that the talking and the music and the tapes are important, but the matches, well, that's time to go get a sandwich. So they come back, and they had a good match. And like I said, Sami Zayn is great. Both the personality that he's showing in this and his work has always been good. As I've mentioned many times, he was just a pain in the ass when he was a mute luchador. But both guys are painfully thin in this, and Sammy's working with the T-shirt and et cetera. And I know the T-shirt's part of the deal, but it starts to look, the visual is a little, Anyway, they went through another break. And finally, they did a finish. And again, great timing and great positioning on the finish. Kofi rolls Sammy up, but Jay reached in with a kick behind the referee's back and reversed the roll-up, 1, 2, 3, and Sammy won. And Jay did what he was supposed to do, and, of course, Sammy's hot dogging, and the finish was fine. And there's nothing wrong with the match. It's just, again, I think this audience, their audience, has been conditioned that the match is the least important thing of the proceedings. What'd you think?
I'm into the Sami Zayn story with Jey Uso. Jey Uso's been great. Solo Sikoa's actually been pretty good in his role, too. But I can't stand the New Day. And I know a lot of people there love all three members because of the way they've been used and the way they've embraced being used. I just don't like it. It's not for me. So I kind of tuned out or zoned out of this match.
Jey Uso and Sammy are arguing about who caused the win because Sammy said he did it on his own. And Jay says, are you out of your mind? And Solo said, I was watching Sammy. And tonight, they're hoping that Solo will be the number one contender for the Intercontinental title in his match. And that was that. But nevertheless, let's start out with Smackdown, shall we?
We shall.
Did you see this program?
I zipped through portions of it.
Yeah.
I saw some of Bray Wyatt, and then I was like, I don't know how much more of this I could take. And then there was a lot of women's segments, and I've always been a supporter of good women's wrestling, but I'm getting sick of all these women's segments because it just seems arbitrary at this point.
The qualifier is good. That's the qualifier. But I made it through the first girls' match last night live, and then I was so disheartened. I was going to watch it live because I've had a busy couple of days. We were recording early this morning, so I tried the opening contest. Here come the Brawling Brutes, and it's Sheamus with Butch and Ridge against Solo with Sammy and the Usos. And there's nothing the matter with that, but I had an observation right at the top of this program on the differences between the two companies' television shows. Up and down the card, the WWE talent, they're better trained, they're in better shape, they're more serious and professional. They don't do ridiculous amateur hour bullshit. But due to the presentation of all the people in the WWE programs, I'm barely interested in most of them. And it looks like the people in the arena agree with me when they're wrestling. I hear the crowd cheering or booing, but I don't see a lot of movement from them. It's funny how that happens. The WWE shows are 2 and 3 hours long, and it seems like the same 14 guys interacting with the same people on every show, whereas on the AEW shows, there are 1 million guys, and the only ones you see all the time are the ones you don't want to see at all, and the ones you like you never see. So but you have to, you can't hardly turn away from some of the matches simply if you're watching to wait and see who the next person is that's going to fucking hurt themselves. So that's the difference. So Sheamus and Solo was a slobber knocker, stiff stuff. This is working stiff, not dangerous, what they were doing. Except for one thing I'll talk about. There was nothing wrong with the match, but the people were sitting on their hands, and I detected sweetened audio. I don't know what you thought about it, but it didn't sound right. But the one problem I had with this match, did you see the Samoan drop off the second rope?
I did.
Now, if anybody wants to go back, and every time I say, goddamn, they're doing the Samoan drop and they're not trapping the left arm, now you can go back and get a clear illustration of what I'm talking about. And I know it's a Samoan giving it. But goddamn, used to watch the actual original Samoans that started doing it, and they all did it another way. Solo gets Sheamus up over his shoulder in a fireman's carry, and he's standing on the second rope, and he's going to fall back and do the Samoan drop, backwards off the turnbuckles. But here's the thing, and if anybody wants to go back and look at this, now you'll understand. Sheamus, when he's on his shoulders and the guy's standing up straight, that's fine. But when Solo starts falling backwards, Sheamus is going down sideways, not flat on his back. He's going down sideways. And his left arm is dangling, and he reached out and he landed on his left arm / elbow. And he sold it. And it probably didn't feel good. And he went along because they were talking about the announcers sold it as his bad shoulder, but it was clearly the elbow. But he could have broken that fucking arm. When you're going back, if you trap the left arm with your left hand, then you can keep the guy turning in the proper way to go down flat of his back, because it's fucking physics. I don't know what else to say. And we always taught trap the left arm. So nevertheless, it's an awkward bump to take without that, because you can't hold on when you're up there on the guy's shoulder. There's nothing really to hold on to prevent that from happening unless he's helping you hold that arm to turn you. Otherwise, they had a fucking match. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, Sheamus hit a false finish. All the seconds got in a fight. The Usos turned the announce desk over on top of Ridge and Butch, trapping them underneath the desk, so that Solo then hit his finish on Sheamus, 1, 2, 3, and then all the heels beat Sheamus up, while his backup guys were still stuck under the desk for like 2 minutes. They couldn't get out from under the desk. Match was fine, dangerous little spot. Finish was exciting, but the idea of let's just put a table on top of these two so they can't get up was a little ridiculous. Your thoughts?
It was all right. I've said it on the show. I'm a little sick of Sheamus, but I thought it was a pretty good match. I like Solo, notwithstanding what you said, which was right about the Samoan drop. I actually like him a lot. I think he's pretty good. It was a just fine opening match. Can't really complain too much. It is weird, to go back to your other point, when you pipe in the crowd noise on a live show versus a tape show, it's a weird difference.
Yeah.
It always sounds off, but when it's a live show and it's happening, I don't know, there's something really off about it.
And you can see people just kind of sitting there, right? But it's, anyway.
You hear like a roar. What is that?
So Sami and the Usos were pumping up Solo on his big victory, but basically Jay wants to fuck up Logan Paul later on tonight, but Sami says Roman said don't do that, and Jay does not agree, so there's going to be issues between them later on in the program. I can feel it in my bones. So the main event on this program, again, was not a match. It's an interview. And the one good thing about modern wrestling is if Jim Herd, that miserable 90-year-old sack of shit that should have been banished from this earth a long time ago, and I can't believe he hadn't turned to dust by now, but he used to hate interviews. And every time we would turn in the goddamn formats, he would take out the 3-minute live Ric Flair interview and make it a 30-second pre-tape, and then we'd change it back. He came from St. Louis, the only town in the world where they didn't do a lot of interviews. And he hated them. And he didn't want them in the start of the match, and he didn't want to, or start of the show, and he didn't want them at the finish of the show because he wanted a good wrestling bout. Well, I hope now that he sees that now the main event every week for the biggest wrestling promotion in the world is a goddamn interview just to make him miserable. But that's where we're at. They don't have an Austin versus Rock. They don't have a Triple H versus Mankind or Foley or whatever. They don't have stars that they can match on television in the main event of their flagship show, which this one, now everybody says Raw is the flagship show. To me, the flagship show is the one that most people watch. And SmackDown is what? Several 100,000 people ahead of Raw every week. So, and it's network television. So, but anyway, we have a main event interview with Logan Paul concerning the Crown Jewel event and Roman Reigns. And again, this guy can talk. He's taken the business more seriously than the guys that are in it. He's constructed us, whether it's his story or whether they gave it to him and he's fleshed it out, about nobody takes him seriously. They don't think he's going to beat Roman Reigns, but what if he gets one lucky shot? They said he couldn't do this. They said he couldn't do that. Look where he is now. He seems serious and motivated, and he's got personality. And it's not just scripted bullshit or a monotone, interesting delivery like Ronda Rousey has been, where she's just like in a trance and don't give a shit. So I think this guy's going to do very well. Also, we've seen before, he takes the physical part seriously too, and he's been training. And of course, he's training with Michaels. I'm glad he wasn't training with Michaels 20 years ago. He'd fucking show up at the Crown Jewel, hold up the Crown Prince for more money, and go in the ring pilled up so when his somas kicked in, he could go to the finish. But hopefully Michaels is teaching other lessons now. And so with creating that doubt that he might actually win the thing, and then we've seen some of the other screwy finishes, that they've done lately, so people may think, they might do it. What the fuck? I'm not upset about this guy being a celebrity getting into wrestling with the way that he's treated it, as I'm more offended by people like fucking Pockets or Jelly or some of these wastes of flesh that are given free rides in the business and don't appreciate it. So I'm not against Logan Paul, and I want to see what's going to happen. But in the meantime, as soon as he was about finished, here came Jey Uso and attacks him from behind and is just kicking the teetotal shit out of him. And here comes Sami Zayn out, gets up on the apron, is like, no, Roman doesn't want this. Go to the back, get out of the ring. He distracts Jey long enough that by the time Jey turns around and goes back to Logan Paul, Logan ducks him and knocks him out with one lucky shot. Boom goes the dynamite, and down goes Jey, colder than a banker's heart. And Logan walks off and leaves him and tells Sami, thank you very much. And that's what it needed to be. I don't know if that's the most exciting thing you can put on your television show, that you've got to end up the night with it. That's maybe a problem, but that was what this segment needed to be. And we'll see what happens at the Crown Jewel.
We shall see, indeed. I like Logan Paul a lot. I wish he was on the show more. And I have to say, I'm really enjoying Jey Uso. Whatever they're giving Jey Uso, he's knocking it out of the park right now. He's doing great.
Well, yeah, he and Sami, obviously, but they both play off each other so well. And then you got Solo doing his own thing, and Jimmy kind of being the guy that gets along with everybody, and Roman and Heyman being the manipulators. I like the group, and it's entertaining to watch them. But they got to be careful, again, that they don't rely on that too much, because then these guys are going to be overexposed. And but it's hard not to go to the only people you got that are actually fun to watch on television when you're doing television.
We're gonna, I guess, do some reviews here.
Yes, but before we move any further with the show, you haven't noticed that the pressure washing crew is apparently back from lunch, but they're over on the other side now. You shouldn't hear too much of them.
Well, we'll see how we do. Now I'm listening for it. Now this is going to ruin the show, but Jim, pressure crew or not, have you been feeling rather oozy lately?
Oh, I've been feeling oozy. Let me tell you something. I never thought that I would say this, but I think now Sami Zayn is my favorite person to watch on television. El Generico certainly wasn't, but Sami Zayn is incredible. And this whole thing with the Bloodline and the Usos and the Usos, obviously Smackdown this past Friday night, and this is one of only a couple of things I saw because I think Smackdown was preempted on at least my Fox station this past Friday because neither DVR got it. And then I understand that it was going to be preempted this Friday and go to FS1 because of the World Series, but now they've had a rain delay. You would know more about this than I, Brian Gehrig.
Let's go with a Mets name. You can use Seaver, but I'm Brian last. I wrote my original name, but
I don't know any Mets names. How about that?
Well, you know Tom Seaver.
Except for Milton Metz. He was a host of the morning news here in Louisville for many years. Milton Metz, great guy.
Have you heard of Darryl Strawberry?
No, but I've heard of his cousin, Strawberry Cheesecake.
All right, you've heard of Darryl Strawberry. But anyway, What I was going to say is Game 3 of the World Series was supposed to be last night as we were recording, Monday night. It was rained out. It's going to be today.
It was a rain?
It was a rained out. I don't know why I'm talking like the Italian restaurant now. It was a rained out.
It was a rained out.
But it will be taking place tonight, and then every other game got pushed back. So that changes the schedule. It probably helped Raw with the ratings.
I saw the clips of certain highlights of the program because of this troublesome changing of schedule in various places. And obviously what everybody was talking about, the Bloodline interview where Reigns and Heyman and the Usos and Solo and Sami came out, and Roman Reigns in no uncertain terms told Jey Uso and Sami Zayn to get their shit together, bury the hatchet, settle their differences, whatever the case may be. Everybody needs to be pulling the same rope here in the Bloodline. And Sami Zayn is brilliant. It's not just if somebody had written this for him, it wouldn't have been the same. He delivers it so well because he's taking the story, he's taking the content that they're giving him, the point of the thing, but he's turning it into his own weaselish delivery. And he's such a convincing, toadying, stoogey, flunky type of disingenuous. I mean, all the adjectives and nouns and verbs and adverbs you can come up with. He's great. And you can tell he's a weasel, but he's such an entertaining weasel that he's becoming the biggest babyface in the business. So he apologizes to Jey. He likes him. Why don't you like me? I'm sorry for whatever I've done. The fans are cheering his apology. He tries to shake Jey's hand, and Jey doesn't want to. And so basically said, get that hand out of my face. And then Jey finally tells Sami off. I don't like nothing about you. How are you part of the Bloodline when you ain't blood? You're blah, blah, blah. You're just a fake-ass oos. And then Sami said, but the tribal chief wants peace. And he's worked Jey up so bad that Jey says, I don't give a damn what the tribal chief says. And they had the perfect camera shot, which obviously, because they're brilliant at production, you see Roman's face react and the place blows at the same time because they know what the fuck he's just done. And they start chanting, you fucked up, you fucked up. I would have to think the Fox network at some point may say something to him, because last time I checked, they were technically in violation of Federal Communications Commission requirements there. And if anybody wanted to press it, they would be subject to a heavy fine for broadcasting the word fuck over and over on network television. But nevertheless, the people went crazy. And Sami then, as Roman gets in Jey's face, Sami tries to calm Roman down. And that's when he hit the line, you know, Jey's been going through a lot. He hadn't been feeling very oozy. And now he's cracked Reigns and Jey.
All in one shot. Everyone's in the same frame.
Everybody's in the same frame. And now Jey, who's already because Roman's having fun with this, and Jay was already a little bit when Sami was talking before, but now he's not feeling very oozy, and the people laughed, and I've been in that position when the people in the building laugh and it's contagious, and you got your friends there, and you get the giggles. We get the giggles every once in a while here on the program. Not today, we haven't, and both Roman and Jay were trying and Jay's covering his mouth up like he's looking down, like doing that, like he's, fighting with his inner demons. And then finally at one point, Roman puts his arm around him and said, now look, if you can't find your inner Uzi again, and Jay tries to turn away from the camera, and he puts his hand over his face, and Roman said, no, come on back here. Come on back here. When he's doing that, Roman sounds like The Rock, talking personally, talking to him. He has that, not even the same kind of tone in his voice, but the same kind of inflection or delivery or whatever, what I'm trying to say. But anyway, Roman says, if you can't find your inner Uzi again, we're going to make Sami Zayn a full-blown Uso. And then Sami Uso, and the people start chanting, and fucking Jay is dying. And what a segment, these guys. You can tell they've all worked on this together, because it's not just the writers giving them shit. They're all in on it. They're working together with it. They're coming up with some good shit, and people want to know what's going to happen next. And sooner or later, Sami Zayn will be a huge babyface, and potentially even in a main event against Roman Reigns in some shape or form. But that was a heck of a segment. And why don't you give your thoughts while the pressure washers are now on the actual the other side of the wall behind my computer here now, in case you hear any.
Oh, I do.
Fire hoses or machinery.
I certainly hear it. It certainly sounds like it. I thought it was a tremendous segment. People ate it up. I know it did great for them on YouTube. I know people who are watching the show are all talking about it. Everyone loves when people get broken up. But it kind of worked with these people. I'm intrigued where they're going, because I don't know where they're going. I haven't really spent too much time trying to figure it out, but Sami, Jey Uso, the other Uso is not really doing much. Hey, listen, this is also good. They made you forget about Heyman. Heyman's been there for all this.
Yes, he was standing, and Heyman was also appearing in this because they didn't need him. And that's fantastic that you've got so much promo going on in a group. You don't need Heyman. That's incredible.
And I agree with you about Sami Zayn. I wouldn't say he's my favorite guy there, but he's in the conversation right now.
I didn't say he was my favorite wrestler. I said I think he's my favorite guy to watch on TV.
Favorite guy to watch, yeah. He's certainly in the conversation. His stuff's been delivering.
So, did you like the sublime and the ridiculous? Was this what you were talking about the first hour, and then we went downhill? Roman Reigns and Paul Heyman come out.
Yeah, this is the end of the show, this segment.
Well, I was about to say, how can this ever possibly go wrong? And we found out. But the fans were chanting, "Oosie, Oosie, they've got something." Not feeling very Oosie, that promo. Anyway, Reigns cut a great promo. No reason to browbeat it to death, but he sounds and looks and speaks exactly like he's presented, like he should. Does a great job. Then he gives it to Heyman to try to put Logan Paul over, because he couldn't honestly, he said, I can't honestly say this guy's a threat. And then Paul Lee, recovers and backhandedly puts Logan Paul over a little bit in another great delivery, and then mentions now they're going, and this is a good idea. Again, it's old-fashioned wrestling. The guy's got however many steel screws in his knuckles, is in his hand. It gives him a knockout punch. They did the same thing with Luger when he had the arm surgery and had the metal thing put in his arm, blah, blah, blah. But then, here comes The Miz. And The Miz comes out in his ridiculous Kermit Green accoutrements and validates Logan Paul's right hand because he knows him well. He brought him into business. And then offers his assistance to Roman Reigns, and Roman Reigns says, why is everyone talking about Logan Paul knocking me out, and knocks out Miz? So the whole show is the faces fighting faces and heels fighting heels. But, and then I will let you comment on this, after the break, The Miz is in the back, acting goofy again with an ice pack on his chin and doing a comedy routine with Mustafa Ali. So the top box office attraction in the company, without Brock Lesnar being involved maybe, knocks the guy out, and 5 minutes later, he's doing a fucking comedy skit about his tiny balls. Your thoughts?
I don't hate The Miz like you do. If he came out there in normal clothes, everything he does would be acceptable in the world of professional wrestling. But the way he dresses, to me, I agree with you on that. The Mustafa Ali thing, the Gargano show long stuff. You know, we hear a lot about WWE approaching AEW wrestlers. This is why. They need more guys on this show. They actually just don't have the people to fill up this show with. And I know there's going to be a big Mustafa Ali or a big Johnny Gargano fan that's going to disagree with me, but I said that's where the show ended for me. That's where it felt like the main event caliber people on the show ended for me.
Yeah.
And I zoned out for the rest of the show. I watched it, but I zoned out.
Well, I'll bring you back to the zone for a second, because just to gloss over, Damian Priest with Judgment Day wrestled Carl Anderson with AJ and Luke Gallows, as they apparently are going to every week. They're going to have some interaction between these 6 individuals. Anderson wins with a backslide out of nowhere. They have a big 6-way. Ripley nutshots Luke and then challenges the other baby faces to do something about it. And the heels jump him from behind and get heat. And the security that, as I said, worked here in hour 1 has apparently been laid off because they just went on and on until the heels were finished and decided to quit. But here, basically, the whole show hinged on the main event. And here we are for the WWE title, Logan Paul and Roman Reigns. The guy is going for the WWE Championship at a stadium show in his 3rd ever match in front of people. And by all rights and laws of gravity, this thing should have either been kept short, or it should have stunk, or at the very least, it, should have been passable. And fucking Logan Paul is a goddamn star that they found, and they didn't even know it 2 years ago. What did somebody said on Twitter recently? They were doing an interview, said that, I can't remember, was it Heyman? Probably Heyman pitched Logan Paul to Vince like 2 or 3 years ago, and Vince had never heard of him. And I can't blame him. I don't know that I had either. But Logan Paul, he's in great shape. He's got the size. He's got the personality, the charisma. He's obviously done the training. He's taken this seriously. His basics are better than 90% of the AEW roster in just the training that he's had. But the balance, the springboards, he's there for complicated stuff. He's selling and understands why he's selling. In the 3rd match. So that right there was enough to get over with me, but Roman Reigns led this great also. And you could see a couple times where he saw when Logan Paul might have needed to breathe or just think about something for a second. He slowed it down and kept the course going. No kendo sticks, no chairs, no tables. The match made sense. They were keeping Logan Paul alive. And it worked, and he hung with it. Did a better buckshot lariat than old Hangnail. And then, the Superman punches back and forth were getting pops. And then they had to do, and I guess this is the viral moment or the Shane McMahon moment or whatever. But then Logan Paul gets his phone and he's taking video, and he goes to the top rope, and Roman Reigns is on the announce desk, and he splashes Roman Reigns off the top rope through the announce desk at ringside. You know what? It's the main event, and this is what people came to see, so let them do it there if they're going to. If this was a once-in-a-while thing in a main event on a big show, that's what that kind of shit was designed for. It's just we now have to see it, you know, especially every week on free TV from the kids across the street. But anyway, so boom, they go through the desk, and then here come the Usos, and they get in a fight with Logan Paul's ringside entourage, who apparently have not shared Logan Paul's affinity for wrestling training, and they couldn't stand up to fall down. And it was fun. It was like trying to work with complete marks. They couldn't figure it out. But then music plays, and here comes Jake Paul, Logan Paul's brother, because Ezekiel Paul was busy. And Jake fights the Usos in the ring, and his shit looked lousy. I don't know if lightning's going to strike twice with both these Paul boys. But then, after all that goddamn subsides a second, Logan Paul rolls Roman Reigns into the ring, hits a huge frog splash. Holy shit. Got all the way up in the rafters on that one, got a 2 count. And then music plays again. I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake now. And here comes Solo. But he gets a music and entrance, and Solo and Jake get into it, and they're separated by officials. And Logan Paul dives onto all the heels, and at this point, I thought they've completely lost the match. They lost the thread. It was too long, too much distraction, interruption, etc. Maybe they didn't trust it at the start, and they said, we've got to have all the gaga at the finish just to make sure that everybody's on the edge of their seat. I think they should have trusted the match, because it was better than it could have been expected to be or had any real right to be. But when they put all this gaga in at the end with these separate music entrances and the peripheral people, blah, 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 Roman and Logan had them. And they lost that, I think. They lost the fucking grip on it. The splash through the desk up until that point was perfect. And then with the interference, everybody running down, the music's, the whole nine, it went to shit. But then finally, after Logan's big dive and they had lost the match, then Logan gets back in the ring and Roman Reigns hits Superman punch and the spear 1, 2, 3. After that splash through the desk, if they had the partisans for both men just come out and try to get each of their guy up and put them in the fucking ring so that they could at least be back together in the ring and the people would know the match is continuing, and then they could get a little skirmish out on the outside and let the two guys finish their business in the ring. But it distracted, and it was too long. What'd you think?
I really liked it. I think Logan Paul is fucking fantastic. They should throw whatever amount of money it takes to sign him up and get him for more once he's healed up. I don't even care if it upsets the locker room. Sign him up. Sign his brother up. You didn't see much of his brother. Sign his brother up too. Trust me. Just sign them both up.
Well, now, wait a minute now. Are you saying that you think that Jake can jump right up in there and be as good a worker as Logan?
No, and I think he'd be a very different worker. I don't think they're the same guy. They're very different. So I think you have the ability to have Logan wrestle like Logan and Jake be a different kind of worker, something that suits him more. But sign them both. But Jake Paul, or Logan Paul, I mean, when you think about it, does he win Rookie of the Year?
Well, Jesus Christ, but then, well, what year is this? What McAfee do last?
McAfee wrestled before this year.
Okay, then you have the problem is, if you're going to ask that question, the real Rookie of the Year should be a Braun Breaker who's actually full-time and who is going to can't miss prospect barring injury for being the big star in the business, or somebody along those lines where they are not only legitimately a rookie, I think, but are doing this as a profession. The guy,
Logan Paul has a main event wrestler schedule. AEW or WWE. Who wrestles a lot? Not the main eventers, other than Moxley.
But rookie of the year is different than main eventer of the year. And yes, Logan Paul, if he had wrestled the same schedule or if it was a full-time wrestler, he might very well still be the rookie of the year. But is it fair because he's had 3 matches now that have both been set up with quality opponents and a lot of work has gone into them, and that's all we've seen? We didn't see, like a typical rookie that you'd see in the goddamn rec center in Shively somewhere in front of a small crowd and trying things out in real time and in front of witnesses on the fly. And so it's 2 different kinds of rookies.
But what do you think about what I said about signing him? What would you do?
Yes. Well, but can they afford him? Well, they can afford anything they want.
Hey, listen, in this day and age, if it takes a whole lot of money throwing it at someone like that, and they're going to put everything into it and then get you a lot of publicity and they'll be good at it and they can work well with you. Again, forget about upsetting the locker room. Who cares at this point? Is it worth throwing a ton of money at someone who's proven it already like that?
Well, depending on what the exact measurement of a ton is, because this guy, makes a ridiculous amount of money doing his boxing and all of his other shit. But if it was in any way reasonable that you could get anywhere close to a return on him, counting in all of the publicity and et cetera. Yeah, where you find a guy like that already has a built-in audience and takes this seriously and doesn't want to just come in and jack off. Like Shaquille, put me through a table, man. Whatever. So yes, I think they should make every effort to get this fucking guy, but whether he'll do it on a long-term or more full-time basis is up in the air. Depends how creative they can be. Well, I think that actually the best thing is for them to be...
with their contract.
I'm not talking about... Yes, I'm talking about for them to be as willing to spend as much money as possible and let Logan do his creative, because it seems like he's got himself over better than they get their fucking guys under contract over these days. Are you ready for the main event, Brian, of Smackdown?
Oh, of course. Who wouldn't be?
Well, that was it. As far as a match, Zelina Vega versus B-Fab was the last match booked on the Smackdown. This is network television. As usual, because they have no matches that interest anybody, and they make the ones that they do have completely unimportant and skippable by only doing 2 minutes and going to a break and blah, blah, blah. The main event on this week's SmackDown is the Bloodline in-ring promo with Roman Reigns and Paul Heyman, because we saw the Usos at the top of the program for half a fucking hour. So now they're going to come back out with Roman and Solo and Heyman.
No Sami.
No Sami. That's another thing. No Sami. And by the time that, honestly, they walk to the ring, the entrance is so long, and by the time that Roman milks Acknowledge Me, there's 8 minutes left on the fucking air before they've done anything. And Heyman opened it up and put the Usos over and blistered New Day a bit, and then Roman takes the microphone, and it looked like he was about to acknowledge the Usos and their momentous occasion when here comes from the entranceway, I'm not shitting you, Ridge and Butch. And they interrupt. And we didn't come alone, we brought backup. And here comes Sheamus. Goddamn, this is like Bobo Brazil and the Sheik, only they did live events across the country for 30 years that weren't televised. They didn't do it every week on fucking TV. So there comes Sheamus, but his microphone was fucking up, which Roman goddamn made fun of. Said, you can't even work your microphone. How you going to whip us? People laughed at that because it was funny.
He handled it well. He had to address it somehow.
Yeah. And so the Brawling Brutes just get in the ring and everybody gets started fighting except Roman just watches. And then when the Usos and Solo take over, here comes Drew McIntyre. Well, we've never seen these guys interact with each other before. Drew McIntyre again. They got 150 people on the roster. We see 12 every 2-hour program. He has a big fight with Solo. Roman gets on Drew. Then it's Sheamus and Roman, and everybody's back up. And they go off the air fighting. If the baby faces were more interesting and or more over, there wouldn't have been anything wrong with this necessarily, but it's the same fucking people. It's like...
Let me stop you there and let's talk about that. What about the philosophy behind the babyface team having the advantage in War Games?
Well, it was certainly tough to pull off in this one, but let's talk about it then. Because traditionally, the baby faces would be at the disadvantage numerically throughout the match. One guy from each team starts, but then the winner of the coin flip or the advantage match or whatever, the next guy to get in the ring is one from the heel team. And then it's 2-on-1, and then a babyface comes in 2-on-2, but through the whole deal, until everybody gets in, traditionally the babyfaces have been down a man because that made it easier, because the whole formula, until you got everybody in the ring, was you put the best 2 workers in, and they do 5 minutes of spots, and then a heel comes in, and it's 2-on-1, and they start getting fucking heat or juice or whatever on the baby face. And then every time successively that a baby face gets in the ring, the heels feed him for a big comeback. And that settles down right about the end of the 2 minutes where another heel comes in and gets the advantage and they take over on the baby faces. And that's traditionally the way it happens. Because elsewise, you would have a situation where there were heels getting outnumbered and beaten up by the baby faces, and they were also, the numbers were against them, and it puts them in a sympathetic light. Of course, they didn't have to worry about a lot of this here because they are doing the same goddamn thing in the War Games that they do in all these tag team matches. When somebody's spot is over with, they'll just roll onto the apron and sell for minutes at a time in plain sight, immobile, doing nothing but sitting there watching what's going on until their cue. And we talked about this last week. I've talked about it several times. Last week, I think it was Solomon. He was there in Connecticut at that Dynamite, and the people in the arena normally, you can't see it on television, but the people in the arena are looking at these people just rolling out of the ring and taking a break and laying there on the floor, leaning over, waiting for their next cue. And I mean, that would have got people fired in the day to be that phony and that lazy. But now they're doing it in the War Games where they can't even roll out of the ring and you can't not see them. But they're still doing it. So again, the War Games is not the same War Games as it used to be. The War Games was brilliant because of the time and the context. You had 4 top heels that were in the same group, a long, well-established group, usually holding the world champion and the U.S. champion and maybe the tag team champions and their manager. And then you had a group of baby faces that were all aligned together, whether it be Dusty Rhodes and Nikita Koloff and the Road Warriors and Barry Windham or whichever of the Dusty's babyface guys that fit together, and everybody knew they were friends, and everybody in the match was a legitimate main event guy, the most over guys on the roster. And then you put them with a personal issue where they've all hated each other and they've injured each other and they've attacked each other and they've done horrible things to each other. And then you finally say, fuck it, one side's got to win, one side's got to lose. We're going to put them in this double cage with a roof, lock them in, and goddamn whoever is the last surviving team wins this thing. And then you had the blood and the violence and the palpable hatred that fans could feel that the guys were showing each other. And remember the 80s War Games matches. The people were jumping up and down, cheering and yelling and screaming from one end to the other. And the action didn't slow down because since you're in the cage, there's no place to go away. So every once in a while, somebody would get run into the cage head first and be knocked goofy and lay in the corner for a little while. But it was hard to get the baby faces to sell that much because they didn't want to look weak. And the heels all had to be up most of the time to either feed the baby faces or to keep the baby faces from taking back over. It wasn't all constant action, but everybody was constantly involved. And again, the way the fans jumping up and down and screaming and yelling, and you can see the Hawk doing his and the Road Warriors. And this was like, okay, we have a group that's over, the Bloodline, headed by the biggest, well, one of the two biggest stars we've got in the company now. Is Roman any more full-time than Brock is these days? Their group fits, so let's put together another group consisting of a couple of top guys that have been up and down on the card, Sheamus and Drew McIntyre, and then let's put in Sheamus's two little fucking cohorts, and one named Butch. And was this 10 individual top main event stars? Did this match indicate that this was going to be the culmination of a years-long cutthroat rivalry? Is it necessary to lock all of them up? And then it didn't work. So that's the reason why I watched this match without watching the women's War Games first. Because why do you want to watch the War Games when you've already watched the War Games? And if you watch War Games with women, with girl wrestlers fighting in a cage with weapons, not only does it make the whole thing look phony as a football bat, but also then, I've just seen a War Games. What do I want to watch the one with all the main event talent in it for? Oh, I forgot. Because it's only half main event talent. So, Butch is a fine worker. But the name and the presentation and the appearance, ridiculous. Ridge Holland is greener than a pepper tree, and if he couldn't throw a forearm, I don't know what else he did in this match. This was a 45-minute backdrop for Sami Zayn and Jey Uso to have issues and further that story. The heel team, the Bloodline, was more popular. Sami especially gets big cheers, but Roman, they chant for Roman. So the heels are more popular than the baby faces. As I mentioned, half the guys are just kind of in there. They're not really legitimate main event talent. This long-running rivalry came up about 6 weeks ago. And then at one point, at several points, when Drew McIntyre got in, all of his other teammates were down. So Drew goes face-to-face with Sami and Jey and kicks both their asses, while Drew's teammates just lay there and sell and watch him. But as soon as he gets in trouble, they jump in and save him. And then they actually took bumps and rolled and went back to the same place they were before after they saved him and stood there and sat there, laid there and sold and watched again. And then finally, as Jimmy Uso comes in, he's like the fifth one or whatever. He pulls 3 tables out from underneath the ring and throws them all in a cage. And all the baby faces were laying there while they were watching the heels bring in and set up all the furniture. Just laying there watching. And then Sami and Jey argue. Yes, I know it's the story, but the heels were still in control of the babyface team. The babyfaces gave them all the time in the world to bring all that fucking furniture in the ring. And then they were still fighting them like it was even. Because it was even. And then here comes Kevin Owens in and he throws 3 chairs in the ring. And he makes a comeback with the chairs. And did you notice, Brian, by that point, the fans were just sitting there. They're not standing up. Imagine the War Games in the Omni in 1987 when Nikita Koloff came in and started clotheslining everybody out of their boots. Was there one person in the Omni sitting down? And then after the Owens did the swanton off the top, they gave him a polite round of applause like it was a tennis game. And then Owens put Jimmy through a table. They're going to do table spots later on, but they did a table spot right there. It just put him through the table. And then they did a lot of kicking in the corners. Solo comes in, the big street fighter, and he comes down with a mean face, and he gets in the ring, and he's not even going to pick up a piece of furniture because he's a badass. Did you see what happened? Here comes Solo, the street fighting Samoan. Not only did nobody feed him, nobody even paid a goddamn lick of attention to him coming down or getting in the ring. He had to go over to the other ring and turn people around and start hitting them. And then more of the shit they do where everybody lays there and sells for minutes, but you can still see them.
I liked it a lot better when the wrestlers were around the ring yelling and, moving the cage and just getting involved as opposed to being caged up in the back of the building.
Yeah, they're in a cage in the back so that they can't get out of that cage and get in the real cage, but at the same time on the way down to the ring, they can stop to pull in furniture and appliances. And again, like you said, in the old War Games, all the guys were waiting at the door, anxious, chomping at the bit to get in, screaming for their compadres. Anywho, so finally, and they did feed Sheamus, by the way, so apparently he said something, or they set that up because they fed Sheamus when he came in. But finally, Roman, the last heel, comes in and gets the biggest pop. Imagine situations being reversed and Dusty Rhodes came in first, and then Ric Flair, and Rick got more cheers than Dusty. So he walks down slowly because he's a badass, and he picks his team up, and they line up in ring 2, and the other team lines up in ring 1, and they have a big 10-way, and then Roman levels everybody with his big Superman punches. And then they finally got the people with the big 5-way forearm to the chest spot, the 10 beats of the Bowery, and I mean, it couldn't have been, it's good, but it couldn't have been more fucking choreographed. But the people like that. And right then I wrote, can we get to the finish? But apparently not. They got more story to tell. Butch ducks and Jay super kicks Sammy. And the fans chant asshole at the heel that fucks up and kicks the other heel. And then Roman Reigns speared Ridge Holland through a table in the corner, and Solo rock-bottomed Drew McIntyre through another one moments later. Why more than one table? It only breaks the same way. It means if you're the third guy going through a table, you're just a fucking idiot. Because they've just seen it twice, and you're the one taking the risk. And then Reigns and Owens did a big one-on-one while all 8 other guys just rolled over and laid there and took a nap. And then, as Owens finally hit a couple moves and then a stunner and actually covered Roman, and it looked like that might be it, 1, 2, Zayn comes alive and grabs the referee's arm, stops the count. And, of course, that gets over with Roman, I'm sure, but Owens and Zayn stare at each other. And the fans start chanting Sammy Uso. They're chanting for the fucking heel. Again. And so Sammy hits Owens in the balls. But is then conflicted. And meanwhile, everybody else in the War Games is still laying out so that this dramatic play going on in the middle of the ring can be completed. And then Zayn hits the big kick on Owens and then gives him to Jay. And Jay does the splash off the top, 1, 2, 3. Well, it wasn't your father's War Games. It was 45 minutes. They could have done the action part in about 25. The story takes precedence over the match and everything else, as usual in this company. And they managed to make the War Games look fake by just everybody doing the same shit they do in the regular matches, laying around waiting for their fucking cue. Your thoughts?
You know, I really didn't care about the match up until the end, just because it's the Brawling Brutes and Drew McIntyre who, like you said, until recently have had nothing to do with the Bloodline. All of a sudden they're in a War Games match. The Owens stuff with Zayn, and then the reaction, the hug at the end, you didn't mention after the match, Jey Uso hugs Sami Zayn.
Ah, forget, yes, they did hug.
That's the most intriguing stuff, and that's the stuff that got a reaction from the fans, was Sami Zayn's involvement at the end. I agree with what you said a few weeks ago. He may be my favorite guy in WWE, because everything he does, he's totally into. It's amazing to think we're going to get another round of Zayn and Owens, but it looks like we're going to do that.
Well, they will go to their graves wanting to wrestle each other again.
Will there be a El Hijo del Generico at some point? That's the question.
Probably only if there's a El Hijo del Steen.
I like the ending, and I like the storytelling in that, but you could almost forget that anyone else was there or that it was a War Games match. It was all just about that moment at the end with Zayn officially turning on Owens and then being embraced by the Bloodline. I like that. I thought that was well done and that was cool, but the entire match, I didn't give a shit about. I actually like the women's War Game match better.
Oh, Jesus. Well, all right, don't spoil anything, but tell me, did they refrain from bringing in tables and chairs and lions and tigers and bears, oh my?
No,
since they did it in the last one?
They had to lay the groundwork for the rest of the night. They indeed had it in there.
Well,
there's a spot, another one I want you to watch, when Bianca Belair goes down and either sells her leg or really thought she hurt her leg. And all of a sudden the camera, for the first time all night, doesn't switch. It's just on the other ring and things happening. I want to know what you think of that, too.
Oh, boy. Now you're giving me fucking homework. 10 girls in a cage for better than a half an hour using furniture.
And Teddy Hart's not involved. It sounds great.
I just can't wait. The Bloodline come to the ring, and from their entrance to the first word spoken was only 4 minutes this week. It was quicker than normal. They were running low on time. And Roman asked to be acknowledged, and then fairly quickly got to it and hugged Sami and brought the house down. Then he said it was going to be a good night for Sami, but we got a KO problem, Kevin Owens. And Roman reveals the solution that they mentioned, or the tag team match. And Sami is responding to this, well, of course, anything you want, but it's like it's not that way at all. And I'm Kevin Owens' only friend, so he won't be able to get a partner. And then Roman was like, I used to be his friend. I'm not his friend anymore, but he won't be able to get a partner. And then suddenly, up on the screen, and again, these are the moments this was built for. Every time something pops up on the screen now in every segment, especially in AEW, but even on this show, it's generally a letdown, or it's generally the fucking guy that they could do the same thing if they were talking to each other, or it's just somebody that you don't want to see to begin with. If it was only for moments like this, it would actually have much more meaning even still. But up on the screen pops John Cena. And, of course, that gets everybody's attention. He got a text from Kevin Owens. And he did a great promo. And he built the match. And he built the ratings. And the premise is he's had a match on Smackdown every year for the 20 years, that he's been there, except for this year. And if he doesn't beat the end of the year, he'll break his string. So he'll be there December 30th. He knows he's got all the personality in the world. He's not even half-ass trying, but he knows how to sell the fucking match. He knows how to get the date across. He knows how to build some anticipation. And boom, and that's going to get some talk and notoriety. And There you go. And that's the way they go off the air. And so actually, as a television show, number one, besides the first, 45 minutes, we got a great fucking match that shows the kids how it's supposed to be done. We got one of the biggest modern superstar in the business today is going to come back to network TV to fucking give the ratings a nice kick in the ass at the end of the year and further this fucking story with the Bloodline. And we got to see one of the most ridiculous sights of the year of this pompous fucking sperm whale being goddamn brought down to fucking earth, literally. So I'd say it's a pretty good goddamn program.
What do you think about using Cena like this? Not on a pay-per-view, not a big match, even on Raw, but he'll be on the last Smackdown of the year. I don't know how the ratings traditionally are for that, for Christmas week. That's how they're using Cena for the first time all year. What do you think?
Well, not for what pay-per-views are there now?
Royal Rumble in January.
Well, but at the same time, priorities are switching. I'm not saying what pay-per-views are the Royal Rumble. I'm saying what everybody pays per view on the Peacock, along with viewing 7 million other fucking things. It's not, this is not the UFC. It's not pro wrestling anymore. It's not the big fight, the big match. We're going to pay $50 to see the two biggest stars in the world fucking collide in this epic fight. It's Fox is paying us more than we're probably getting from Peacock or from this part of Peacock or whatever the fuck. Let's see what we can do for the ratings. And it's also when we can get John Cena. So in this case, yes, their rights are going to be renegotiated coming up, as everybody's been talking about in the next year and a half. This is what it is now, network television. And I wish they would start treating the rest of SmackDown and maybe even goddamn Raw like a pay-per-view or network television, or we got to have some stars and we got to have a little more variety and we got to bring some big guns in and we got to have better matches and et cetera, et cetera. But Cena and Owens against Zayn and Reigns, see, it almost even makes it Zayn and Reigns. That's going to be a heck of a match because Owens and fucking Sammy's dicks are going to be hard for weeks leading into that because they love working with each other more than they love breathing. And Cena doesn't want to embarrass himself, and Roman Reigns is the big dog, so that it's going to be fucking good. And what will the story be coming out of it? So I think they've done good for that. They've done good for themselves there. 2 hours into the show, Brian, at this point. And then here came Seth freaking Franklin Rollins in Liberace's pajamas. And Seth is a babyface again, and they were in Iowa, and it's his home state. And he's out there doing a promo telling Roman Reigns that Mondays don't belong to you, they belong to me, Monday Night Rollins. When Theory's music interrupted, and he actually has a ton of heat these days. The people seem to really be offended by his presence. And he can talk, and we've mentioned, none of us have any idea what Seth Rollins' gimmick really is, but, the dancing and the prancing and the laughing. But then I figured out what was wrong with this. If this was AEW again, or any other wrestling program since the dawn of time, these guys could probably have a fairly nice argument with each other because they're both fairly glib these days. Seth Rollins came out of his shell. Theory's got some attitude. But all we get is the WWE thing, and you'll know what I'm talking about, where they just stand there in the middle of the ring and trade scripted comments and laugh and make faces at the witticism of the other. Oh, that's a good one there. You know what I'm saying?
I know exactly what you're talking about, yeah.
It's because the writers write these scenes rather than two grown adult men having an argument or a disagreement or just busting each other's balls, all of which happens at one point or another in the world of sports. They're doing a scene where they make witty remarks and they react with a chuckle or of an expression to the witty remark that was made and then come back and play on that. They're playing parts and they're reading lines and nobody's mad and you don't care. And then after about 5 minutes of this, Seth, all of a sudden, he started yelling. So now you know he's serious because now he's yelling. And he made the challenge for a match right now. Rollins and Theory. And suddenly, the Usos show up at ringside. And Seth says, well, we've got company. We'll deal with this later. So the guy he's been talking to and just challenged for the past 5 minutes because the Samoans show up in ringside. Well, okay, we'll deal with this later. Well, and the Usos climb in. And, of course, Theory, being a heel, bails on Seth. And the Usos jump Seth. And the heat did not look real great. Just a lot of weak kicks is what they're doing, all of them these days. And then music plays, and here comes Kevin Owens. And he attacks the Usos, and Seth gets back up. And they nail the Usos to the floor. And, okay, there's some excitement. By the time the Usos have backed up and stood up from taking their bumps out, both Rollins and Owens have microphones in their hands. This show is 3 hours fucking long. Instead of giving these matches 25 minutes sometimes, take an extra 30 seconds to stalk around the ring, get pissed off, and yell and scream for the ring announcer to give you a microphone. It's just so pre-planned. Now they challenge the Usos for a tag team match that will happen apparently later on in the program. Okay, great. So now Owens and Rollins, that have had a rivalry in a program earlier this year and several matches, they're going to team up against the Usos. So we got a story to keep us to the end of the show.
Oh, yeah, that'll do the trick.
Well, at least they're trying. And then the next thing I see is Kevin Owens and Seth Rollins in the back of the arena in front of some folded up chairs getting ready for the match. Now, what would you think they'd be doing in a situation like this, Brian?
In a situation to get ready for the match, or in a situation in the back with a couple of chairs?
Well, no, I'm just saying they're standing in front of several folded up chairs. They're in the back of the arena. They're taping wrists. But this is their time where they're going to get ready. They're going to team up after this rivalry and fight these two guys that just jumped them. And you would think that the interview from one or both part would be, look, I know we've had tons of issues with each other. I actually hate your fucking guts. I can't stand you. But tonight, if we don't work together, these guys are going to fuck us up. So we've got to make this count. But I promise you, I got eyes in the back of my head. And if you try to stab me in the back when the odds are against me or the chips are down or whatever, I will live to see you pay for it. Something like that, right?
Yeah.
No, they were laughing and joking about the feud they had earlier in the year and making jokes about, well, I think you hit me with the chair, didn't you? Or whatever the fuck. And it was Abbott and Costello. They were laughing at each other and reacting about the smart aleck or cute little comments they were making about what they were supposed to be serious about earlier in the year was hating each other. So the whole idea of teaming two guys that have been in a big personal issue up is that you want to see these two guys fight the other two guys, but you also want to see if somebody's going to stab the other guy in the back or if there's going to be some issue. Well, now they were just laughing and joking. It was just jokes about the whole thing. So I wrote, if they don't care, I don't care. So I'll save some more time. I'll skip the fucking match and get to the finish. And that's what I did. Because again, if they don't care, I don't care. But listen to this finish, because this, God damn it, I'm telling you, they're not even making an effort anymore. It's just like a musical variety show where they just bring acts out on the stage. It's not one cohesive match. It's a series of spots and stunts. So at the finish, Rollins comes off the top rope, hits both the Usos with a double cross body, and goes down, and Jay rolls to the floor, and Rollins follows him, right? Jay has just been hit with a double cross body, him and his brother, which they fell down and rolled out on the floor. He's on his feet. Jay hits Seth Rollins coming off the stairs to jump on him with a super kick, and Rollins goes down. And then Jay just sits down by the announcer's desk and stays there. He's not selling anything. In the ring, Owens hits a splash off the top rope on Jimmy Uso. Looked great. Cover, 1-2, kick out. Jay didn't try to save. Jay is sitting at the announce desk at ringside. Owens then goes up the top and goes for a senton off the top. Jimmy raises his knees. Owens sells. Jay is still sitting by the desk. I made it a point to keep my eye on one of these guys when he does his disappearing act. After Owens got the raised knees on the senton, they did 3 replays of the 3 previous moves, and there's still been no sign of Jay or Seth. Now, Seth is still selling a super kick. Was the super kick with a loaded boot? Meanwhile, again, Jay is still down at ringside, not coming into the match. So Owens and Jimmy sell forever, while the referee tells both of them something. And I'm trying to figure out what's going on and who's waiting on what. And finally, it comes to us in the form of Solo climbing over the barricade. Apparently, they were supposed to sell down until he got there, and they're telling the referee on the IFB, tell him stay down. Solo's in fucking section D or whatever the fuck. So finally, Solo climbs over the barricade. And at this point, Jay and Seth have both been down at ringside for over 2 minutes. Seth selling a super kick and Jay sitting down next to the desk after he super kicked. So suddenly, here comes Gallows and Anderson, and they jump Solo at ringside. Remember, they got the shit kicked out of them a while back. Well, they waited till now to get even. And it's 2 baby faces on 1 heel at ringside. Now Jey Uso suddenly dives back into the ring, runs across the ring, and dives over the top rope onto all 3 of them on the floor. Suddenly Seth is back up fresh as a daisy and dives straight. He does the deal where he does the dive straight over the top, but he flips and like cannonballs them. He went straight over the top of Solo and Jey Uso. Straight over the top of them and perfectly rolled off their backs to the floor. And they both looked around and like, shit, and they fell anyway. And like they were shot. And then he posted Solo and curb stomped Jay. And now I'm thinking, where's Jimmy and Owens? Oh, they're still fighting in the ring. Well, guess who came from ringside? Austin Theory comes from the crowd side of the rail and whacks Seth Rollins over the back of the head with the U.S. belt. And now he's down, and Jimmy and Owens are still fighting in the ring, doing spots back and forth. So they're keeping the match going after we've had a tag team attack a guy that was trying to interfere in the match, and then another guy come out behind the referee's back and whack the guy over the head with the belt and all this stuff. And now they're doing spots in the ring, Owens and Jimmy, after all this is settled down. And finally, Owens hits a pop-up powerbomb. 1, 2, 3. After all that, we got a clean finish. So at this point, remember, I was keeping track of everybody. Now Rollins has been down again from getting whacked with that U.S. belt, right? Owens gets the win. They play his music. He goes up to the turnbuckle. He gets the beauty shot with the camera. People are cheering him. What would you do if you just won a tag team match?
Lift my hands in the air and celebrate? I don't know.
No, you'd look around to see if your partner realizes that y'all just won. He never once looked around. He shouldn't have seen what happened to Rollins because that was a sneak attack by the heel. But he gets up, he raises his hands, he goes to the buckle, he's accepting the cheers. Never once has he bothered to look over. They even get a camera shot from Rollins' point of view. He's laying on the floor, And Owens is in the ring, not even goddamn, where'd the fuck Seth go? And then finally, he fucking, and then as he's standing in the ring, here comes Sami Zayn. He hits the ring. They have a face-off. Owens starts taking his wrist tape off. Sami gets out of the ring and goes and helps the Usos up, and they walk off. So people are appearing and disappearing and staying, and this beat everything. That Jey Uso super kicks a guy, and in plain view of however many thousand people were in that building, just sat down by the announce desk and took 2 minutes out of the match like he was in a penalty box. With shit going on that if he was trying to win, he would have been a part of, trying to keep the guy from beating his brother. There you go. That was Raw.
There you go. I'm glad I didn't watch.
I couldn't look away from some of this. I really couldn't, because it's not that hard to figure finishes if you have guys that can execute them. This seemed to be executed about like it was called, except maybe for Solo being a little late. It took a left turn at Albuquerque, but they cross all the angles up and you can't remember, or they do shit in front of the referee, or they just, again, that's becoming my new version of Vince McMahon's belt or strap or whatever that he hates, is guys just in full view of the arena, just taking time out of the match because it's not time for them to be involved. I think that would probably make me turn to violence quicker than anything in modern wrestling if I was there to see it in person. All righty, are you ready for the main event, Brian?
I'm ready.
Kevin Owens and John Cena against Roman Reigns and Sami Zayn. And again, yes, he's a little smaller. Yes, he's not as tan. Yes, he's got a bald spot, or starting to. But when Cena, and he's still wearing the same shit he wore when he was 25 years old. But when he comes out with the fire and the excitement and being a star and being who he is, the people go fucking crazy, because he's one of their last links to when they can think in their mind wrestling was somewhat good and popular. And he stops in front of the camera to thank the fans at home for letting him to do this for 20 years for them. Thank you. Now let's go to work. He's got it. He's got the people. He doesn't have the hardcore smart fans that want to see Felix do 16 flips, but he's got a lot more fucking people in general that want to spend some money and spend some time to see him do his thing. And they brought the Bloodline out second because Cena needed to take all the time he wanted, but at the same time, you couldn't leave Bloodline standing there. I like the way they did that, because a lot of people, Cena didn't come out last. And as soon as they did the entrances, they went to break. So when they came back, they had 14 minutes on the air. So it wasn't going to get old. And basically, they milked, as they should have, Cena getting in the thing for the whole match. At one point, Owens is kicking Sami's ass and Roman's not happy. And he asked to tag in, and the fans start chanting for Cena. So Owens turns around to tag Cena in, and Roman blindsides him and kicks the shit out of him. And there was your break spot. And they come back. Owens is fighting back. And he levels Sami, and Cena was really working the apron, milking that, going back to his OVW days. And that's something that guys used to teach. As soon as I got into business, I heard people telling this. If the fucking guy in the ring, the babyface that's selling, is going to all that trouble and taking all that abuse to wear his fucking body out to sell, to set up a tag to you, and you're the babyface on the apron, the least you can do in that situation is work the apron and try to look interested in getting the tag and coming and cheering your man on and waiting anxiously, right? And getting the people behind it. So anyway, Boom, boom, boom. Roman pulls Cena off the apron and rails him and robs the people of that tag. And then Owens super kicks Sami, but there's no Cena in the corner. So Owens super kicks and power bombs Sami again. 2 count. Reigns makes a save. Reigns drags Sami over to the corner to make the tag. And then goes for the Superman punch, but Owens ducks it, hits a super kick. Nice frog splash. 2 count. But then Roman hits the Superman, goes for a spear, but misses and goes into the post, and now they've set up the tags. And it was simultaneous tags here. It wasn't a hot tag, but it didn't matter because the place blew because it was John Cena. And all those people know there that they might not ever get to see John Cena get a hot tag again, even if it wasn't a hot tag. Boom, and he makes his comeback. He lays them out side by side. He tags Owens. They do the double 5-knuckle shuffle, although I don't think Owens has ever hit the ropes before he does his special kind of 5-knuckle shuffle. It was a little off. And then John hit his finish on Roman Reigns, but didn't cover him. And Owens stunnered Sami and covered him 1, 2, 3. And that was exactly the finish they needed. Cena looks like a world beater. Owens gets the rub. The baby faces win. Sami getting beat actually furthers the goddamn bloodline issue, and Roman Reigns emerged unscathed. And the people fucking loved it. That's wrestling. What'd you think, Brian?
Fun little match. Nice seeing Cena back on the show. I mean, I'll say the truth is the bald spot was a bit distracting, if we're going to be honest. No, after a while with Randy Savage, it was like, okay, part of the problem with the bald spot is all the hair around it. And Cena had like longer hair than usual around it, probably because of his acting stuff. So it really stood out. It stood out a lot. I mean, it was the one thing that made him look like an old man. It was the only thing that made him look like an old man. Not that you can't go bald when you're young. Keeps, ladies and gentlemen. Are they still a sponsor? Keeps, ladies and gentlemen.
We haven't seen or heard from them in a while. They may not have kept us.
But it was a good match, The question is this it? Is this the one appearance of Cena? Do you get Cena for WrestleMania? What do you do with him?
They better put a full court press on to get The Rock at WrestleMania. If they don't do it this year, they might never get a chance to. It's Los Angeles, Roman Reigns, it's perfect. Cena's just been here. If they wanted to pull Cena back for WrestleMania for anything, he would have to commit to a couple of different dates because they couldn't just say, okay, he'll be here. They just did this. He'll be here and have the big match. Well, they just did that on network TV, so they can't do the same thing on WrestleMania. He'd have to do at least 1 or 2 appearances to set something up. I think they should go full on, try to get The Rock. Because it may be now or never. It's now or never for Rock to come.
They better hurry up. I think people are getting sick of him.
Oh, come on now.
I'm serious. His last movie didn't do that well, all things considered. The Young Rock show.
How'd your last movie do there, smart ass?
I promise you, if I ever put out a movie, it may not make as much money as whatever these fucking dumb movies are that he's making, but I will be a critically acclaimed movie. And the people that go see my movies will be motivated to go make their own movies.
Well, and then they'll make more movies about you making your movies.
But again, being honest...
Which they aren't. And you don't look anything like The Rock either.
But again, being honest, his TV show, the ratings apparently are awful.
I might cast you as the best friend.
I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't.
You wouldn't be anybody's best friend, would you?
I'd be okay with executive producer or something at that level. But that's about all the casting I'll be willing to endure.
Well, that was about all the Smackdown we were willing to endure. That's what it was. There you go.
All right. Well, there you go. And that was Smackdown, a show that typically sucks. Where the hell's this fucking timer here? No, I hit the wrong thing. Here it is. Smackdown, ladies and gentlemen. It makes you lose your timer.
So they were in Memphis, and immediately they pull out the big guns. They're on network TV. They're riding high on the big rating from Cena. previous week, right? This was January 6th. So out comes Zayn and Solo and the Usos, not from the entranceway, but they immediately, as the show opens and the announcers start talking, those guys all jump over the barricade at ringside and start breaking shit and throwing shit around. I'm like, what the fuck? There's nobody else out there. They're running roughshod, the Bloodline are. Of course, all that stuff's covered by WWE's insurance, I would think, the production equipment, etc. But anyway, they trashed ringside and awaited the entrance of Roman Reigns, and here he comes with Heyman standing and stooging gloriously behind him. And people love these heels, Brian. They're excited to see them. It's like big name stars have come to town, like some of the old days. We used to have big stars in wrestling. They're, again, star power, personality. They're the best thing on the show, and I was being a smartass when I said people love these heels, but here's a question for you before we talk about the interview they did. Is there any baby faces now in the WWE that any more than the current WWE diehard would support over these guys? Or anybody that is strong enough to compete in terms of personality and the way they've been booked and used? Or when Owens comes out there, I know a bunch of people like him, and he's a wonderful worker, but he looks like somebody took half the stuffing out of a fucking mattress compared to, Roman Reigns. And where are our superstar baby faces? That's my question to you on your show.
First of all, it's not my show. It's Smackdown. Second of all, it's hard to have cool baby faces when you have cool, funny heels. And the Bloodline are funny, and they're also badasses. Owens actually probably does as well as anyone at combating that because he could be a smartass on the mic and get people to laugh. But other than that, they don't have a lot of strong baby faces. That's why I think a lot of people internally are hoping Cody could deliver something when he comes back.
Boy, they need him. But anyway, in this particular interview segment, Roman wanted to hear from Sami, and Sami was happy and putting everybody over and putting everybody on notice that 2023 belongs to the Bloodline. We're going to send a message this year. Everybody won on Raw Monday night. But then Roman said, what about last year? Because Sami's the one that lost the match with Cena and Owens last week. And at this point, again, Roman Reigns did a masterful job of building the whole thing up. I didn't lose. Sami lost. Why did you call your shot? Why did you guarantee your win? Are you trying to be like me, do things like I do it? And he worked himself up, obviously in a working way, but it was perfect, natural, into a, you want to be me, motherfucker, type of, attitude. You could see him pissing himself off, and that it was excellent. And right as he really starts blessing Sami out, as Aunt Lola used to say. By the way, did you know that my Uncle Leslie's truck was in the Flim Flam Man?
I heard that. I heard that earlier.
Yeah.
Today.
Yeah. It's all over town. Here comes Owens' music, interrupts, and he comes out to the entranceway, and he said, Roman, your anger's misdirected. You're not mad at Sami. You're mad at me. I caused all that. You've got a KO problem. And, of course, he makes the challenge to Roman Reigns' title match at the Royal Rumble. And Roman Reigns accepted. And everybody kind of left. So they got the business done. They needed to get done. And nobody cussed on a live mic and all the equipment worked or whatever, but it was a little flat way of, and once again, I mean, I'm the one who preaches, well, they can't jump people 16 times on every program. So, but it seemed like, because the people, when Roman was up in Sami's face, they were right there and, okay, well, we want to see the match, but all right. But anyway. That's neither here nor there. Have I jogged your memory yet?
No, I don't think I saw any of this.
Well, The first match, because that's just been a promo, was Kofi Kingston against Pablo Escobar. And after that, we were 30 minutes in. Back to the Bloodline. And they're at the Bloodline locker room door, of course, and Paul has become like the fucking guy, the doorman in the Wizard of Oz, right? He's the guy, hey, get away, you can't see the wizard. Sammy's groveling to him.
More like the doorman at Studio 54.
Yeah, but
Mark Beneke, I think was his name.
Oh, but by the time Paul got finished with him, it was Studio 46. But anyway, so Sammy's groveling to Paul. I'm not trying to be the tribal chief. You got to explain it to him. And Paul's like, I still love you. And he calls him Shmooly? Is that a thing from your people?
Yeah, it's a nickname.
Well, I guess Sammy now is honorarily Yiddish or Jewy. He's a Shmooly because they're doing that interplay with, I love you, Shmooly, but Paul loves him. But Roman, may be upset. So anyway, finally, we get back to the Bloodline. Roman Reigns has asked for Sami Zayn's presence in the locker room. And they go to the break, and they come back, and Sammy's there. Imagine if he'd have been late. It would have screwed up their whole show. And Sami, of course, tells Roman that he's not trying to take over. He don't want to be the tribal chief. He's apologizing. And then Roman Reigns says, I don't accept that apology. And then he starts being philosophical, Reigns does. He says, I'm the tribal chief. I set a standard. I've got to control my anger. I shouldn't have done that in public. He's apologizing to Sami. I shouldn't have lost control like that. Should have done it in private. Because Owens was right. I'm mad at him. I'm taking it out on you. I've got a Kevin Owens problem. But we're going to fix it. Because next week, Sami Zayn versus Kevin Owens. And I think, oh my God. I think Sami and Owens are writing this program now because anytime they get a chance to work with each other, but at least that'll be interesting next week. But anyway, then we're at the main event on SmackDown. Let's get to it because all show long, the deal was the main event is Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens. They're the old friends, Steen and Generico, doing it again. And Sami at the top of the program had gone to the Bloodline locker room and Paul intercepts him. Hey, Shmooly. He wants to talk to the guys. He wants to talk to the Usos, and Solo, and Roman. Oh, they're not here. No, they want you to do this all on your own. Oh, okay. Prove yourself to Roman. You can do it. That's the best thing, blah, blah, blah. And then later on, they had Sami and Owens argue with each other. Owens is trying to explain to Sami that the Bloodline don't give a shit about him, and obviously Sami feels different. He feels like he belongs. So anyway, that was the main event, and they gave him 20 minutes, which, again, the same time, somebody thought it was okay. Well, let's give Owens and Zayn the same amount of time as Gunther and Braun Strongman. These guys have worked with each other a million times. They could do fucking 3 hours, and they'd love to. As a matter of fact, I've seen it 100 times. I've never seen it with Steen 30 pounds lighter than he was in Ring of Honor and Zayn with no mask on. They can both work, but they'll be doing this when they're 70 in their backyard for fun without even spectators because they just love to work with each other, sometimes to the detriment of everything else. But nevertheless, much of the match on the floor or the apron because that's the stuff they like to do. But Zayn, again, that buggy whip-armed, no definition, but he can pick Kevin Owens up and give him a brain buster on the apron and not kill either one of them. The guy is amazing with the strength that Zayn shows, and the same thing with Owens. As I mentioned, next to Roman Reigns, he looks like a mattress that somebody pulled half the stuffing out of, and he's fucking pale, he's translucent. But he can move that big bulbous ass around the ring. So, and they did, have you seen now, this was something that Moxley and Page did, and same week they did the same thing. Zayn just out of nowhere suplexed Owens right on the top of his head, and Owens bounced up to his feet and clotheslined the fuck out of Sami, and then they both sold. Well, it's nice to know now that if I take a sledgehammer and hit somebody over the head with it, that they've got about 8 seconds they can still fuck with me before they feel the effects of it. So anyway, at the point was they were going home, going into the finish. Sami had dropped Owens on his head again, was setting up for the big kick. And suddenly the Usos and Solo just roll in the ring and attack Owens, and there's the disqualification. And Sami's like, what the fuck? They're not even supposed to be here. And they hit their finish on Owens and beat him up on the floor, and Solo gives him the thumb. And Sami is shocked, and he's like, I was supposed to do this. But he puts the finger up anyway, like we're the ones. They had a 20-minute match. It was basically the same as all their matches. They did a lot of shit. Nothing was really stunk. Some of it didn't make any sense. But then cheap DQ, further storyline. Sami's conflicted now. Oh, golly. The end.
Well, that was the end. That was Smackdown.
What do you didn't say what you thought of the match?
You know, I'm in the minority. I have a difficult time watching these two work together because I know they're best friends. And it's hard for me to take anything they're doing out there. It's hard for me to suspend disbelief at all with these two working against each other because I know they're best friends.
They do have that strong emotional bond between them.
I've seen them wrestle against each other in Ring of Honor. I've seen them in NXT. I've seen them here. You know, I get it's a career-long thing, and like you said, there'll be old men doing this in their backyards. That'll be their last. You know, their last match is going to be against each other. You just know it.
It has to be.
But it's weird when you watch a match that's that where they're laying shit in like this, and you know they're best friends. I mean, I know Flair and Steamboat got along, but I don't know. It's weird for me when I watch these two.
Actually, here's the thing: in the old days or the territory days, only the people really in the business knew that the guys in the ring beating the shit out of each other were best friends. And best friends had some of the greatest matches. But now every fan in the world knows who all of the wrestlers really in real life like and don't like. So there's sometimes is a difference. I see what you're saying. Oh, well, that was that. The first segment was the Usos and Solo coming out to do an in-ring promo. And I'm just going to talk about some observations I had on some of this stuff today. Did you notice that, it's not I don't like these guys, and they work hard, and the Bloodline as a group is the best thing they've got on the television, but is the vibe all the way different without Roman and Heyman? When it's not the whole group and it's just Usos and Solo and Sami, if it was Sami not there, it's almost like you've gone to see a concert with the Pips, but Gladys ain't there. You know what I'm saying?
It's the difference between seeing Return of the Jedi and seeing the Ewok movies without any of the other Star Wars characters.
Well, I prefer just Gladys and the Pips, but nevertheless.
The Pips with no Gladys. Remember, didn't Richard Pryor do that?
Well, yes. That's what I'm saying. That was the simile or analogy that I prefer is the Pips and no Gladys. But you can do your Ewoks and your Mudwomps and whatever the fuck. But now every generation of Bloodline will be on Raw 30. And by the way, guess who's coming back to Raw 30? The Undertaker. And John Cena is suspected to be more involved coming up. I'm just absolutely stunned. Who would have thought that Vince McMahon would return and immediately start bringing back stars? So anyway, Usos and Solo are out there on Raw, and they're doing an interview. And they're going to defend the tag team title against Judgment Day. And I'm thinking, who's the heels? And then here comes Judgment Day. And I think it's important that when they come out, Judgment Day makes their entrance, Rhea Ripley talks first. I think that means that they know that she's a star. And they put Finn in the middle because Ripley talks first. She's a star. Then they get in the ring. The crowd is kind of silent because what the fuck, it's heels. And then Balor talks for a minute and nobody really cares because it's just that voice. I don't know. And then Priest takes over and sounds a little better and saves it. But they're apparently now they're fighting for the Raw belts only. So they're going to split the tag team title up again probably, or they wouldn't have made that point abundantly clear. But Priest is natural. Dominic gets a ton of heat. Rhea Ripley's a superstar. And Balor still doesn't fit in this fucking equation. But the Usos did a big promo. I wasn't seeing anybody popping. Then Dominic chimes in and people got interested because he's just a heat-getting machine because he's a little putz they can get on. He's a reverse Sami Zayn. And then Solo gets face-to-face with Dominic, and old mommy got in between them to, back Solo up or just to stop Solo so Dominic could sucker him, and they get in a big fight. And Solo decides he's been taunted by Rhea Ripley. He starts to give her the fucking Samoan spike. And suddenly, out of nowhere, who has not been involved in this goddamn whole conversation up until now, but is in the next match, Muhammad Ali dives off the top rope.
Muhammad Ali?
Or Mustafa Ali. But,
I didn't even know what you were talking about.
Mustafa Ali dives off the top rope out of nowhere onto Solo, and they say Solo versus Ali is next and go to the break. So, my God, this 10 fucking minute promo breaks into a goddamn fight, and the guy that's in the match jumps in, and then they say, okay, at break. What the And when they come back from the break, it was just Solo against Ali having a match, and everybody else was magically gone. Like, there's not even the police weren't even still there removing the crime tape and taking the witness statements from this big riot they just had. So I said, fuck this. I fast forwarded to fucking 5 minutes, and I'm thinking, why has Solo not killed this guy? And they're still attempting to use this Mustafa Ali fucking fellow. But finally they post him, and the Usos come back, and here comes Kevin Owens. As soon as the Usos show up, I know Owens and the Usos are involved, but can they get anybody else in this goddamn fiasco? It's just flowing from people fighting to different people fighting. So Owens comes out and beats up the Usos pretty much by himself. And Ali almost beat Solo, but then Solo beat him, but then Owens stunned Solo and beat him up all over the announce desk and then beat up both the Usos. And then Solo and both Usos took off while Adam Pearce and all the agents held Kevin Owens back. So is this the biggest expose of wrestling of all time, that Kevin fucking Steen just beat up and ran off 3 Samoans? And what was even happening with all this? In 30 minutes, we started out with a fucking promo. Then a different promo, then a goddamn fucking fight with 6 people that suddenly settled down. We don't know how. Then a match, and then more people come back and fight a different fucking guy. And again, I remind you, Owens runs off 3 full-grown Samoans. Help me.
Oh, I can't help you, just like I can't help this show. I'll go back to something you said earlier. Rhea and Dominic, and I told you, I think Dominic may be the most improved wrestler just based on everything other than the in-ring stuff. He's great with her. They're really, really good together. Finn Balor, I agree with you. Damian Priest is great. And my other thought was what you had. Who's the babyface here?
So from the start of the program, the entire Bloodline had entered into the garage of the arena in a fleet of SUVs, and they all got out, and they're celebrating, and there's Sami, and there's the Usos, Solo, Heyman gets out. Roman, here he comes. Sami goes for the fist bump. Roman turns and walks off on him. Won't give him the fist bump. So then later on in the program, Sami was in the Bloodline locker room talking to Roman with the Wyatt Heyman's facials and just any slight reaction. I just keep my eyes on him. He's incredible. But Sami's like, is there heat? The old Austin Idol, is there heat? It's not scalding, but I can feel it. It's there. Roman wants Sami to tell the truth about last week. what went on? And Sami, well, I was disappointed that the Usos helped me. I thought I was going to get to do it on my own. And Roman says, oh, so now I got to run my plans by you, the honorary Us. I could get the fuck out of here. And he kicked him out of the locker room. So it's looking bad for Sami.
What'd you think of that? The whole segment there where, again, they're ignoring the fact the camera's right in front of them.
Right. Yeah. I mean, at this point, we have to live with that.
Unfortunately.
Be grateful for small favors.
But
right?
Beyond that issue, what do you think of this whole thing with Sami there and then Roman just turns the tables on him? You could tell by Sami's facial reactions.
Yeah.
Why do we have to do this every week? Why do I have to run everything by you? What do you think about this part of the show-long angle?
I like it because it's keeping the people that are rooting for Sami to somehow come out of this good or successful or whatever. I'm talking about the fans. They're cheering Sami. They want him to do something. They like him. They like what he's doing with this, and they want to see more of him. But it can't just every week be, sunshine, lollipops, rainbows, and waterfalls. There has to be some kind of conflict or tension. And they've been doing this with a slow build, and they're still not ready to choke slam each other to hell or whatever, but you can tell that now people are starting to get a little more tense about, oh, is Roman going to do something to Sami? Or will Sami turn the tables and join? They're wondering what might happen, and they're interested in it. Imagine that. In wrestling these days, I'll take it. But I like it because it can't all be nice. Sami has to be in some risk or some jeopardy into people's mind to keep people focused on him.
So then what about Heyman then turning to Roman as soon as Sami left the room?
Well, that's the thing. The next thing you hear out of Heyman and Roman talking is Paul said, I never liked Shmuley anyway. I never liked him since day one. And then he carefully, prefaces his pitch to Roman as your wise man. It would be, improper of me not to bring up. And this isn't, you've heard this a million times. It's an old Vince line. I'm not saying he fed it to him, but everybody knows up there it's an old Vince line. Heyman asks Roman, isn't it better to have Sami inside the castle pissing out than outside the castle pissing in? And that's an old Vince line from 30 years ago. So obviously they are conspiring to use Sami Zayn, as Owens is trying to tell Sami, but Sami doesn't believe it yet. And then later on in the program, Heyman goes, go ahead.
You know what would help Sami find out if he watched the program?
Well, again, we have to get any kind of entertainment out of this shit these days, we have to just work with him on certain things. But then Heyman goes to Sami and says, hey, Roman wants to see you. So now they're in the back again. And Roman's like, oh, okay, Sami, you want to be part of the team? You want full communication. Okay. And Sami's relieved. But then Roman says, well, I expect the same love and respect from you as I give out. And Sami assures him the bloodline is first. I'll do anything. So Roman tells him, go find the Usos, get the exit ready, get the plane started or whatever. As soon as this signing is over, we're out of here. And gives him the fist. And the people popped when Roman Reigns gave Sami the fist bump in the fucking locker room backstage. They popped watching it on the monitor. So this is one of the only things they really care about. When we come up for the contract signing, which they've milked throughout the program, there's 10 minutes on the air again, like there is in most of these contract signing segments. And the bloodline entrance takes up 4 minutes. So now we're 6 minutes to the top of the hour. Roman sits down, puts his feet up on the table. Nothing happens for another minute or so. And then suddenly Owens appears. He's come from the back door or the front door, whatever. He appears on the side of the ring and pulls. That's charitable. Poor Solo. Owens grabbed Solo with one hand while Owens is on the apron and Solo's in the ring. And suddenly this fucking fire plug of a Samoan just flies over the top rope and out. But Owens is in and kicks Roman and gives him a fucking stunner before Roman ever sees him coming. And then he beats up Solo and the Usos. My God, it's Stone Cold Steve Austin. Here is Kevin Owens beats up 3 full-blooded Samoans, and then comes back in and hits a pop-up powerbomb on Roman Reigns through the table that's set up in the ring. Again, it's preposterous because it's Owens, and his gimmick is not exactly Ken Shamrock, the world's most dangerous man. But I agree, they've got a title match, and they've got a big pay-per-view, and they've got to get some interest in this. So as he's laid waste to every Samoan from the island, then Heyman's begging in the corner and holding the belts and the contract. And as Owens approaches and menaces Paul, who squeals, "Please, no, I'm a father." Owens takes contract and signs it, and just then Sami Zayn appears, jumps up on the apron of the ring with a bewildered look on his face, and Owens tosses the contract to Sami, who catches it, and Owens takes off before the other Bloodline members can get to him. So now there's poor Sami in possession of that contract that I'm sure Roman is not going to be very happy about. What's going to happen next week? I can't wait to find out.
That's right. It's the only thing people care about that's happening in WWE right now is the stuff with the Bloodline and Sami and Owens.
And again, most of it not involving matches. Just, so that's the difference in AEW and WWE. The AEW fans are going crazy, jumping up and down like their heads are on fire for matches involving green guys and shitty talents. And over here, they've got the most professionally trained crew in the history of wrestling. And the matches are the least exciting thing and made the least important thing on the whole program.
Yeah, whether it's Bray Wyatt, who we don't like, and we've spoken at length about that, or Roman Reigns, the big comparison is they never wrestle. We never see these guys wrestle. One is a multi-segment, week-long Bloodline thing, and the other is a multi-segment, week-long spiritual, spooky thing. On the same show. One of them's clicking and one of them's terrible.
I think they should get Svengoolie to be in charge of the Firefly Funhouse. Then they'd get some ratings.
He is the highest rated show on Me TV, by far.
And boy, I'll tell you what, and he'd probably do a better job of corralling all the evil demon-possessed puppets than Bray Wyatt does either. But by the way, we should notate that they did the commercial-free first hour gimmick. And I don't know if that threw them off for the rest of the show, but boy, this was a long first hour, wasn't it? Well, I don't know. They could have told the story that they told with the Bloodline in the first hour in maybe about 10 minutes less, I got to be honest with you, because this did go a while. But at the same time, it's the top guys in the company, and it's the only thing that wasn't really legend-oriented. And remember, this was going to be, because apparently they were going to have a tribal council where they had Alpha and Sika and Rikishi. Stop it. Sweet Daddy couldn't make it down from Toronto.
But Sika the porn star was available.
Oh my God. Is she still blonde? I wonder. Probably gray now. Anyway, they couldn't travel. They couldn't make it. So they changed it to the trial of Sami Zayn. But from the time that the Bloodline,
yeah, because they didn't get The Rock. That's why they changed it.
Well, from the time the Bloodline made their entrance until the time the promo was over, it was almost 25 minutes. And is good, but gee, Manelli, all right. So, and 5 minutes is the entrance of the Bloodline. And I know they're stars again, but I just think that they contribute. During the time that they're making this grand entrance, the announcers are fleshing out the story. But as you said, a lot of times tune out the announcers. And secondly, I think a lot of people, if they're DVRing or even pausing for commercials, they skip past the announcers setting the shit up because they know by now this is a 5-minute entrance. And if you have the ability to skip it, aren't you? At this point.
If you have hearing issues with different pitches, there's a chance you only hear Corey Graves on this show.
Well, and that's nothing, because I have problems because of the pyro damage that's been done to me in the past with my hearing to begin with, and it is hard when they get the music going and whole 9 yards. But anyway, it's a lot of the show is zippable because of the length of the entrances and the commercial breaks and the various gaga before you get to anything. But everybody there, it's Roman and Heyman and Solo and Usos and poor Sami, and they're all around the conference table. And Paul is prosecuting Sami Zayn for, basically being a traitor and a turncoat. And when the fans were chanting ECW, Paul said, ECW is dead, and I wish the same for Sami Zayn. Last week he was schmooly, right? Schmooly. But the fans are chanting Sami, and Paul's telling Roman and everybody that Sami's a traitor and he's in conspiracy with Kevin Owens, and they came up with a video of Sami a couple times in the past either not helping the Bloodline or being day late and dollar short or whatever. It tied in a number of things that they've done in finishes and angles over the past couple months. It is very clever. I'd like to think that they meant to do this from the start, but I guarantee you one or two of those enterprising production assistants had to be the one to go back and log all this footage and figure out a way to make sense out of it.
Heyman was great.
Heyman was fantastic.
What he showed, he goes, here's him showing For Life. What does he want to join, the NWO? The Horsemen? Yeah. What is this?
The Dangerous Alliance? He had to get that one in there. And then he accuses Sami of assault. They had a clip when Sami did a promo and accidentally kind of bumped into Roman Reigns. And see, he was trying to take over his head of the table. And Paul demanded that Sami Zayn be found guilty. I tell you, if he had played the fucking part of William Jennings Bryan in Inherit the Wind, it would have goddamn even been greater. What did they call William Jennings Bryan in Inherit the Wind? What was his name? God damn it. I just watched that the other night.
I didn't.
Anyway, it was a thinly veiled serialization of the Scopes Monkey trial. So finally, Sami is he's shitting himself, right? He's looking at all of it, and he says, Paul, it hurts coming from you. All those times you hugged me, you said you loved me. And he did a great job of being indignant at this whole thing, and he doesn't need to defend himself. His defense is he has no defense. This is all just completely made up out of whole cloth. And then Roman gets mad because no defense? You won't even argue for this? You won't fight for this? I've given you this. And he sends Solo over to give him the spike. And Sami looks like the guy that's about to be executed. He's just standing there, sitting there waiting for it. And Solo's about to give him the spike. And Jay blocks Solo's thumb, catches his arm. And Jay said, wait a minute. And Jay started talking quick. Apparently somebody had give him the Iggy. This needs to move along. Because Jay put together a video and it just pops up. And there is like 5 or 6 things that Sami has done to help them, where he's eaten the Claymore kick for Roman, and he's prevented somebody else from making a save, and he's been there right at the moment. And the fans but here's the thing again, because they've created this situation, the fans are now cheering the video of one of the heels, Sami Zayn, screwing all of the baby faces. But that's where we're at. And so Jay, of all people, the guy that, I hated you, but now you've proven yourself. You didn't give up, and your family. And Paul, meanwhile, in the corner facially is having a snit over there. And the fans are chanting Sami Uso. And finally, Roman declares him, I find you not guilty for now. And basically he says, finish tonight and then disappear till the Royal Rumble. I don't want to see you. And if you can pass your final test, then we'll see if you're Bloodline or not. So again, a tease for the pay-per-view. Very nice. But by the time that they've finished that interview, remember Hogan welcomed us and we got a package. And this interview, we're half an hour in the show. And then we come back from the break and the first match is the Usos. No, it wasn't a break because it's commercial free. They just went to the announcers for a second and come back to the ring. And there's the Usos, and here comes the Judgment Day. And now for the Raw Tag Team title, we got Judgment Day, Dominic and Priest against the Usos. And Ripley and Finn and Sami are in the corners. And again, I'm like, who are the heels? But since all of the babyface tag teams practically they've got are the shits, these are the two coolest teams.
Why aren't the Usos baby faces? Even though Roman's clearly a heel, based on everything we've seen, aren't they kind of babyface?
Well, but then they can't really be baby faces if they're hanging out with a heel and Paul Heyman's the wise man and they've been presented as heels for the past 3 years. But
that's family. That's family for you.
Well, but if the people are cheering for them, especially whenever they're on Sami's side. So now if I guess they would be in the babyface sympathetic position here against Judgment Day, who are full-fledged heels, apparently. And they worked hard in this match, but at the same point, are you seeing a pattern that we've been talking about for the past few weeks? They start having this match, and the people zone out in the arena. They're kind of sitting there. And part of it because it went a while. Because there's another, I think, 20 minutes of this match of the same people they've seen interacting in the ring for 20-something minutes. And the main problem is on Raw, the interviews are important, the moments, the debuts are important, the returns are important, and then the matches are where everybody just gets ready for the next one of the things I just mentioned. And every once in a while, if somebody breaks a piece of furniture or takes a bump that looks like it paralyzes them, people pop. But otherwise, WWE crowds, they're trained that the matches are the interludes in the drama. So Finn Balor interfered and got ejected at one point. And then I like the story they told in this match. It's just everything's taken so long. Jimmy does a dive and hurts his leg, and everything comes to a halt. And there's a conference, and all the doctors and Pierce, and he's helped to the back. The referee says he can't continue, and Pierce tells him they're going to forfeit, but then Sami agrees to take his place, and then the place wakes up. And Pierce agrees to it, and the match continues, and Sami starts shining. We're 45 minutes into the program now, but now they're actually kind of giving a shit about this. So it's they structured this well. It just took them a while to get there.
I thought he may have hurt his knee at first because when it happened and before Sami came out, I rewound it several times. I was watching live just to see how he landed. And then by the time I was back to real TV or real time, Sami was out there.
And again, that's the thing is that, they knew they were going to kick it up a notch when they substitute Sami for one of the Usos. And that's the natural place where people should have got more invested. But I'm just saying, it took them a while to get there, especially with what they did later in this program. I don't know nevertheless, they did a couple of fucking nice false finishes back and forth. And then finally, Sami and Jay Uso hit the 1D on Dominic, and Sami covered him in 1, 2, 3. And that was great. And it was a great final 5 minutes, as I said. But by the time they did all of that business, it was over 40 minutes from start to finish. But after I saw some of the other stuff, I'm there, well, be thankful for small favors, I guess.
Yeah, it was over 40 minutes on a 3-hour show, and it just happened to contain the most captivating storyline they have. So I can't complain too much, although it did go a while, but I like the opening segment. The match.
I was just giving them credit for they'd have somewhere else to go from there with every big star that's still breathing practically in the locker room that they've ever had on a show. But it was all downhill from here.
Fans really got into it after Sami got involved. Sami is super over right now. We should probably talk about that in a second, but I just want to say, because I've complimented him several times recently, Dominic Mysterio.
Yeah.
I love him as a heel. And when it looked like he was about to get the pin, even I was like, God damn it, not him. He can't get the pin. So they've got something with him. Again, he still has to probably work on a lot of things in the ring, but
prison changes a man, though.
Prison changes a man, and I'd like to be in that prison of being chained up by Rhea Ripley. That sounds wonderful.
Well, there you go. Boy, you ought to see those leg irons they got. Anyway, so then we go back into back. Kevin Owens, he's doing a promo, talking about the Royal Rumble and Roman Reigns. That's a lot of alliteration there. And he's going to take out as many members of the Bloodline as he can tonight. And conveniently, here comes the Usos, and they start trying to attack him, and all the referees and security and Adam Pearce, and everybody gets in between, and Pearce kicks the Usos out of the arena. You're out of here. Get the fuck out of this building. And, of course, the next thing that we see is Jey Uso in the back. The camera is in front of him. It's not like they're even eavesdropping. They've got a tight, not a tight shot, not a close-up, but a waist-up shot of Jey talking on his cell phone. Obvious that a camera and cameraman's in front of him. Say, hey, my dog, you still in town? I need a favor. So we know who he's talking to, and we know, obviously, something's going to go on with Sami, but could they just not make it look like we just caught him around the corner? Yeah. It just these little things, Brian, that annoy me.
I hate that stuff more than anyone. You know, I've killed it even when you haven't for certain things, but I think as much as I hate it and prefer if they didn't do it that way, the Bloodline stuff has been so good.
Yeah.
That it almost makes you suspend disbelief of that.
We have to work with them if they're going to give us anything worth a shit, right? Is what you're basically saying. We'll work with you if you'll just give us some more good stuff.
I will treat this intricate, long-standing storyline like it's part of a drama inside the wrestling show if you're not going to insult me with it. And they haven't. So I'm okay with it with them for now.
Well, anyway, the match we've all been waiting for, the last one, Kevin Owens against Solo. And obviously, Kevin wants to, the Usos been kicked out of the building. Owens wants to take as many of the Bloodline out as possible. And they started with a fight. And both these guys are approximately the same size. Of course, we are still being expected to suspend our disbelief that a pudgy, pale Canadian can go toe-to-toe with a badass Samoan. But nevertheless, they start the match. They're laying shit in. They go to the floor and they go to the break in 2 minutes. I'm like, what the fuck? You can't. They won't let you like any of these matches. And they come back, and within seconds, Owens is starting to come back, goes up the top. Solo stops him, goes for a superplex. Owens stops him and hits a frog splash, 2 count. Solo hits Samoan drop, 2 count. Owens makes another comeback. Hits a swanton cover. There's Sami Zayn at ringside. Pulls Solo out of the cover. And Solo goes to kick Owens as Owens comes out to pursue this. Solo goes to kick Owens, and Owens moves, and he kicks Sami and knocks him goofy instead. And then Owens clears off the desk, and he's going to do something with the table, but Solo posts Owens and hits Owens with a chair. And then runs after Owens has been posted and then hit with a chair. Then he charges at him, and Owens pops him up and gives him a power bomb onto the desk. And everybody's been on the floor at this point for minutes. And the referee has either disappeared completely or is doing nothing. I can't find him. And Owens hits Solo with a chair and then yells at Sami. And throws the chair down and yells at the fans. And then yells at the camera and walks out. And that was it. No finish, no bell. Solo just, when Owens hit him with a chair, Solo just fell over the barricade into the front row of crowd, and you never saw him again. And then again, like I said, Owens just was aggravated at Sami and then just left the building. And where did the referee? I don't know what the fuck. It was an okay match. Nothing wrong with it besides the fact that they won't show us most of their main events or any of the other matches. They 10 minutes of entrances, and then they wrestle for a minute and a half, and then they go to commercial. But if you can't figure a finish to tell the story and still have a match and a finish, don't have the fucking match. What happened here?
Oh, I don't know. I was just intrigued by the storyline. The match was kind of a afterthought to the storyline.
Well, yeah, but when you're not left with, boy, I can't wait to see what's going to happen tomorrow. You're left with, wait a minute. Where the fuck did this guy go? Where the fuck did that guy go? Was there an end of the match? Did I miss something? Did somebody win?
I disagree with you.
Ring?
I disagree with you. I was left with, I can't wait to see how Roman's going to deal with the fact that Sami disobeyed his orders.
We could still be left with that feeling, and somebody could still win this fucking match.
I agree with that.
They could call for the bell and disqualify somebody, or some decision could be rendered.
I agree it didn't have to be as sloppy in that area, but I still think people left that show wanting to see how Roman...
sloppy in that area. What if they started a car race? And then the Indy 500, and after 350 loops out of the 500, they had a wreck, and some of the drivers yelled at each other, and then they all just fucking got in their cars and drove home.
I would tell you that Vince McMahon bought NASCAR. That's what I would tell you.
I don't think the Indy 500 is NASCAR, but I know where you're going.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I don't watch cars driving circles.
Yeah, well, let's see it. It's fun. They floor it and turn left for 500 miles.
Do you like it?
Such excitement. Are you out of your fucking mind?
Exactly.
I'll tell you, my Uncle Tommy not only did he love auto racing, because he was a car nut and everything, but he would listen to the Indianapolis. This is back before, coast to coast network television of everything and sports networks and everything. He would listen to car races on the radio. Can you imagine a more boring thing than you could hear the rumble of the engines, and the announcer is saying, well, there's number 14, old Dick Trickle, and he's coming around the far turn, but you can't actually see anything. And here's the thing, when we're all together at, it's a holiday or it's the 4th of July, there's a big race or whatever, he's got to get WLW from Cincinnati, the radio station, right? So he's got to go out in his car in the driveway to where he can get reception on the radio station, the AM station, to listen to the fucking car races. Well, one time we had eaten, and he went out to listen to the car race in the car in the driveway, and everybody else was talking and doing whatever, watching TV. And finally, my mom closed the garage door and locked up and everything, and we started to go to bed and realized, wait a minute, where's Uncle Tommy? He's still sitting out in the driveway in the dark in the car, locked out, listening to the race. They'd had a delay. Then he's knocking on the fucking window. Can I come in the house?
I'd rather listen to it on the radio than actually go to it. I'd rather, if you have a good commentator, someone who could tell the story well, I'm sure it'd be more fun to listen to the cars going around in circles on the radio than watching it live.
All right. Anyway, so that was Smackdown.
Certainly was, yes.
Are we ready now for the main event of the Royal Rumble? And I must say, again, I like the Royal Rumble match. I didn't like the Valley in the middle, which was the Girls Royal Rumble, the pitch black extravaganza. They ought to call it piss black. And the, Alexis Bliss that we didn't watch, or I didn't watch, but they're bookending the thing. They're going to end strong. We're going to see what happens with Kevin Owens and Roman Reigns. And Owens obviously out there going it alone. Roman's got Paul Heyman and Sami Zayn at ringside with him. So what's going to happen? And again, we're in hindsight here. We've seen some of the feedback from this. The match was last night, obviously, as we're recording this. People loved the ending that we will describe, and people loved the idea that this is progressing and etc. The only criticism I have on the match itself is, again, did it have to be that long to get to everything they keep Brock short and sweet, but everybody else has to prove they can go 30 minutes bell to bell. And I'm not sure it was called for here, because everybody knew that Kevin Owens was not going to win this match and win the belt. They wanted to see what was going to happen with Sami and the continuation of that issue. So I'm not even knocking Steen here. He works his ass off. He does good shit for a tubby fellow. I don't know how he does the frog splash off the apron to the floor and not break his kneecaps.
The way he takes the spear looked pretty. That looked like it hurt. And he did it over and over. He's always been able to work and to move, belying the pudgy physique, but anyway, when they get going into things, finally, Kevin had made a comeback, but Roman stopped him again, went for the Superman punch, and Owens ducked it and Germaned him. But then Roman hit the Superman punch, 2 count. Roman goes for the spear, hits the post instead. Owens hits a swanton, 2 count. They're doing everything they can to give people the impression that he might win the thing. And the one bobble he went. If you hadn't seen him do this before, you wouldn't have any idea what the fuck he was doing. But Reigns, they had fought on the top rope, and Owens knocks Reigns down to the mat, and he's laying there, and Owens gets on the second rope looking at him, and he's going to jump up and turn around and not pick a bale of cotton, but he's going to jump up, turn around, and moonsault off the top rope and miss it because Roman is going to roll in toward the buckle. Well, when Owens jumps up and turns around, he should have been going for a bale of cotton. It would have been a softer landing because he missed landing on the top rope with 1 foot and fell straight backwards and landed ass first on Roman Reigns. I was like, oh my God, this could have been the big one. But he got right up, Owens did, pissed off at himself and hit a fucking senton and then did a moonsault and missed that, and Reigns hit a spear and got a 2 count. Good recovery.
All kinds of notes here. Good recovery. He handled it somewhat professionally. And then they bump the referee. Roman shoves Owens off into the referee. And, of course, then Owens hits a power bomb and covers, but there's no ref, so you can't just kill the babyface. He's got to have some, visual affirmation to the fans that he could have won it. It's an out, it's a bitch, it's a gripe. But then finally Roman ball shots Owens and tells Sami at ringside to get a chair. And Sami's like, wait, you told me not to do anything. What should I do? No, get the goddamn chair. So he hesitated, but he got the chair. He gives it to Roman. But by that point, Owens is up and stunners Roman again, or stunners him. And this time the referee's up and gets a 2 count. But then Roman comes back and hits a spear and gets a 2 count. And Owens rolls to the floor, and Sami's pleading with him, stay down, stay down. So the theory is Sami doesn't want to see Roman hurt him. He'd just rather see Owens stay down. And then Reigns spears Owens through the barricade, and that was one of the better spears through the barricade. I wish they hadn't done it 75 times, because this one was great. And he tosses Owens back in the ring, but Owens rolls out to the floor on the other side, so he can't be pinned. And that's where, again, Reigns goes out and gets Owens and does the deal where he flings him back of his head first against the steel ring stairs and twice, which looked great. Except, again, I don't know how Owens does that. And there can't be a lot of margin for error. But one would think that one really good looking one, because it looks so good, because how could you still be conscious? But nevertheless, and then rolled him in the ring again. And then Paul Heyman starts acknowledging Roman and groveling to him. And, oh, you're my tribal chief. And, oh, I love you. And Sami's got that reluctant face, and he puts the 1 up. And people now are paying more attention to Sami's reactions or whatever than they are really to what's going on with the match. And at that point, finally, Owens weakly and wearily swings, tries a punch, and Reigns hits the spear. 1, 2, 3. it wasn't an exciting finish. It was an angle finish. And it's what they needed to tell the story. They didn't need an exciting finish because nobody thought Owens was going to win anyway. So instead, they do an angle finish where Owens looked competitive all the way through and did better than anybody might have hoped and prayed that he might. But in the end, Reigns spears him through the barricade, bashes his fucking melon against the steel a couple of times, and spears him and pins him. It was an angle finish. It didn't need to come out of nowhere because it was what it was. What'd you think of the match thus far before we go on to the afterbirth?
Good match. Fans are into it. I thought Owens, like you said, good recovery on the blown spot earlier. I thought Owens was really good in there. Even as the match is happening, the drama's kind of building around ringside. I enjoyed it.
And that's Owens again. I've always said he can work and he can move, and he works his ass off. He doesn't dog it. He doesn't phone it in. He just, God, he was all, maybe it's the French Canadianism. I don't know. Just always such a pain in the ass. But nevertheless, now all the Bloodline are in the ring, and they've got the leis and the celebratory flower necklaces. And they pass them out to everybody, and one of the Usos goes to give Sami his, and Roman says, oh, hold on. Get him first. And the Usos start kicking the shit out of Owens. Multiple super kicks, beating him up, blah, blah, blah. Sami's more uncomfortable. Solo then goes over and gives Owens the big ass in the corner with a chair around his head, horse collaring him. And then Heyman brings out handcuffs, 2 pairs of handcuffs. And, me and Paul together, we kind of fit because he's got brand new pairs of handcuffs and I've got brand new keys. I didn't know that Paul always carried handcuffs with him. I know that I always carry a handcuff key. Nevertheless, you never really need, well, I guess sometimes you need handcuffs on the spur of the moment. But anyway, here's the thing. Again, yes, this is building up what we've all wanted to see, which is the Bloodline's going to kill Owens unless Sami intervenes, and what's he going to do? The decision is what we're waiting on. But God, it was so long, and nobody's trying to help. You can make the statement that, well, Sami Zayn has no friends in the locker room. Owens was his friend. He turned on him. He's with the Bloodline, so nobody cared. But referees, security, and idle fucking rent-a-cop from the concession stand. This went on so long that at some point, and I'm sure they told him to do this, the announcers laid out and weren't so it was like everybody associated with this company had completely disappeared from the face of the earth except what was going on in the ring. And I'm sorry, but that's all I can think about, because the job one, when I got into business, what's the phrase that I'm searching for? The absolute one thing that you do above the first commandment is make it look like it's really happening. And no, they couldn't just do this for minutes on end to somebody on television in front of God and everybody, in front of witnesses, without somebody making a token effort to try to do something and being turned away. That's part of the fucking picture you're painting and the atmosphere you're supposed to be creating. But this is sports entertainment. And yes, I know we all wanted to see this, and it was very well done from the talent perspective, but goddamn, it's still phony sports entertainment when it goes on forever like this, and the announcers aren't even bothered to say, oh God, they've just left too. So they're killing this guy, and I'm just thinking it would be better if it was a wrestling angle, which would be some bell ringing and some people trying to get in, and the Bloodline are bad enough to kick him out. And then Roman turns around and talks to Owens for a while and goes to use the chair on him. And finally, Sami gets in front and says, stop. And that gets the pop. But now they don't have a microphone. They're using the floor microphone on the camera. that can pick this up, but Sami's saying, you don't need to do this. He's done. So then Roman hands Sami the chair and says, well, then you do it. And again, I'm seeing this in the Superdome or in the Greensboro Coliseum. All these things happening, but in much more condensed form and with pantomime, telling all the thousands of people in the building what's happening in about 10 seconds rather than all the conversation, and it's taken for fucking ever. And Reigns berates Sami and wants him to use the chair on Owens. You do it. And finally, Roman starts pie-facing him and yelling at him. Now we're getting to the meat of the matter. And Sami has the chair, and as Roman turns around to look at fucking Owens, Sami hits Roman with the chair, but across the back. Can you imagine the pop if Roman had turned around and spit on Owens and turned back around and Sami had crowned him over the head with that fucking chair?
Well, I saw other people point this out, and I thought about it. It was a throwback to when he turned on the Shield. When Rollins turned on the Shield, excuse me.
I don't care.
Yeah, I mean, it got a monster pop. I can't say that anything would have gotten a bigger pop. It got a monster pop.
It got a big pop because that's what they've been waiting to see, but this whole, if you swing a chair at the head, somebody's going to say they don't allow chair shots to the head. Well, they ought to if somebody knows what they're fucking doing, both giving it and taking it. Nobody'd be hurt. Bobby Fulton hit me over the head with a chair about 3 or 4 times. I didn't suffer any ill effects because he liked me and didn't want to kill me, and I knew he knew what he was doing, and I took it right. But goddamn, point is, whack, he hits him with a chair. And the Usos are, what the fuck? And Jimmy super kicks Sami and beats him up, and Solo spikes him, and Roman says, kill him. And Jay's over in the corner, and he won't participate. We didn't see this one coming. This is a very nice little twist. He won't participate. Not only that, but he rolls out of the ring and leaves. Walks down the entryway with a horrible expression. He's all torn up. And so at that point, Roman wears Sami out with the chair. Now, he hit him about 10 times. So across the back and the sides, yes. If you're going to hit somebody, don't hit him in the head 10 times. And ripped his Zeus shirt off and crumbled flowers all over him. And I like what they did, and I'm not trying to knock it. And everybody's wanting to see this, and it's the perfect time now to kick it up for WrestleMania season. And what's going to happen? We talked about, would it be Sami and Owens against the Usos? But that, maybe it's going to be Sami and an Uso against another Uso. We don't know what the fuck now because of this swerve with the Usos. The only thing, it was the longest angle in history of wrestling. Couldn't these things happen with urgency and people in jeopardy and there's chaos going on rather than the sports entertainment angle, which is milk everything incessantly and nobody will try to stop this until whenever you're finished. That's the problem I had with it. Otherwise, everybody was a box of fluffy ducks.
I thought it was a great match, or a great spectacle, at least after the match, and it did take forever, and that is the WWE way. They're never going to not milk something, especially if Vince is really pulling the strings.
Yeah, and that's why I say I know that's what they do now. I can't not mention it because it drives me out of my mind because I was taught the exact opposite. Get the fucking heat, make it look good, make it look real, and make it look like chaos, and get the fuck out before you wear out your welcome. And they do the opposite thing. And so that I have to bring it up, but at the same time, we've probably, I guess, accepted that this is the way a lot of this is going to be these days.
And again, the people left, even though Sami and Owens got beat, they got to see him finally turn on or hit or finally get his, Roman got his comeuppance. I don't know how you want to see it. The Jey Uso thing puts an interesting spin on it. Unless something changes, Cody has to wrestle Roman at WrestleMania. He's the unified champion. So
there's 2 nights.
There's 2 nights of Mania. There's a lot of interesting things happening here. I mean, it would make no sense to blow off, or they're not going to blow it off yet. They've taken so long with Roman, but to do too much at the Elimination Chamber, this is WrestleMania season. I mean, what do you do to propel this? Do you think you need to propel all of this to Mania, or do you shift the focus with Roman to Cody to get to Mania?
Well, you got to do both, because that's going to be the match for the title, Cody and Roman. But at the same point, Sami is not only has this thing gotten over and he's so popular and people have been so interested, but you've got to have Sami and Owens and Usos and Solo and whatever else involved in some fashion. So you're building both. And
now you do the tribal council, because now you got Jey Uso.
Well, there you go. And they might be able to do that they were going to do originally, instead of the trial of Sami Zayn, the tribal council, and bring the previous generations in. But, Roman is going to be, I would think, telling the wise man and the rest of his crew here, what the fuck? Now I've got to deal with Cody while I got Sami running around trying to fucking, instigate shit, whatever. So it's going to be a multifaceted thing. I don't know where they're going, and I like that part of it, because I can't figure this one out. Usually either we figure it out or we don't care enough to try to figure it out. But in this case, I'm trying and I can't figure it out where they're going. So, like I said, I liked everything except the longest angle in wrestling. Everything they did was great. I'd have tightened that up a bit, and some more chaos and urgency and jeopardy and et cetera in these things. Because again, the announcers laid out. So remember in the 80s when Vince was adamant that you had to send the people home happy on a pay-per-view? This closed with the two baby faces lying unconscious and ravaged in the middle of the ring. And the announcer's not saying a goddamn word, and you didn't even see a doctor sliding in to fucking check on him. They just left them laying there. Can you imagine if they'd have covered a live sporting event like a football game, and the quarterback gets tackled or sacked and is just unconscious, and they go off the air with the guy laying on the fucking field and nobody's even checking about him?
That is the end of part 2. Start part 3 right now.